Ohio gozaimasu! Hey now, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday afternoon for you. Sunday morning. Or actually, it's Monday morning for me. How you doing, Adam?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm
Got
doing
some
all
great
right.
news today.
This will be my last week in Japan. Next week, I will be back in America, so everyone can rejoice. We'll return to the original time.
Back to normal. Everything
Yes,
back just like it was before this whole Iran war.
that's
Exactly.
right.
You're trying to do the exact same thing Trump is trying to do.
Oh, is that right?
Put all the king's horses and all the king's men, trying to put the Iran situation back together again.
Are you saying that when I get back to America, the Iran situation will be resolved? That is me being abroad that caused this whole situation in the first place?
Well, we began this. You were saying you're kind of out of touch with what's going on. That might be the
Yes.
best possible scenario. I mean, things are kind of going. Look, it's impossible for me to tell. I got a bunch of news clips that we can watch, and also there's this Mercanich clip. There's this guy going around. I wanted to get this guy's book, but he doesn't have it on Audible, so I would actually have to like read it.
Ugh,
But
disgusting.
he makes an argument that Trump is like crazy as a fox, and all this is just an act, a
Hmm.
masterful negotiation. Which is it's interesting if you watch any Fox News, that's the go-to. Like
Of
Fox
course.
News is just constantly talking about how Trump is a genius. This is
Hmm.
amazing. This is the best time to be alive. And then you go on any liberal media and it's just exactly the opposite. Trump is crazy. You know, we need to 25th Amendment him. He's completely
Right.
gone insane.
Right.
These two situations cannot be true, right?
One of these has to be true. One has to be false.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But
Hmm.
look, it's we're caught in Scott Adams' legacy here. I really could not. I mean, I'm leaning towards insanity at this point. I honestly am. I'm honestly thinking,
You have to trust the system, trust the process, Adam.
oh my God. I hope that's the case. God, I would love nothing more than to be wrong. But so do you are you up to speed on the JD Vance went to negotiate with the Iranians and in Pakistan? I guess Trump one of the wars that Trump solved was the war between Pakistan and India, right? I'm not sure it was a full-fledged war. It might have been like a they were on the verge of war, but Trump stepped in and negotiated some sort of peace arrangement. So now the Pakistanis are stepping in and returning the favor, right? They're going to help
Is
negotiate
that the thought?
this.
Is that the argument? Is that what's going on
Yeah, I
here?
think that's the
Like,
argument.
oh, thank you, Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance, for saving our nations from going to war. Let us help you
Right.
now.
Well, let's work backwards because the JD Vance thing is kind of old news. This is like brand new.
Okay.
Trump
What's
went
brand new?
on Trump went on Fox News to talk to Maria Bartiromo with his brand new plan to
Hmm.
blockade the Straits of Hormuz. Do you know this? Are you up to speed
So
on
wait,
this?
we're blockade? Wait,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. I'm confused. I'm in
Yes,
another
yes.
country. I'm in another time zone. I'm in another day. It's Monday. Okay.
Right. And you
We're
just got
blocking
up,
the.
right? It's early in the morning
I
there.
did. Yes, it is early in the
So this
morning.
happened while you were asleep. Trump is
Okay.
like, "Oh, you're going to blockade the strait? No, we are going to blockade the strait." It's like I mean it could be genius because obviously you need to control the oil coming out of there, right? Like
Hmm.
some oil is coming out. It's the Iranian oil. They're picking and choosing. They're sending their oil to China, which most of their oil went to China anyway. So they're like, "Oh, you guys can come through. Nothing's going to interfere with our oil, but if oil's going anywhere else in the world, you got to stop and pay a toll or don't come through." And now they are saying Trump is saying, "No, we're going to stop your oil too." That's not going to help the price of oil. The price of oil has
I
already surged 20% and the market looks to be down over 1% in S&P futures. So,
I think Trump saw Iran. He's like, why do they get to control the strait? We're gonna control the strait. We're gonna do the blockade.
yeah.
And then Iran's like, well, you can't do the blockade. We're doing the blockade. And he's like, no, I'm doing the blockade. And they're like, well, then it's still blockaded. And he's like, it doesn't matter because it's my blockade now. I win. Is that the
Is
plan?
the
I'm
I
just
saw
kidding. I'm
on
just joking.
I saw
I
in some media that a blockade is an act of war, and I was like,
uh-huh.
well,
That's
what the
true.
fuck is bombing the whole country then?
Well,
I
we've
mean,
been, yeah,
what
who
the
wait, what do
we've
you mean?
already
We've been at
crossed
war.
that
Yeah,
line. I
obviously. You're
know.
right. Well,
You
I
can't
guess
do a blockade. That's an act of war.
they're
Oh,
they're trying
interesting.
to make the
Thanks for
argument that it would like
informing me.
violate they're trying to make the argument it would violate the ceasefire, maybe, which I think has already been violated like 20 million times, so who cares at this point?
Yeah.
But well, it's weird because you have the military strategy and the economic strategy don't align. Because yeah, militarily it makes sense. And obviously they would want to do this from oh, I just heard a weird noise.
Hmm.
Oh, anyway, militarily it makes sense because you'd want to have a situation where you don't want Iran to be able to sell any oil because you don't want them to make any money. So you weaken them militarily and make them, and economically, you help make them cry uncle faster in negotiation, right? So it
Yeah.
makes sense militarily that America would say, hey, we're not going to let anyone, as long as Iran is not letting all ships, we're not going to let Iran's ships or Iran's ally ships through. That makes sense militarily. But economically, it doesn't really, it actually hurts America and would then hurt Trump if Trump cares about the economy, which he seems to care about the economy, because that means less oil is getting out going to China and other places, which means oil prices would continue to rise, right?
Yeah, you're hurting your own economy. The thing that you have to
Right.
do is you have to confiscate their oil and go sell it to China, right? But I don't know if China would do that because there's all this reporting that China is feeding both weapons and intelligence to Iran, which instantly made me think of our World War III conversation, right?
Right.
If literally Russia and China are feeding information to Iran, I guess we're still in a proxy war situation
Yeah,
then.
yeah. What if we stole the oil and then we sold it to
No, confiscate.
ourselves or
We're
to
going to
Europe?
confiscate the oil.
What if we confiscate the oil, right?
What if we just hold it for safekeeping and at the same
Yes.
time sell it?
Yeah,
Since
exactly.
there's a bunch of ships queuing up. Well, I don't know how true this is. Obviously, Trump says a bunch of shit that may or may not be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying a bunch of ships are queuing up to America to buy our oil.
Mm.
And I was like, hold on, I thought we were energy independent. How are we energy independent if we're selling all of our oil to China?
You don't understand how it works, Adam. Okay. It's very simple. We're energy independent while we sell our oil to other countries. Okay.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
we have so much extra. We're just overflowing with oil. We have so much extra.
Well, there's supposedly the oil prices were super low before this began because everybody's strategic reserve was all tapped up and there's a glut of oil on the market. So this has really turned things around. That's why oil was going. That's why gasoline prices were going so low.
Right.
I get gassed up today for $6 a gallon. Oh, insane.
Well, it's extra high in California because you guys are retarded. But
Gotta
I'm
rub it
curious
in.
when I get back to Florida what the oil is going to be, what the gas price is going to be like.
What's it like in China there? How many times you gas up there?
It depends. I don't know because whenever we go past a gas station, it's both in yen and in liters. So I'm like, I'm not even gonna try to interpret what that number means.
Oh wow. You have
Okay.
no idea.
I have
It's
zero
not
fucking
gallons
shit.
and it's not dollars.
Because if it was just yen, I could like kind of figure it out. Because I've figured out how it's actually not that complicated to figure out yen to dollars.
Right.
But then the liters throws it in, and I'm just like, no, it's too many conversions for me.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's
So
listen to some of this. You'll
okay.
be well informed after this.
With breaking news on the war in Iran, President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning. Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war on Iran, as high-level talks between the United States and Iran have concluded with no deal. It was the first direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest level talks between the two since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. The talks beginning on Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President.
That's actually disputed. JD Vance says it was 21 hours, and the Iranians say it was only 15 hours. So they're already sniping at one another.
But why are they arguing about that?
They fucking argue. They hate each other. Argue about everything.
I saw something that claimed that like Pakistan, like the reason that they even did the ceasefire in the first place, the supposed ceasefire in the first place, is because Pakistan like begged America to.
Yeah, that's
Is
what
that
Trump said.
okay? But is that actually?
Yeah,
Do we know if
look.
that's true?
Have you seen the movie Fight Club?
I have seen the movie Fight Club.
Trump,
Yes.
Trump is like a very unreliable protagonist at this point.
Okay.
I,
This is bad. I don't like the
probably,
situation at
he's
all.
probably seeing Tyler Durden everywhere.
Right. Okay, that's a great question, chat. Who is Donald Trump's Tyler Durden? Does he see like the fat JD Vance? Is fat JD Vance like telling him like they don't respect you, John Huds? You have to tweet harder.
That's the thing. It's weird because I do buy into some of the arguments that the Smirkonich author that he has on is saying about the Trump tweets seem targeted at Iran, and I do think he's speaking the Iranian language, the culture of Iran, right? It's really a machismo. I'm gonna annihilate your whole society. I'm gonna wipe you off the face of the map, right? That's that's the way they talk. So I think it can be effective. Obviously, to American sensibilities, it's not effective at all. It's like, oh my God, we're in insanity mode. So I can't tell you if that's working or not with the Iranians. Maybe it is. I mean, I've been seeing nonstop Iranian Lego AI videos, so I don't think it's working.
Oh, okay. Those Lego videos don't respect us. Okay.
Of course they don't respect us, but it is what
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
JD Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2 more.
So wait a minute, I'm sorry, because I'm slow in the news here. Did JD Vance go directly from for some bizarre reason, sucking off Orban in Hungary? He just flew from there to Pakistan to be like, okay, now I gotta get this Iran situation worked out. Was that the trajectory of his vacation?
The Iranians asked for JD Vance probably because a bunch of news leaked that JD Vance was against this from the get-go. There were notes in high-level meetings that they had before this began, and everyone's notes kind of leaked out, and JD Vance said, he was adamantly against it, but he would support whatever decision Trump made. So the Iranians are like, thank you. Send him to negotiate.
We saw him with Zelensky in the White House, and that's the guy we want to negotiate with. Yeah. That's our guy.
They said, please send him. Please.
We'll say thank you. We'll say thank you all day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Oh my, this is so weird.
Weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction.
See, she says Hormuz. Some say Hormuz.
Hormuz.
Now the president will implement
a slutty moose.
I know. Yeah. I hate the fact that nobody can agree on how that's pronounced. Everyone pronounces it a different way.
A naval blockade on the Strait. Here's Vice President JD Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We have been at it now for 21 hours and
hammering it away for 21 hours here in this hotel.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and...
I mean, Vance got to be ecstatic, though. Well, he could theoretically be ecstatic, because if he ends up, brokering the deal that brings peace, right? That'd be massive for his 2028. windfall.
Trump is going to take credit for it, obviously. What are you talking about? There's no way. There's no
Vance didn't do
way.
shit. All he did was set up the phone call between me and whatever person is pretending to be the corpse of the dead guy in Iran.
Or he went.
And I
He
made the
went
deal.
in. He went in
I
with
brought
my
peace.
talking points. I taught
Yes.
this kid what I told him what to say. I was
Mhm.
puppeting him from behind.
Where's my Nobel Peace Prize?
God, Maria Bartonoma looks insane. She looks like a crazy
What do you mean?
person. Calling in on the
She
telephone.
always
He
looks
always
like
does
that.
these telephone interviews. I just can imagine Trump on his phone with his big fat fingers. Just screaming into his telephone.
Do you think he's actually holding the phone up? Does he have a headset, or does he have a person literally just sitting next to him holding the phone up to his face?
He has that cute little intern that he gets to type his tweets out.
Yeah, she's just holding the phone up to his face
Yeah, exactly.
the whole time. He's just staring at her ass because she's like bent over. He's like, I love being the president. I don't even have to hold up my own phone. Just staring at her ass the whole time.
So sad.
That's what I would do if I was
47th
president.
President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me this morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to explain all of this to our audience. Thank you, sir.
No one knows what the
Well, thank
fuck's
you very
happening.
much. Thank you, Maria.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade
Please.
in the Strait of Hormuz?
What the fuck?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday. They, as you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very, very good representatives, as you know, JD and Steve and Jared. So we were well represented, but we didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
So, Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on in these talks? What did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
Well, they reacted. You know, it was very interesting. It started off weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated.
He said the line, Adam.
I know.
Adam,
I
you
was
said
thinking
the line.
I was thinking the same
He
thing.
said the line.
He's still doing the cards thing. It's like a very popular meme.
The whole place is obliterated. And, you know, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines.
A single
And that
mine.
will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, you know, I'd prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's a little bit of a thing that they can do. That it's military might and military power don't do it, but, you know, it's extortion.
I think Trump should put a bunch of mimes in the Strait of Hormuz instead.
Mhm.
Like
They
they could
should.
just
Put them
they
on
could- they could ha-
platforms out there.
Yeah, just put
They
little
can
platforms.
direct traffic.
They
Watch
they
out
could
for
be
the
s-
mime.
They could be standing there. They could be erecting like invisible walls for the boats. They're like, no, you can. It's like can't come through here. There's like the whole thing is mimed up. You see a bunch of mimes are just making walls to prevent.
I love it.
The
I
boats
love
from
it.
going-
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. This feels like a bad. This feels like
Directing traffic.
a bad Far Side pun or something.
And they're extorting the world. You know, we don't get our oil from there. We have so much. We have, and one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get, light, sweet crude. They're going to have the
Like that
best oil
shitty
that you
Iranian
can
oil.
get. But
Sour.
They have a
Tastes
map
bad.
up here. Do you notice this? They have
Gotcha.
Iran's nuclear facilities.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I thought they were all destroyed.
It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nuclear symbols.
Mm-hmm.
It's got 1, 2, 3, which is 8 total of nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
They got fucking what are these train carts? Is that the nuclear material?
Are those-
What the
I thought-
shit?
I thought those were like rice cookers. I was really
wait.
confused.
Oh, it's
What
got,
is
oh,
that
right
symbol?
here. Look. Okay. It's got a little
Oh,
site here. Uranium mines. Okay.
oh,
Uranium
okay,
mines.
okay.
1, 2, 3.
Right, right.
They have one military site.
Wow, okay.
They have 3 nuclear research reactors. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nuclear sites. What the fuck? The whole thing is dealing with nuclear. You can't. This is a mess, a total mess.
They'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get. Light, sweet, crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the Strait. But
Favor to who?
Oh, we did it as a favor.
What does that even mean?
We don't
We
need
only
this
took
oil, but we'll buy it anyway, just as a favor to you.
As a favor to Iran, we bought 1% of our oil from them last year.
No, I don't
What?
think we bought it from Iran. We bought it just from other people.
Okay. From
we-
some other country
yeah.
using the Strait of Hormuz.
We
Okay.
get all
Yeah,
of
that
our
would
oil
make more sense.
domestically except for 1%, is what he's saying. And
Well,
that's just a favor that we do.
There's
to
no
other
way that
people.
that's true. I don't believe that's true for a
You
second.
don't. You're skeptical.
Well, because
This is a president, Sitch.
this was, I mean, we talked about this, like, was it a week ago, last week, where it's like there's different types of oil.
Yeah,
and you use
like
different types of oil for different
we
things.
probably import 20% because it's just the wrong, and we export a shitload because we don't have refineries here to refine it. So
Of course, well, yes, I think we export
Yeah.
all of it to be refined.
oh, okay. Ouch.
the countries do.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come.
Oh, look here, they got the ship lines going around the Cape of Africa and heading off for our Gulf. They're like, oh yeah, we need oil. Shit, Middle East is
Hope those-
closed.
They gotta get this. See, this would be the time for those pirates to come back. Those African
No.
pirates.
Oh my
Pirates,
goodness.
right?
Yeah. The Cape Town pirates.
Now's the time.
Now they want to come and they want to help with the Strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the Strait, and they'll be able to use the Strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that.
The only thing we cared about, they said, no, fuck you. It was a very productive negotiation, right?
Except for the one major thing that started the conflict in the first place.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, that's fair. You gotta listen, baby steps, Adam. Okay, why you don't be so negative? Baby steps.
It's just
Part of the deal.
This is insurmountable.
Hmm.
It's like the more we bomb them, the more they want nuclear weapons.
Right.
And we're thinking the more we bomb them, the less they'll want nuclear weapons, when it's completely the opposite. I don't see how you get around that hurdle.
I think we need to kill them more.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis.
Right.
So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this
all
blockade,
in,
sir.
all out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out. But it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing. And that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that.
See, that doesn't really make any sense either, because you want to choke off Iran's oil supply so that they don't have incoming funds, right? All in, all out.
Numerous
what
countries
doesn't
are going to
make
be
sense?
helping us with this also. But
Right,
we're putting on
that
a
makes sense to me.
complete blockade.
Well, no, he's saying they're all going to be able to go in and go out. Whoever wants to
Mhm.
use the Strait is going to be able to use the Strait. But
Right. Right.
I thought the point was to block off Iran's, choke off.
Well, no, yeah, he's
Iran's-
saying like if Iran lets all ships come in, America will let all ships. If Iran only lets some ships come in, then we say, fuck you, no ships come in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, look, if we control the Strait, we should do the friend thing. We should be like, oh,
I
you're
see.
trying to do the friend thing. No, we're going to do the friend thing.
Right.
How about this? Your oil comes out and is sold to us.
Yeah, but
for
that
$0.
That doesn't roll off the tongue. Our friends come in, their friends don't. Like all in, all out. Okay.
Oh, the branding. He's got the branding better.
Got better
I'll
branding.
give him that. Yeah.
Okay, let me pause for a second. Let me read you this X post. You tell me what you think about this. Okay. I don't know who this guy is, but he's got a bunch of titles in his bio and he's got 74,000 followers. So, he's on X. So they're probably all bots, right?
Is he a professor in China?
He is not a professor. His name is Javed Hassan. Okay.
Not off to a good start.
He says, a couple of the boys have been texting me, why the hell would Trump drop the Hormuz blockade bomb on Sunday? It'll send oil screaming past 120, maybe $103 a barrel. If the algos really panic, makes zero sense if you actually want cheaper barrels. But it makes perfect sense. Beautiful even. First of all, I love how like every post now feels like it's AI. I don't know if it actually is, but I assume every post I read on X that's more than a paragraph was written by AI.
I agree.
He says, see, Tokyo and Hong Kong are already humming by the time the East Coast is still nursing its coffee. Those future pits, the Dow, S&P, the whole equity complex, Brent and WTI on the screens never really sleep. You've got 14, 15 hours of runway before the New York bell, plenty of time for the right hands to lean in, long the indexes in Hong Kong, short the crude in Tokyo, riding the fear wave as a blockade tweet lights up every terminal from Singapore to Sydney. Then right on cue, right before the U.S. opens, comes the pivot, something about, quote, there's regime change in Tehran. We can do business. Talks are good. The usual are the deal baloney. Markets whip around like they've been tased. Oil gives back the spike. Stocks rip higher. The boys in Asia unwind clean. Pocket the spread. A few $100 million, maybe more, conjured out of thin air on the back of one perfectly timed Sunday morning post. Not bad for a morning's work. The street's been running these kinds of games for decades. Information, timing, leverage, just never quite so presidential.
Okay.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about this? Do you think that Monday, right before the stock market opens, Trump's going to come out and say some kind of bullshit? We reached a deal with Iran. Everything's going to work out amazingly, just to make the market bounce back.
Well, I'm skeptical of they're doing this to make money. That he frames it like this is some sort of insider trading thing. I do think Trump could do this because he doesn't want to see the market go down. And he might be testing this in a situation where the markets are closed. There's only future markets, which are low volume, just to kind of see which way the wind's blowing. And then he can pivot before the market opens. That's a classic Trump move.
Classic Trump move. We'll see.
I don't know how much Trump has an effect on the market really these days, because a lot of people are like, okay, well, he's just, no, I guess he is moving the market, but
yeah, usually historically his tweets have controlled the markets very strongly.
Earnings begin next week though, which I think is going to take a lot of focus away from this. So, and a lot of people are saying the bottom is in. A lot of people are saying, no, we're going to go. It's going to be a big sell-off because this is not contained, and oil is going to go to $150 a barrel or $200 a barrel, and it's going to be a massive recession. And as soon as those numbers start showing in earnings guidance during this earnings season, we're going to go lower. Other people are saying, look, we're going to reach new highs. The bottom's in. It's all over. Trump tacoed. Nobody cares about wars. The takeaway is no one really knows what's going to go on in the market.
Cerebral friction for $10.
See how it plays out.
Cerebral friction for $10 says, Sitch, quote, I think we need to kill them more, end quote. Full-throated endorsement of the war. Remember this in 10 years when everyone is saying they were against it. Being on the fence is just as bad. Cerebral, I think you're like too emotionally tied in here. If you couldn't tell that when I said, I think we need to kill them more, I was saying it.
He seemed like he was being
satirical, comedic tone. Yes.
Yeah, that was sarcasm.
That was the sarcasm.
But thank you for the super chat.
Thank
Very
you for the
kind of you.
$10.
Very generous.
We're
That
not gonna
will
let-
buy me 1 gallon of gas. So thanks.
By the time I get back to America, that's 1 gallon of gas right there.
Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like, or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there.
So Venezuela, we intervened, but they're not developing the oil resources in Venezuela. All the oil companies said, nah, too dangerous. Fuck that.
Right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know what he's saying is similar. Maybe he's just saying the big win is going to be very similar.
Of
I mean,
course.
we're way past that. Venezuela
Venezuela good? Iran good? Question mark?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world extortion. How will the United States ensure that the mines are removed in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have minesweepers there now. We have highly sophisticated underwater minesweepers, which are the latest and the greatest, but we're also bringing in more traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers. Think of it. They had 28 mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? They've been completely obliterated. They no longer. So we knocked out their entire Navy. They have 158 ships. They have 28 mine droppers. Every single one of them is at the bottom of the sea. Can you believe it? We did that in 4 days. Their Air Force is gone. Their if you look, anti-aircraft. All of their radars out. Anti-aircraft is their defensive program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is, and I can't say this is for you, we knocked out everything, including their leaders. Their military is gone. Everything's gone. Their missiles are down to a trickle by comparison. You know, we knocked out thousands of missiles. We knocked out hundreds of places where the missiles are built, different parts. They're pretty much gone. Probably, they say 85.
There's a bunch of articles that say that, according to U.S. officials, Iran was unable to open the Strait of Hormuz because they themselves cannot locate the mines that they put in the fucking water. They lack the ability and they lack the capacity to even remove them if they wanted to. Great.
What do you think they're laying out a little map? They're marking up a calendar where they lay
They just
them?
had a bunch of guys go out there on speedboats and they're like, here's a big fuck mine. Just like, turn it on and drop it randomly in the fucking ocean somewhere. And they're like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah, exactly.
God, it's so stupid. But they're the good guys, everybody.
82%, 85%, who knows what it is, but we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now. And also, we have new machinery to kill the drones. You saw that. The computerized bullets, they call it, and also lasers. The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we have a lot of stuff. But think of it. We win this thing conclusively. Even yesterday, they were saying, no, it was a complete obliteration. And when you read the New York Times, you think they're doing well. Oh, they're fighting very hard. It wasn't a hard battle. This was a very easy battle militarily. But when somebody says, you know, we're going to drop a mine in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, not much you can do to persuade a ship owner that has $1 billion ship that we're going to take a trip up the strait. Now, yesterday, you probably saw, we sent 2 highly sophisticated, beautiful, brand new destroyers right through the middle of the strait. And nobody did anything to us because what we do is we follow the weapon back. So it follows back and it knocks out the people on the other side. Literally within 3 minutes, they're knocked out. The technology is unbelievable. But we don't know.
Did you know that we send 2 ships through the Straits of Hormuz and they were fine?
You're saying we sent 2 giant warships that had the capacity to shoot missiles or drones or whatever back if they got fired at, and they
I don't know
shoot
what
them?
capacity they had. They did go through the Straits, though.
They were
went
military
up
ships,
through the
though.
Straits and turned around and came
Right.
back. Yeah, just kind of.
Yeah, but that makes sense. They're not going to shoot at the fucking military ships.
No, they're in a
Gonna shoot
ceasefire.
at the fucking random oil cargo ship that has no way to defend itself.
Yeah. But they were the
Yeah.
bait. They were like, are we going to get hurt? That's how they got to
Oh,
show
you see,
the shippers, right?
this is what they need to do. Okay, they get the destroyer, right? It goes through the strait, but they paint a giant tarp and it says like Exxon on it, and they just like roll the tarp, this giant tarp, like over the military ship, so Iran sees
perfect.
it and they go, "Oh, there it is, Exxon oil ship, shoot the missile!" And then they pull off the tarp. They go, "Surprise, motherfucker!" And they shoot back. That's the move. Okay,
It's got to have a flag that says American oil.
if they do that like 30 times, then they'll be too afraid to shoot at the cargo ships.
Oh,
See, that's
yes.
a big brain maneuver.
There you
right
go.
there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they'll never
Sneak
know.
attack them.
It could be an American destroyer in disguise, like
We
Looney
need
Tunes
that
style.
hologram technology. That's what we need.
Okay, now we're getting, obviously, come on now. This is real life. We're not in a science fiction movie. There's no hologram ships. What are you talking?
Oh, okay.
Giant cartoon tarps painted like cargo ships is far more realistic than holograms.
Yes. Yeah. I like it.
Whether or not they do, whether or not they put I didn't talk about it yesterday. My inclination is to have a few. And I will tell you, it was a good meeting yesterday, really a good meeting, except for one problem. And it's 95%. They want to have nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen.
And this is a key point, Mr. President, for those people out.
I mean, what was good about the meeting? The coffee? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, if Vance was able to talk to them without spitting in their face and them spitting in Vance's face, right?
Mhm.
So that's good. That's
What do they
progress.
talk about for 21 hours?
They talked about, I don't know if you saw this, but for some bizarre reason, Nickelodeon accidentally emailed a random person the entire Avatar movie that they made.
Oh, so
And
they
he
just
leaked-
watched Avatar, huh?
Yeah, and they leaked part of it on X, so they're probably talking about that because like that's we all want to see
Pretty
the new
amazing
Avatar
for them.
movie. Even though I'm sure it'll be bad.
What if you made them sign an agreement not to not develop nuclear weapons, but to never use those nuclear weapons offensively? What do you think? And look, if they don't sign that agreement,
Yeah.
then we're in big trouble, right?
All right, they said
Like, why aren't you signing this agreement?
you can make the weapons, that's fine, but you got to pinky swear. You got to pinky promise me, Donald Trump, the president of America, that you'll never use these weapons. You can just have them. You can look at them, keep them in a nice little case on your
Well,
mantle.
they're supposed to be a
is.
deterrent anyway. You're not supposed to use them.
It's like a little trophy. It's like the little, like, you won in the fair first prize. Iran, we have a little nuclear weapons.
How about
The
this?
leader likes to stroke it every night before he goes to bed, but you can't use them. That's the
How
rule.
about this? We'll let you
Yeah.
develop fake nuclear weapons that everyone believes are real
Oh,
nuclear weapons, but they don't actually
interesting.
work.
I like that. See, that's
Look, I'm
see,
just
now-
trying to what is the negotiation?
No.
What do
Listen.
you got?
I actually love that idea. That's hilarious.
Everyone
Like,
will
imagine if
believe
there's a
you have
secret
nuclear
plan.
weapons.
Yes. We'll let you do, we'll give you fake nuclear weapons. We'll fake a bunch of tests so they look real, but in reality, we'll know that they're fake.
Yeah, and that you don't
That's
have any
interesting.
nuclear capability whatsoever.
Right. Oh, I like it.
I do like strong arming them into signing something that they'll never use nuclear weapons to offensively. Because then
Mhm.
that would be, if they're reluctant to say that, you're like, okay, well, we're doing the right thing here.
Yeah, but what if they would just sign that?
What if they
Why
just
would
lie?
Yeah, what if they just lie? Yes.
Well, look, they could. They could. That's a risk.
Uh-huh.
But maybe they're like, nah, we can't sign that.
Uh-huh.
There who have not been following it as closely. Can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so important for the U.S. to go into Iran?
Yeah, so easy. The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear. They want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know, we knocked out with the B-2 bombers. Had we not knocked that out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, had the B-2s, those beautiful B-2 bombers, totally obliterated their 3 sites. They have 3 sites. And they are now deep in the earth with, tons of rock. Now, that material should be gotten, but we have cameras on it. We have satellites with Space Force. Well, that was one of my beauties, Space Force. So important.
There was a bunch of trucks there, though, before the bombing campaign, which is why they're worried about it. They're scared that they moved the nuclear material out before the bombing ever began.
Right.
This is like the cover story, though. Oh, they're there. They're deep in the earth. We just want to, double check. We want to get them out safely for the Iranian citizens, right? It'd be terrible if someone came across that stuff and was hurt.
But we're watching.
Look, if we had a crystal ball and we could tell.
We do have a crystal ball. He
Definitively.
talks to Sagar every day, Adam. Okay.
If we could see the future, if we had a time machine and we knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that Iran would never use the nuclear weapon offensively, because that's really what we're worried about, right? We think they're going to get a nuclear weapon and they're going to bomb Jerusalem like immediately.
Right. Or give it to some proxy group.
Yeah, to bomb Jerusalem, right?
Or America.
To use. But if we definitively knew that they would never do that, this wouldn't be an issue, right?
Of course.
Yeah. We're never going to get past that. We're never going to trust that they only want it for defensive means. Are we losing sleep over North Korea having a nuclear weapon? Are we worried they're going to use it offensively?
We not at the moment, but who knows? You get Kim Jong-un's daughters in charge, or some other wacky person in charge 20 years down the road.
It could change.
Think, oh, what fools we were for not stopping them from getting nukes.
Yeah. Well, once they use the nuclear weapon offensively, you pretty much have permission to wipe them off the face of the earth, right? You're like, this problem we're going to get rid of. You're just going to nuke all of their cities. You're going to nuke the whole country.
Yeah, but it's horrific. You could be right, but it's basically we're just killing
horrific.
Millions of innocent slaves in North Korea.
I know, it sucks. It is.
Yeah.
It's like taking out the trash.
It's horrible. It's horrifying.
I know. But look, that's what would happen. That's the whole concept behind deterrence, right?
Right.
No, and look, people would complain about it, but they'd realize, okay, well, who knows what they would have done.
We're watching every single aspect of that.
No chat, guys. Obviously, North Korea, when they bombed South Korea with a nuclear weapon, that was defensively because they knew that the CIA and America were going to invade, and so they had to do it to show
that argumentation only works for America. Only we are allowed to say, "Oh, this was preemptive. We knew they were going to attack us, therefore we had to do it."
We knew. I was doing this is Hassan defending North Korea. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hassan would defend if North Korea nukes somebody, Hassan will defend it. Mark my words.
Yeah, definitely. Did you see Ezra Klein was defending Hassan?
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
I sent you the article. Yeah.
No.
New York Times article defending Hassan.
Wasn't he? Am I crazy? Wasn't he complaining about Ezra Klein?
I have the clip of him
the past.
Hassan just being so gracious so grateful over the whole article, and his whole chat is like, you can't trust liberals.
Knowing exactly what's going on, but it's deep down, and it takes a long time to get it out. It's an amazing attack. Had we not done that, they would have had, within 1 month from that date, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Right.
If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. Look, they went after 5 countries that were sort of neutral, I guess. I don't know how friendly they were, but they weren't in the line of attack. They dropped on UAE probably 1,800 missiles. They dropped on Saudi Arabia a lot, and they dropped on Qatar a lot. They dropped on Bahrain. They went crazy, and everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately. At some point, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful. All of these countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon, because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to explain to the audience.
Yeah, I think they would use it. And they'd start with Israel, and one weapon would, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out, conceivably, big one.
Now,
not wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here, okay? And we're not letting them come here, and we're not going to let them. We have great allies over there. I'll tell you, those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this. And, as Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. And, it's been a very effective team. What we've done literally in a matter of days, within 3-4 days, Iran essentially was wiped out. And
that's how he talked him into this. He's like, look, you're like my big brother. I really need you. It's so sweet, too, how Maria is trying to walk him through explaining this whole conflict to the American people. And he's just not doing it. He's like, no, fuck that.
She's a team player. Or she's trying to be. Listen.
I know, she is.
She's hurting cats.
She's like, look, we're going to lose the midterms. Help us out here. Trump is like, nah, fuck it.
So sad, though, when the press says they're fighting bravely. They're not fighting bravely. They have no anti-aircraft. We fly over there at will, can take out anything we want. As you know, last week I said we're going to strongly consider knocking out their power plants and the rest of their bridges. We took down their big bridge, but we just did that because we were having good discussions, and they go to the press. They're very good with public relations, much better with public relations than they are at fighting. They go to the press, and they say, President Trump said it's okay for us to have a nuclear weapon, when I never even spoke to him. And by the way, that would be the only thing I would never say to them. And they know that.
Right.
And then the New York Times, which is a fake paper. It's just a fake. You just believe the opposite. It's so sad when you look at CNN, the New York Times, ABC fake news, NBC fake news. When you look at this stuff, it's so sad to see it. I mean, they report things that they know are false. It's almost treasonous, actually, if you want to really know the truth. It's almost treasonous. But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, and their circulation, by the way, is way down.
Yeah.
It's way down. I'm proud to report that. But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, you would say that they are doing great in the war.
Mr. President,
they're doing terribly.
I want to ask you about that.
The only thing they have is the ability to say, well, we may have some mines. And, if you have a ship, who wants to take a chance? You're not going to.
The way that this is being discussed by everyone is so fucking stupid. Because, it's true that you do have everyone who doesn't like Trump. They're like, oh, Iran's winning. They're kicking our ass. You had, what was this? Is it David Sachs or is it the other Sachs? There's like the 2 Sachses.
Yeah.
Who are those fucking Sachs? It was not David Sachs. It's the other one. Whatever. He was on Breaking Points. He was whining. He's like, America's only chance is that they have to surrender to Iran. These are just like fucking retarded language. It's so
surrender
stupid.
to Iran.
It's like the dumbest
That's
fucking
what
thing.
we're going to do?
Yeah, it's so fucking.
Go pull all our ships up there. These are yours now. We surrender.
Exactly. It's like mind-numbingly retarded, like the way that people have this conversation about this. Oh, yeah. Iran's winning. I'm sorry. It wasn't Sachs. It was John Mearsheimer.
Oh.
He's the one that said Trump's only option is to surrender, or at least that's what the clickbait title is.
Well, he believes Trump that Israel has the goods from Epstein, so he's saying that he should surrender because obviously they're going to drop the P tape if he doesn't. So,
well, but he's saying they should surrender to Iran. Iran doesn't have the P tape. Israel has the P tape.
Right.
So, no, but it's stupid because obviously Iran has been like super damaged from this conflict. Okay, they had so many leadership die. Their military's like completely fucking gimped to like a severe degree. Obviously, they're not winning. They're like super fucked. But it's not a question of like winning or losing. It's a question of, well, they can lose, but they can keep losing in a way that makes our economy hurt. Which, like, if you had to like think about it this way. If you had to choose, okay, what are your options? If your options are either we choose to have almost all of our leadership in the military be killed, have our military degraded by like 80%, or people have to pay 20% higher gas prices. Like which one of those you're obviously going to choose to pay the 20% gas prices, right? Like no one wants to switch places with Iran. No one's going to switch with Iran. That's why this whole concept of like, oh, they're winning or we're losing is stupid. It's a question of they're losing, but they can just keep losing in a way that annoys us enough that it hurts Trump's polling and it hurts the world economy enough that like, well, they're losing, but it's still like hurting us.
Yeah, they're forcing the Republicans to lose politically.
Yes.
Yeah, which is the big pain point.
Right.
And they know that. They're very savvy about that.
Well, I mean, it's not. I don't think you have to be big brain to figure this out. Well, price go up, bad for America.
That is a huge contradiction in Mearsheimer. If he believes that Israel has the Epstein goods on Trump, how is he saying Trump needs to surrender? Like, then Israel would just drop the goods on him and say, "Fuck you."
Fucking who knows?
Makes no sense. Makes no sense at all.
Right.
Yeah. No. This is a big mess, and I don't. It's hard to get a good read of how things are going to turn out.
Yes, you're not going to take a chance.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about that because you put out a tweet and it really gripped the nation a week ago when we were all waiting and watching for the United States.
We were all waiting on pins and needles when you said that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are fucking retard babies with low IQs. Do you care?
That was a banger tweet. I like that tweet. That was a good one.
I did like that tweet. It was a pretty funny tweet.
I think she's talking about the end civilization tweet, which got everyone.
No, she's obviously talking about calling Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens retard babies.
These people chant death to America. Okay, when you say we're going to end your entire civilization, you're just speaking their language.
Candace Owens said that?
No, I'm saying that right now. Candace Owens would never.
No, Candace Owens said death to America.
No, Iran.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
I know what you're doing. This is a comedy portion of the podcast, guys. Yeah. I wasn't losing my mind over the end year civilization. Pape, our friend Professor Pape, Bob, as we know him.
Bob, yeah.
He's saying that tweet really got under Iran's skin, and Iran is like, they're going to do everything they can to get a nuclear weapon now because he said that threat. And I'm just like, I mean, they have a much different culture. And I think obviously raising the stakes like that is speaking their language. That's the kind of thing. They have honor killings and shit.
But that's always a lot of the problems with a lot of these foreign interactions is, like Trump said, is that, and people, like obviously, anti-Trump people are like, oh my God, Trump's a horrible piece of shit. And like, I get it.
Yeah, he's threatening genocide.
Having an American president threaten to genocide a population.
On a social media platform.
Doesn't really go with like the moral composure of presidents in America, right? So, I mean, I get it. I've kind of like past that point because Donald Trump has destroyed any sort of like sense of, I guess, moral composure that American president's supposed to have at this point. So, I'm not, that doesn't even occur to me. Like I'm beyond that, even though I understand why people are so mad about that. But countries will take that. Like, I have no fucking clue how Iran takes it. Maybe they say like, now we know Trump is serious and then he's speaking our language. Maybe they say, well, we must have nukes now. Maybe our allies say this is a bridge too far and they're never going to work. You never know how other countries, other people are going to interact with this information.
Yeah, I don't either. It's a mystery.
States' next move should the Iranians not open the Strait of Hormuz. And you wrote this on Truth Social: a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something wonderful can happen. Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet.
Is it weird we just all kind of accept that Donald Trump just lies like all the time? And we're like, well, if it gets a good outcome, I guess it's fine, right? That's sort of the world we live in. Like,
It is,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah. Like every person knows that there's not a complete and total regime change at all. Like, everyone knows it's the same fucking regime.
Of course, yeah.
It's so silly. Whatever.
He's trying to speak it into existence.
It's wish casting.
Yeah, wish casting. Yep. He's going the full secret route.
Criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that? And what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, with the exception of the one thing, which I believe that they're going to give up on. I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work.
He's like, it worked. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well, that's why, like, it was kind of dumb. God, I hate it. I hate all the discourse around Trump is so terrible. It's either like the most like reactionary, reflexive thing, or the most like sycophantic, tendy chest. Like,
I know.
I'm
right
terrible.
there. It's insane. I fucking can't stand it.
Because it's like, so Trump makes this threat, and I agree. It's like, holy shit! Like, what is this? Language is ridiculous. And then obviously, doesn't go through with it, right? And all these people are like, oh, Trump tacoed out. It's all taco. And I'm like, we have no fucking
Did you really
clue.
want him to do that?
Yeah, first of all, it's like, yeah, did you really want him to do it? These are the same people that are saying it was horrible that Trump would threaten this, and then they're criticizing him for not going through with it. Okay, number one. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like absurd.
Get the fuck out of here.
But then number two, no one knows if it's a taco yet, because you can't determine, like, if after the 10 days or whatever, 14 days ceasefire, goes away and there's no fucking deal. And it seems like there never was a deal. There was no negotiations and whatever. And then Trump doesn't do anything. Then you could say tacoed out. But if those negotiations actually come up with some kind of deal, then he could sit here theoretically and say his threat fucking worked.
Yeah.
So this is what's just annoying about also the 24-hour news cycle, is that no one can ever just say, like, we have to see. You have to, like, no, right now I know that Trump's plan worked or didn't work.
Well, they're evaluating it on their personal sensibilities, which I think is just bad political analysis, right?
Of course.
I know. Look, I think this is offensive, but I'm not the one you're trying to convince to negotiate, open up the Strait, all that kind of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way people are. They're in their own head. They can't escape that.
They don't know what it'd be like if they didn't eat breakfast this morning.
Of course. Yeah.
We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we want. So, but I believe, no. And when I say that, but remember, what do they say to us? For years, I've had to listen to them say, death to America, right? They say, death to America, death to Israel, America, the Satan, we will destroy America, death to America. Now, does anybody ever complain to you when they say that? I think that's a big step worse. Death to America. So they're allowed to say death to America. And what I'm referring to is, when I talk about civilization, it'll be much different, because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. But their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with yesterday were, frankly, very smart, very sharp, very good. I think they were smarter than the people from before, Khomeini and that group. Because look what it got them. Look what all of their antics was spending they spent all their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. Mm-hmm. But, when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say death to America, death to this, death to... And I make one statement, they say, oh, such a big deal. Let me tell you, that statement got them to the bargaining table, and they haven't left. They haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people...
bad prediction. Bad prediction.
You don't think that's going to happen? Iran's going to come back and say, listen, we thought about it, and JD Vance was so persuasive that we're just going to not have nukes. We're going to stop funding terrorism. And in fact, we're just going to become Israel 2.0. Okay. We're going to let the Jews come to Iran.
Yeah. Just even if they say, okay, we'll give up our nuclear ambitions, and you have to sign saying you'll never bomb us again, you'll never invade our country, you'll never attack us again, right? We're still not going to believe them. So eventually we're going to attack them again.
Well, there'd have to be some mechanism that would allow for inspections or something. Because, yeah, we wouldn't just believe them on their word.
The inspections, there were inspections before, but we'll just assume they're developing them somewhere else. We can't.
Right.
We don't have infinite capabilities for inspections.
Right.
That's the problem. We're never going to believe them.
Yeah, but at least then, like politically, if they publicly say, we solemnly swear to not develop nukes, okay?
Mm.
And then, Israel's going to be spying on them. We're going to be spying on them. And if we discover 10 years later, oh, they're still working on it. I mean, it kind of gives us carte blanche to just fuck them up again, right?
Yeah.
Trump would
Sure.
take that deal in a heartbeat. He'll be dead or gone at that point. I'm fine with that.
I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them I want everything.
Well, and what they
have
want...
no cards, Maria.
Yep.
No cards.
They have no cards. Their Navy
He's at the
is
line.
gone. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. They have nothing. They have no ships. 158 ships are at the bottom.
Why are you negotiating with them if they have no cards? It makes absolutely no sense.
That's a good question.
If you have the cards, you're like, no one can fuck with me.
Right.
Like, there's no negotiation here. I'm forcing you to play.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom of the sea. Good ones. New. The Soleimani, they had one called the Soleimani, was taken out by one of our tiger sharks, by one of our rapidly moving submarines. It's amazing. Our military is so good. Do you know our military is a 94% approval rating now?
Well,
Congress has a 14%. The media has a 12%. When I started, the media had a 90%.
What's your approval, Donald?
Mm-hmm.
What's your approval rating, Donald?
It's slipping big time. It's down big.
I don't think it's 94% like the military.
Maria just wants him to stop repeating himself over and over again.
Oh, listen.
God, he's so filibustering.
That's an impossible ask.
2% approval rating. Now they're down to 14%.
Wow.
And I'm very proud of it because they're very dishonest.
Mr. President, I see what just took place in terms of our NATO allies pushing back and not supporting you and the United States. And I see what has happened with our Gulf allies in the Middle East who do not want a bully in the Middle East any longer. Are you expecting those Gulf allies to help you in this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, yeah.
What other countries are going to join that?
Started. So the Gulf states, now you could say they're much closer, so maybe they have to do it. But, they also could stay out. But they made a mistake when they started lobbing missiles at them. And here's the good thing. The Gulf states, they are rich and they have a lot of Patriots. Our Patriot missile, which is an anti-missile missile, and it's unbelievable. They fired at us one day at a certain asset that we have, namely the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, one of the beauties of the world, one of the great beauties of the world. They fired 101 missiles out of 100. These things are going more than 2,000 miles an hour. And out of 101 missiles, 101 were shot down like nothing and are now at the bottom of the sea, the remnants of them. Think of it, 101 missiles shot. In a short period of time, all 101 were knocked out. So we have the greatest military equipment. We have the greatest people. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and everybody sees it, whether it's Venezuela or what we've done with Iran. And when I read, the fake news, talking about how well Iran's doing. They're not doing well at all. They're getting killed. I could take out Iran in one day. I could take down in 1 hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this, because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
So if they do not give up that effort, is that the plan? Will you further destruct Iran?
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah. I'm not in a huge hurry. What we want to do is we'll open up the Strait. But the ships are coming up to the United States.
Let's talk about that.
I've been inviting everybody. It's pretty good.
Let's talk about that, Mr. President, because you referred to a post that hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf of America to buy oil and gas from the U.S. What can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, I can tell you that it used to be called the Gulf of Mexico. That's what I can tell you. Now it's called the Gulf of America because of me. One of my little things that I did, one of my little sidelines. And it's a great honor. People are so happy. You go to Louisiana, you go to Florida, you go to these states, Texas. They're so honored by it. I used to say, why? Why is that the Gulf?
Okay, we asked an important question about like the war and oil prices, and you don't need like a 5-minute thing on the Gulf of America renaming. Okay.
Did she called it the Gulf of America, didn't
I
she?
know. I was just like, oh, that's the most important part of this question. Let me talk about the Gulf of fucking America. Jeez.
Yeah, I did that. I renamed that shit.
So silly.
Gulf of Mexico, when we have 93% of the frontage, and it fronts 93% in the United States, I said, I think I'm going to change it to the Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And I did. And I give a lot of credit to Google, because once I filed...
Oh my God.
Google Maps was like, well, he filed the paperwork, so there you go. Got to change the name.
Filed the papers, I did it, and Google Map. Once Google Map changed, did it. It was a done deal. But we had lawsuits. We won everything.
Is this the Weave or the Dodge?
It's now the Gulf of America, which I'm very honored by.
But do you expect super tankers?
I must tell you, I was thinking about.
He's like, please,
He's still going on.
Please tell us about the super tankers. And it's so funny too, because it was like an easy question that like he brought up in the first place. The super, like I like even the term, the super tankers. They're not just tankers, they're super tankers. Yeah, they're queuing up. Let's talk about that. No, Google Maps. They renamed Strait of America. The Gulf of America.
He's calling the Strait of Hormuz the Strait of
They
America
should
too.
They should. Yes, we should.
He's already on top of that one.
Right. They should have the tankers. They should have the destroyers go up and down Strait of Hormuz, dyeing the water red, white. I mean, obviously you don't have to do blue, but you have just red, white, right? Get the little stripes going.
About calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. And then I said, that's not going to play too well.
I think you're.
I'm kidding.
You're being facetious. I know that, Mr. President. But what about oil exporters? Tell me about this, because do you expect super tankers, empty super tankers, to go to the Gulf of America, to go to Louisiana, go to Texas?
Well, they're already coming. Well, Texas, they're going to go to Texas. They're going to go all along our shoreline. I mean, we have the biggest ports, and they're going to go. Remember this, and this is pretty amazing. And this is my time. That when I came into office, we were third and fourth in energy and in doing exactly this, the oil and gas and other things. Now we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Think of this, and we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Add Saudi Arabia with Russia, and add another country in there, whichever one you want. We're bigger than all of them combined. Think of that. That's all because of Trump. And when Biden inherited that system, he changed it. Then he tried going back to it because the oil was going up. You remember it was going up $7, $8, et cetera. But look at even now, we have to get rid of this nuclear threat. And people in our country have oil. People in other countries are getting hurt. One of the things that most amazes me, though, the Strait is for Japan where they get 93% of their oil. You know that, Japan.
What?
South Korea gets 45% of its oil.
You're not coming
These
home,
people
bub.
haven't helped us.
No!
I say, are you guys going to help? And, you know, we have 45,000 soldiers and 50,000, respectively, at those two places. 45 and 50,000 soldiers. We guard them and protect them. And when we want a little help, they don't help us. And when we wanted help from NATO, they don't help us. And we paid, I don't know if you saw, almost $1 trillion toward NATO in a very short period of time to protect them against Russia, mostly.
Yeah.
And then when we're there, and, you know, Biden, I wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have had the Ukraine problem. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But under Biden, who was an incompetent president, he was grossly incompetent. Look, the election was rigged. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that now. And it's all come out, and it's coming out. But under Biden,
it'd be interesting to see some stat for like how many times has Trump ever given any sort of public
without bringing up
statement
the rigged election?
Without bringing that up, yeah. It's
got to
be
close
like
to zero.
like 10% or something. God, it's just always, it's like
Biden is
constantly
a
in his mind.
failure. The
Yes.
election was rigged. Yeah.
Yes. It's always there. It's like he's got like the little Gollum voice or like the Green Goblin voice whispering like,
Say it.
Trump.
Say it.
I'm not a failure. It was rigged.
Tell
if
him
you
it was
take a look at what
rigged.
happened when he was president, that's a war that would have never happened. Russia attacking Ukraine.
Yep.
And I ended 8 wars, including Pakistan. You know, Pakistan was great yesterday. They were the ones that really facilitated the meeting.
Right.
But they thanked it. Every time I see them, they thank me. They say, we're going to have a war with India. And as the prime minister said very openly to everybody, between 30 to 50 million people would have been killed. And I got it ended. I said, if you guys are going to have a war, we're not going to do any trading with you.
Well,
and believe it or not, I got it ended because of tariffs,
Mr.
which
President,
the Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
is this all going to be enough? The blockade in the Strait, the opening up capacity in the United States is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, eventually it's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years.
The
They
Dow!
said it won't happen during his term, but it'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit 7,000 in my first year. Before my first year, you know that. And I said to myself, "Oh, here we go. I got to stop this country from having a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else, and you'll see a stock market that goes down." So the stock market has not gone down very much at all. It's gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did, we have to stop this group of people from having. And again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total, radical. I'll be nice, maniac. He was a maniac, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Right. So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along, and I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said, we agree.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be, or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much.
The look on her face just says it all. What? What? We're going to have these high gas prices through the election? The election's in November. The fuck is he talking about?
No.
Oh man, the economic pain for Americans is just going to be so bad. Does he realize people drive to work? They're like, holy shit, I'm spending triple what I did to drive to work now.
I mean, I've been going on trains back and forth all day, Adam. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, you're in the train land.
I'm in the land of trains.
Lame.
What's a car?
They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get, we need a free and fair press in this country. And I don't even know why people would do that. Why would they say how wonderful they're doing militarily? They're doing so well. The country is wiped out. We lost one airplane and we captured the 2 pilots. How about we saved those 2 pilots?
Unbelievable.
Which no other country has the capability of doing. Usually when that happens, countries wave goodbye. They say, lots of luck, because you're going deep into enemy. We went 7 hours into, it was a 7-hour flight.
Yes.
To go in and get them. We had one of the roughest areas, one of the most dangerous areas in the world, and we got both of them. It was incredible. But
extraordinary.
We got both of them.
And thank God that for our military, and I know that you rebuilt the military. Now, Mr. President, before you go, it was you who did the maximum campaign against Iran in your first term.
Right.
Is it going to be back to the maximum campaign? You deemed them the leading sponsor of terrorism. And I have to ask you about all of these efforts and the impact on China. What you've done in Venezuela, Iran, even your comments about Cuba. Where does that put China as you approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month?
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them. We could have them all down. And I mean down like you couldn't have electricity for 10 years, because it takes you 10 years to build those plants from scratch. You'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about maximum, I think, outside of those few things that are remaining, I think I pretty much maxed out. You are very, very violent and vicious. I don't want to have you against me. I'll tell you what you say. I think we pretty much maxed out, other than those few items. And we still have some plants left. We had another week left to knock out the rest of the plants, but we were knocking them out fast. As far as China is concerned, China can send their ships to us. China can send their ships to Venezuela. We told them, buy from Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity. We'd sell them, and we'll probably sell it for even less money. I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China. We work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before. I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China. Tough but fair. And, it's an amazing place. But I have a very good relationship with China, and they've been during I put tremendous tariffs. I put 100%.
Oh, my God. I'm not sure how much more I can take.
Okay. That's enough rambling.
He's just repeating himself over and over again. So what do you think? Is it going to work out? Do you have faith now after this epic interview?
Not from this interview, no.
Right.
The problem is, just again, I've been kind of topped out of the news recently, so there could be a lot of reporting I'm just missing. But from the little snippets I have been seeing, I haven't really seen any convincing reporting on who the fuck is in charge of Iran at the moment. So it's hard to say, to make a prediction of what do they even want.
Yeah. They want to stay in power and they want to continue their nuclear program.
Well, I know that, but is it just the IRG? I mean, it seems like it's just the IRGC completely unchanged, right? It doesn't seem like there's been any actual change that I've seen.
No, yeah.
And so
they're the muscle. So whoever they want is in charge.
Right, but it always boils down to how much is it pragmatic, how much of it is ideological. Because you could just say, that's really the key factor here. I don't know. I haven't really seen anyone make a compelling argument one way or the other. Because if they are just this, out with the old, same, in with the same.
Yeah.
Then I don't see how they're
boss, same as the old boss.
I don't see how they're going to come to any sort of practical agreement with Trump. And then Trump would either have to keep just taking the pain of the economic cost, which this interview makes it sound like he's fine with. But his past actions make me think it's more likely that would actually try to do some sort of taco maneuver.
He does seem obsessed with the nuclear material. which I had questions about that because Professor Pape kept saying he was obsessed with the nuclear material, and I thought, nah, he doesn't care about the nuclear material. But the more he brings it up, the more I think, oh, well, maybe Pape's right.
Maybe he does,
is fucking
right.
Maybe he does have a bunch of CIA in his ear saying, hey, they're going to detonate a dirty bomb in America sometime, and it's going to make you look super bad.
It's Israel, and they're unless you get rid of the nuclear material, we're going to release the Epstein files that show that you peed on a little girl. Okay, well, obviously that's what's going on here.
Look, I did think obviously it's Mossad, but I didn't want to say that because everyone would be like, "Yeah, you anti-Semite." We all know what's going on here.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair enough. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have no predictions on any. I don't know if you have any predictions.
It's kind of impossible to have any predictions.
I can't. I mean, that hasn't stopped anyone else. Everyone else in the news sphere, that's all they do is they just throw out these predictions.
There's too many unknowns here. I mean, there could be, if there's some kind of terrorist attack, public perception will change immediately. Right. And depending upon how damaging that attack is, that will definitely shape everything.
If there is no terrorist attack, would that sway all the people that are obsessed that 9/11 was an inside job and that America, CIA, and all these other things do these false flag terrorist attacks? Because you're right, this would be the time to do it, and so far it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll change their opinion whatsoever.
No, they're definitely set. That's part of their ultimate belief structure.
In their brand, so.
Yeah, for the social media people. But there are people who actually believe it.
Solo for $10 says, forgive me for not watching the whole stream, but is it correct to say you're both non-committal on the war but are slowly against it? You should talk to or debate Ryan Moulay, that's how I always forget to say his name properly, but we talked to him. He's strongly for the war. I think I would categorize myself as at first, the first stream that we talked about it, I was pretty in favor of the war conceptually, because I do share Trump's concept that if Iran gets nukes, it would be very bad. And I do strongly believe if Iran gets nukes, they would try to use them in some capacity, whether it be directly or through a proxy group. Where I'm now kind of shifted is that, when Trump says no one knew they would, close the Strait of Hormuz, when no one knew that they would shoot at their neighbors, and we kind of look at the response to the closing the Strait of Hormuz, it seems like more and more, which I wrongly didn't think was the case at first, that there was not really a clear military plan to deal with what people would think would be the most obvious outcome. People who are, paid to do these sorts of war games would realize is the most obvious outcome is that they're going to try to, close down the strait, and that there needs to be some sort of military plan or some sort of plan to do something about that. And it seems like we just kind of went in this completely half-cocked with no plan whatsoever. And now we're in the situation where, does Iran even need maybe here's the weird part of it. Does Iran even need nukes anymore? Because now they have something that's almost just as effective, which is that they can just fuck over global trade, and everyone, wants to capitulate all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's just dumbfounding to think that they didn't see this coming. It seems like there would be a guy that would come in and say, okay, here is exactly what they're going to do after we attack them, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that guy lays out, here's how they're going to shut down the Straits of Hormuz, and oil price is going to spike. All this is completely predictable. But is Trump sitting there going, nah, that'll never happen. Get out of here.
Get this guy out of my office.
Why is this guy here?
Right. I don't know.
Because it seems like, come on, this is so obvious.
Right.
And he understands it. He's articulated it before. He's like, the risk is just too great. We have to get all the mines out of there, and that's just a tall order. I mean, he's screaming on social media, telling him to be brave. Just go in there. Most of you will get through.
Some of you
a few of you will sink. But hey,
that is a risk I'm willing to take.
You want people to call you cucks on the fucking internet?
Right, right.
Get in there.
Get in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I don't know what Ryan. I mean, I haven't really listened to Ryan's takes on any of this. So I'm strongly in favor of the concept of war. I agree that Iran should be able to get nukes. I'm not in terms of how this is going, how we're going about this. I'm unconvinced that we're going about this in some way that will have a positive outcome now. Which
So do
I
you
know
want to?
nobody likes that. You have to be 100% in favor of the war or against the war, and you can't deviate that position at any point. Otherwise, you're a dirty, fence-sitting, weather vane.
So do you want to hear Trump is a rational super genius, or do you want to hear Tucker Carlson talking about how this is going to destroy America?
Which one's shorter?
Compare and contrast. I think the super genius one is
Okay,
shorter.
we'll listen to Super Genius first, and then I'll poison the well by reading Trump calling Tucker Carlson a retard, and then we'll listen to Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, we got to read that super chat.
Yeah.
Or no, it wasn't.
That's right.
Imagine.
You guys didn't know this. Donald Trump super chatted us before anyone knew anything. All right. Donald Trump super chatted us to tell us that he thought Tucker Carlson was a retard baby.
Mm-hmm.
Person doesn't live in the White House. A person who plays a crazy person a lot on TV lives there. I'm Michael Smerconish in the Philly Burbs. Bill Maher said those words last spring after having dinner with President Trump at the White House. And then he added, which I know is effed up. It's just not as effed up as I thought it was. A hue and cry followed. Festivus ensued when Larry David satirized Maher in the New York Times under the headline, "My Dinner with Adolf." And in a choice between two of my favorite comedians, I stood with Maher on the theory that it's better to have dialogue and to break bread than to demonize. Maher was mingling with the President of the United States. And guess what? When the dinner ended, he went right back on TV and continued his biting analysis of Trump. And of course, the president eventually took to Truth Social to hit back at Bill Maher. The Maher dinner has been on my mind this week, watching Trump's Truth Social posts amidst the war in Iran. You've seen them by now. Easter Sunday, open the effing Strait, you crazy bastards. And then on Tuesday, a whole civilization will die tonight. The reaction at home was fierce, unhinged, screamed a Drudge headline. Others called for invocation of the 25th Amendment on the grounds that Trump had demonstrated he was unable to perform his duties. And Democrats, anticipating retaking the House in November, began using the I word, impeachment. Still, 90 minutes before Trump's Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern deadline, a 2-week ceasefire brokered by Pakistan was announced. And something else happened on Tuesday. The New York Times published a deep dive by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, sharing reporting from their forthcoming book, Regime Change. This was a granular reconstruction of Trump's decision to go to war with Iran. For example, Haberman and Swan didn't just summarize what happened on February 11 when Benjamin Netanyahu came to the White House to sell an attack on Iran. They detail what was said by each participant in the Situation Room and also exactly where in the room everybody was seated. By this account...
Wait, how the fuck do they know this? Are they spying? Like, do they have cameras? What's happening here?
This is leaked information I was telling you about. So they know what J.D. Vance was saying. They know J.D. Vance was against it.
So,
they have supposedly Bibi came with a PowerPoint presentation and was like, oh, this is totally going to be easy. Like everything everyone's been insinuating.
Right.
There's proof that actually happened. So Bibi was coming over a bunch of times with these PowerPoint presentations, which was not unusual. Everybody who'd been in previous regimes said, oh, yeah, they do this all the fucking time. Okay. They're always hard selling war with Iran. This is what they do. But supposedly Trump is the first president to take the bait.
I like the idea that Bibi himself, not someone for the Israeli government, Bibi himself came there.
He was
and
there.
He sets up a projector, right? And he's got the little clicker, and he's like, okay, Mr. President, look, here we go. Click, slide 1. Your planes bomb Iran nuclear facility and missile launchers. Click, step 2, next slide. America wins forever. Click step 3. They build your face on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, step 3, Mount Rushmore.
And then and then it's like click step 4, Nobel Peace Prize. And then it's like step 5, they actually carve a Nobel Peace Prize onto your neck on Mount Rushmore. And Trump is like, "Oh my God, this is amazing. This is the
Yeah.
best sell ever." Then some guy comes in, he's like, "But Mr. President, if we start attacking Iran, they're gonna close down the Strait of Hormuz. Get that guy out of here."
That was JD Vance.
Oh, okay, okay.
JD Vance was throwing hot water on this.
And
JD
then
Vance is like, "This is a terrible idea, but look, if you do it, I support you."
well, okay, but it's weird because then the assumption that I've been saying is that everyone's assuming JD Vance is the leaker,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well, I've heard you say that probably
So
from some article, right?
right, that's what I'm saying. All the people that are assuming, because this is crazy amount of leaking, right? They're all assuming JD Vance is leaking because JD Vance didn't agree with the war in the first place, and so he's trying to like position himself for his future run, say like, I was always against it. Which, I mean, if this goes
Doesn't
south,
seem like that's happening now.
right? But if this goes south, that's not gonna work. No one's gonna care. But like, well, he's the vice president. It doesn't matter if he said he was against it. Like,
He's got his greasy hands all over this now. He went and did
Right.
the negotiations.
Right.
Marco's disappeared. He's like,
Yeah, where the fuck's
on
Marco? That's a good
vacation.
question. Where the fuck is Marco? Actually, you know what? I know where Marco is. Marco's out there right now. He's got a giant broom.
Oh
And
yeah,
he's trying to physically
sweeping.
sweep the Strait of Hormuz for mines. Okay, Trump is like, Marco, get out there. You got to get rid of those mines.
Marco,
He's like,
here's a
Mr.
broom. Get out there.
President, how am I supposed to do that? And he's like, there's a broom. Somebody get Marco a broom. He's got to sweep.
Sweep
He's
those
Latin.
mines.
Latins are great at sweeping. I always had the best Latin maids sweep in my
hotels.
properties.
We got to get a Latin person in here to sweep
Get
these
over there,
mines.
Marco. Use that Latin blood to sweep the mines right out of there. I'm assuming that's what we're going to hear from McConnell's guest, right?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Now, Netanyahu and Trump were aligned in hawkish thinking, but there was skepticism raised by Trump's team. The following day, when the Americans met without Israeli counterparts, CIA Director John Ratcliffe told Trump that Netanyahu's regime change scenarios were farcical. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it's bullshit. Vice President J.D. Vance was the most doubtful of the group. Quote, nobody in Mr. Trump's inner circle was more worried about the prospect of war with Iran or did more to stop it than the vice president.
How do you like that? Look at that. He's like, no, this is fucking dumb.
General Kane, chair of the Joint Chiefs, said the Israelis, quote, oversell their plans and are not always well developed. Notably, by this account, Trump was dismissive of Kane's concern that the Strait of Hormuz might be blocked by Iran.
See, that's the guy. Raising Kane came in there and said, oh, yeah, they're going to block that like immediately.
Raising Kane came? He said that? The guy that owns all the fast food chicken places?
No, it's General Raising Kane. Come on.
Well, that's like the General KFC, right?
You don't know
or the Colonel KFC.
You don't know Raising Kane?
Colonel makes that's the guy that makes the chicken. What are you talking about?
Okay, playing dumb.
Raising
today.
Cane's is
like
chicken
it.
fingers.
I like it. Raising Cane chicken is pretty good. I don't know if it's as good as KFC, but it's pretty good. I like their sauces.
Mm.
And then in the final days of February, new intelligence revealed that the Ayatollah would be meeting above ground with other top officials from the regime in broad daylight and wide open to air attack. The president gave Iran another chance to strike a deal, but Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner reported from Geneva that the Iranians were playing games. On February 26, another meeting in the Situation Room ensued. And during the
I meant they were playing backgammon. Oh my God. They're just taking a break.
Yeah,
course of an hour and a half, the president said he, quote, wanted to go around the table and hear everyone's views. Vance repeated that an attack on Iran was a bad idea, but that he'd support the president's position. After CIA Director Ratcliffe discussed the stunning intel that the Iranian leadership was about.
I mean, well, obviously he's going to say that. What the vice president would be like, I think it's a bad idea. If you come on and do it, I'm going to tell the world that you suck shit. Like, obviously he's going to say that, like, yes, I support whatever decision you do, Mr. President. Come on.
Well, if he would have said, if he didn't say he was going to support it, it would have put more pressure on Trump, I think, obviously.
Trump would have just iced him if he
says, I think it's a terrible idea and just the end, shut up. That would put more pressure on Trump than, I'm going to
No,
support you. It's a
I think
terrible idea, but I'll support you. Well, how
if
terrible can it be if you're going to support me?
if Vance said, "I think it's a terrible idea," and then period.
Mhm.
First of all, I can't. It's hard for me to imagine Trump is swayed by anything Vance says one way or the other. Okay, he just looks at that little fat face Vance, and it doesn't make any impact. And then he's going to go through with it anyway, and then he's just going to ice Trump, or he's going to ice Vance out of anything else in the administration for the next 2 years.
Maybe.
To gather above ground in broad daylight at the Ayatollah's compound, the White House counsel David Warrington offered the opinion that the plan being presented to the president was legally permissible. General Kane told Trump he needed to decide by 4 p.m. the following day. Aboard Air Force One the next afternoon, 22 minutes before Kane's deadline, Trump gave the order. Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck. I don't think that the Times reporting was a result of leaks. I think the administration wanted this story in the public domain. In contrast to those offensive and intemperate Truth Social posts, which were intended for Tehran, this window into pre-war decision-making was for the Americans. It shows airing of competing views, some open to dissent, reliance on legal counsel, and a deliberative process, not the impulsivity with which Trump is so often associated. There's nothing in the Times behind closed doors account of an unstable Trump, at the same time that he was playing the madman card in public.
Have you read this article that he's referencing?
No, I've just heard people talk about it.
Because it's
The New York Times article.
I feel like I have to open up because Smirkanish is making this claim that the Trump administration intentionally leaked this information out. But whenever I've heard people talk about this article, they always make it sound like, and even he was making it sound like, that BB basically dog walked Trump into doing something stupid while everyone around him was saying not to do it.
Why made it sound like that? I mean, that's literally what happened. Of course it's going to sound like that.
Well, then, but Smirkanish is saying like, well, no, obviously the Trump administration intentionally leaked this because it makes Trump look better. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
He said they both have hawkish perspectives, so he gave them an out. He's like, look, they both wanted the same thing.
Well, first of all, this is interesting because this is on MSNBC, isn't it?
I think it's on CNN.
Oh, okay.
And I might just be on CNN's YouTube channel.
No, you're right, CNN. Yeah.
I don't think Smirkanish is on TV anymore. I think he's just like their internet guy.
You'd expect the guy that posts about a whole civilization dying would be simultaneously busting up the White House furniture. But there's never been any reporting of Trump like that behind closed doors. In other words, it's not that there's a method to his madness, it's that the madness is his method. The trouble for the president is that he may have played that role too often. During Trump 1.0, the world didn't know what to expect. There was the British ambassador to the U.S. who resigned in 2019 after memos that he's written to the mother country came to light. One of which he wrote said this: "We don't really believe this administration is going to become substantially more normal, less dysfunctional, less unpredictable, less faction-riven, less diplomatically clumsy and inept." But now, writing in the Wall Street Journal, Peggy Noonan said she found the Truth Social posts horrifying, hitting a new bottom, and ineffective. The reason the madman theory worked for Richard Nixon, she wrote, if it did, was that world leaders knew he wasn't crazy, but might be tripped into extreme behaviors by an adversary's intransigence. Donald Trump plays the part of the madman every day. His head fake would be sanity. If his advisors thought this was a good negotiating tactic, give him a little madman theory, Mr. President. They really are hicks. What the Haberman-Swan reporting ultimately reveals, much like what Bill Maher saw at dinner, is that Donald Trump is capable of exactly what his critics say he isn't: patience, process, and genuine deliberation. He went around the table. He heard the dissent. He consulted the lawyers. He made a hard call under enormous pressure, and 90 minutes before his own deadline, a ceasefire materialized.
Brilliant. FDR material here, Sitch. This man is a legend.
Are
Are you buying this?
No.
I mean, I think it's persuasive. I can't tell. I can't tell if he is the madman or if he's not.
I buy what I think is true. I do think the madman theory part is 100% true. That like when he tweets out the whole they're going to destroy Iran civilization, like all that stuff is, I think, very clearly like a threat to try to get them to do what you want, to try to be like, oh, I'm just crazy. Like I'm going to make the biggest threats possible. Like this is obvious. Okay. So that part is true. But then the question is like,
does it work?
I guess what I don't buy is, okay, obviously I think the madman theory part, that's all true. But is there some sort of like greater actual military strategic planning beyond just like, I'm going to throw out some angry tweets?
Right.
That's where I'm skeptical.
When the entire team comes to him and says, "Oh yeah, this is a terrible plan," but he's like, "We're doing it anyway."
Yeah, exactly.
Is it really rational at that point?
That's not nothing. And it's certainly not the behavior of someone who needs the 25th Amendment invoked or warrants impeaching. Mr. President, here's some free advice. You don't need the Madman Act. It's no longer necessary. The real Trump, the one sitting at the head of the table in the Situation Room, is a more formidable figure than the one rage posting on Truth Social at midnight. Let the former lead. You don't need all the theater. And the results, they might speak for themselves. I want to know what you think. Go to my website this hour at smerconish.com and answer today's poll question. Does President Trump make consequential decisions based mostly on analysis or gut instinct? Joining me now is Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, Senior Associate, Dean for Leadership Studies, and the Lester Crown Professor in the Practice of Management at Yale.
Does anyone think Trump is that? Even like Trump defenders, does anyone think Trump is making things beyond a gut instinct?
Carefully calculating, thinking things through.
Yeah, I've never like even the biggest Trump defenders are like, oh yeah, it's all just like gut. I mean, they think his gut instincts are good. I think they have proven to be good at a lot of things, but
he listens to all the advisors and then decides based on his gut. That's what I think is going on.
The idea that Trump is sitting there making some sort of like weighting analysis or something is kind of like silly.
Yale University. And he's the co-author of the new book, Trump's 10 Commandments, currently a bestseller according to the New York Times, Amazon, and USA Today.
But doesn't have an audiobook, so I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it for 5 seconds. That's a New York Times bestseller, but we can't afford to do an audiobook. Pieces of fucking shit.
Professor, so many books have been written about Donald Trump, but yours is unique because you're a leadership scholar and you've known him for 25 years. So here's the question that I most want to ask you. Does he make decisions based on analysis or instinct?
He does it by a little bit of a combination of both, but more, believe it or not, analysis than instinct. He's been doing these same things for the entirety of his career, these same 10 levers, and sometimes they're delivered with in an emotional, impulsive seeming way, perhaps at a Truth Social tweet that comes out at midnight. But these are not truly impulsive. These are deliberate strategic choices.
The perception is one of impulsivity and impatience. Are you telling me he's...
Why wouldn't you prepare for the Strait of Hormuz to be blockaded if it was well thought out?
If this was analysis based,
that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
Like the most predictable outcome and you're completely unprepared for it. Like you don't have a plan B, C, and D, right?
Listen, all the analysis was going towards how to word the Truth Social post. It was not in terms of how to open the Strait or prevent them from closing the Strait or any of that stuff, right? That's not where the analysis is.
And everything just seems like just guesswork at this point.
Strategic?
He absolutely is strategic, Michael. When he divides and conquers, whether or not he doesn't like NAFTA, NATO, the Business Roundtable, whatever it is, this is something he's done his entire life. He knows that collective action is the way you counter somebody like him. Frankly, that's how a bully gets countered. He also knows that if he keeps repeating information, whether or not it's completely accurate or even completely false, is that eventually it will get traction and stick. So, you can get...
Well, that's true. That's exactly true. That's why he keeps bringing up Biden and the stolen election.
Right.
22% of the country to believe that Haitian refugees are eating their neighbors' pets. With the Ohio
Well, but that did happen.
governor, Republican, and mayor and police chief saying it's not true.
I know the way this goes.
Look, I don't believe Trump. I believe the memes. The memes were too good. It has to be true, Sitch. All those songs, they're eating the dog. They're eating the cats.
The meme theory of reality, whatever is the most memeable thing must be true.
Whatever is the most entertaining is definitely fact.
Okay. I like him.
I can tell already the way this goes. Okay, when Professor Sonnenfeld is gone and the social media floods in, they're going to say, oh, Smerconish and Sonnenfeld, they're sane washing him. What's your response?
The response is, it was Jared Kushner's idea to write the book, I admit, because he said my father-in-law is very unorthodox, but his critics and his supporters don't understand them. Waving flags, honking horns, or calling names doesn't really accomplish anything. Is that if you want to counter Donald Trump, you have to understand what devices he uses. You have to understand what's called the sleeper effect or the wall of sound, the constant machine of different ways of distracting us. That these are devices you've got to understand, and you can't counter him just by calling him a demagogue or an autocrat. Andrew Young, Reverend Andrew Young, Congressman Andrew Young, said at one of our CEO summits, you don't make any progress by calling an alcoholic a drunk. Let's get past the names and try to understand, what does he do? If you want to counter him, what does he do?
Okay, so maybe this is another tell, because we've...
Well, wait a minute. Isn't that a bad example? He's literally calling his
An
example
alcoholic, I know.
Trump is like an alcoholic. He has a problem, a very self-destructive problem. Now, if you want to help him solve that problem, you can't just yell at him and call him an alcoholic.
Right. You got to really get in there and figure out, why is he such a fucking drunk?
So is he saying this is a bad thing or a good thing that Trump is like this?
Mixed messages here, definitely.
We've all seen the Truth Social posts, open the effing Strait, you crazy bastards, or a civilization ends tonight. You've known him for 25 years. You've seen him behind closed doors. Any sign of that Donald Trump in his real life? Because, Professor, you would think you'd be hearing reports of him busting up the furniture and throwing chairs out of Trump Tower, but I don't see that.
Funny you should ask that. Backstage, he is not temperamental like this. He actually, while these impulsive moves seem like they are emotional, there in fact are deliberate strategies. This divide and conquer, for example, or the sleeper effect, repeating false information, or the constant diversions. But you point to another one, which is how he negotiates. Is he doesn't build a fire of trust. I'm an old Boy Scout. You get tinder kindling and things before you put on a big heavy log. He takes that log, smacks you in the nose. He doesn't want to build trust. He builds fear. Now, but backstage, he doesn't do that. Backstage in his office, and you see people there, like with Martha Stewart, who was often portrayed as the Queen of Mean, is the people who are there have spent most of their careers there, and they like these people, and they're pretty popular around the Trump organization or the Martha Stewart organization. And backstage, it can be very charming. I brought left of center political scientists in there and warned them, you're going to walk out of there charmed by him. Just look at Senator Elizabeth Warren. She got a phone call from him 2 weeks ago, and she was all giggly and excited about it, or the embrace of Mayor Mondami. He makes his choices. If there's somebody who has strategic value to him, he'll make friends with them. But if Rudy Giuliani or Sarah Palin are not of value to him anymore, or Kristi Noem, they become history quickly.
30-second answer. Is Jeffrey Sonnenfeld from Yale telling us that Donald Trump is actually a rational actor?
He is rational. It doesn't mean that he always makes the right choices. It doesn't mean he's going to win the geography contest at the University of Virginia or Yale or Harvard or Duke.
That's the biggest point right there. It doesn't always mean he makes the right decisions. So
yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, I don't buy the whole Trump is sundowning, he's just a crazy
thing.
But it doesn't mean that he's smart. Doesn't mean what he's doing is good or intelligent or is going to work.
Right. Or based on a reasonable cost-benefit analysis.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are areas where he's ignorant. But boy, he is not dumb. I argue with people on another network when they like to say that he's dumb. He is dumb like a fox. He's very strategic and sometimes gets it wrong and it backfires.
Can we give the mailing address in New Haven so that they can just send all the angry letters to you and to not?
Oh my gosh.
Your book is a bestseller. Congratulations and thank you.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right. What are your thoughts? I can only.
All right. Let's look
Interesting.
at Tucker.
It is interesting that he's like, the response to this is going to be so bad. Like, I guess it's on CNN. Everyone's going to be like, how dare you say that Trump is not sundowning and going crazy,
Oh, I know.
having a shit fit.
I was listening to some Pod Save America video, and they were just repeating all of the greatest hits. Everyone on the left just thinks he's got dementia and that he's a completely insane, and none of this is anything more
Right.
than madness. Yeah.
And here we are, walking them down from insane to stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're simping for Trump by saying he's dumb.
Is there much of a difference here? All right, so
Okay,
I have not seen this Tucker Carlson. I just saw that it just came out.
Right.
Tucker Carlson on the BBC. So
Let me read
fresh
this,
reacting to this.
this post here first. I do love this.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I do love this. This might be my favorite Donald Trump post.
Yeah, of all
He
time.
says-
It's the greatest.
He says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. It's because they have one thing in common.
What could it be?
Low IQs! They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone knows it too. Okay, I will say, I love the way that Trump talks about things. It's
I
like they're
know.
stupid and everyone knows it. Everyone knows. I mean, yeah, they have giant audiences that fucking hang on every word they say, but everyone knows that they're just fucking dumb.
Right. They're all hate watchers.
Yep. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. So I do agree with the end part there. That is true. They will say anything for free and cheap publicity.
You
But it
look,
is
the low IQ, you don't believe that?
Well, no, I obviously
Didn't he mention
that's true.
Candace Owens?
That is true, yes. But it's obviously completely untrue that they don't have what it takes because they're like have wildly popular podcasts. So
Mm-hmm.
they do have what it takes, unfortunately, in our terrible internet ecosystem.
Right. Well, he's obviously trying to magic it into existence.
Right, he's wish casting, yes. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. Nobody. That's why Trump is talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson. Is that like a gay reference? Like he's gay, he's hand-flailing?
It's great.
Yeah, it feels like that's like the closest thing Trump can say to calling someone gay without calling
He's
them gay.
so good about planting imagery. Like you just
He
see
is.
Tucker Carlson with his hands flailing around,
Flailing
in the
about,
air,
yeah.
wagging his finger at Trump, and
Right.
Trump laughing at him.
So she's throwing some giggle there too. Tucker Carlson giggling and hail flailing, yeah, hand flailing. Who couldn't even finish college. Did you know that? Tucker didn't even finish college? I didn't know that.
Mm.
He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Trump should have brought up the demon thing. Tucker thinks he was attacked by a demon. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man, which she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. This is the best line. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close.
I know. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
That's hilarious. I mean, first of all, let's be real, okay?
First rate comedy.
What's her-
But look at how bad that makes Candace look.
Right.
She's like so ugly. But he's like,
She's
nah,
so-
Candace is uglier.
She's so ugly that Brigitte Macron, this 70-year-old lady
Mhm.
who maybe is a man is actually more attractive than Candace Owen. Okay, I like it. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning in strength. I'm not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. These people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere
The
in the
hottest
world.
country.
In all caps, by the way. The hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald Trump.
It's so funny.
There you
I
go.
love the oh, they call up and I don't have time to return their calls, so they go nasty.
Yes.
They get nasty with me.
Even though didn't he have 20 billion meetings with Tucker Carlson or something? Like
You
3 meetings, 5
can't.
meetings, 10 meetings.
It's so obvious that Trump is not running for a third term. Come on, let's be real here. Right?
Yes.
He's like
yes.
burning everyone that would be a potential to help him out with that third term.
I mean, I am happy that Trump is I don't know if it's going to make a difference. I'm happy that attacking them, because I think these people, I think Tucker and Candace particularly are just like such toxic, poisonous people on all political discourses.
Counter
Candace
elites and counter elites.
Well, not because of that. I mean, listen, being counter elites is fine, but though they've kind of become the elites of their own movement now, right?
Yeah.
They're basically gospel, because you have Candace, who is either literally schizophrenic or just the biggest grifter on the planet. And I guess it's the same thing with Tucker Carlson. He's literally schizophrenic, hallucinating, and he's being attacked by demons, or he's just the biggest grifter on the planet. I think they're both just fucking lying grifters.
I'm talking about counter
both just
elites in the
lying grifters.
context of elite overproduction.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I got you. Yeah.
They got to fit in somewhere.
They got to find their little niche to fit into.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Did you see, this was crazy just before we go into this. I thought I had it open. Did you see that they had new information from the shooter who killed Charlie Kirk?
I saw that, but something about the ballistics didn't match. And I thought, what? That can't be true.
Well, no, they said, that was a while ago. They said they couldn't match the bullet specifically to the gun because the bullet exploded in the body, and so there just wasn't enough.
Oh, okay.
They couldn't
reconstruct. They can't get the lines on it because it's in pieces.
Right. You know that scene in The Dark Knight where Batman has the computer scan the bullet and it puts all the pieces of the bolt together, and then there's a fingerprint and it's match ID, the Joker, right? Or whatever.
They don't have that technology in real life.
Well, it turns out that technology was fictional and it's not real. And there's no magic bullet scanning machine that could just reconstruct the bullets and get the fingerprint. All right.
Yeah, it's hard to get the score lines when it's shattered into a million pieces, right?
Yes. And so that's the problem, is that Candace Owens, she saw The Dark Knight and she thought that because it was in the Batman movie that it was real technology.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. That is how she thinks.
Right. So she saw that headline. She was like, this is proof. This is proof that Tyler Robinson didn't actually shoot Charlie Kirk.
Poof.
But then we have
other evidence.
Unsealed court documents revealed never before seen text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs was his gay, furry boyfriend.
They have the note, too, the handwritten note, which is going to be pretty devastating, right?
Right. But that's probably fake. But so this is interesting, because a lot of people were claiming that, their interactions didn't make sense, or, whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Would they really say that? My love?
It's so stupid, yes.
My love.
But here's what he says. Tyler Robertson tells Twiggs that he's fucked and that there's no way of getting out of this short of his family being willing to cover for him. So in the text message, Robertson is admitting that he is going to obviously get caught because he was trying. And this is what's interesting too, is a lot of these people, they're kind of like suicidal. They don't. Okay, this guy 100% was trying to shoot Charlie Kirk and then escape and get away with it.
Yeah.
Just was not successful at obviously getting away with it part.
Seems like a dumbass.
Right. Robinson tells Twiggs a coworker to send him a photo of me on campus. He says he then admits that he plans to call the police himself to go out on his own terms, explicitly stating he had no intention of being drugged through the courts in front of the country. Well, that didn't work out the way he wanted. The full exchange from the newly unsealed search warrants. Tyler, quote, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off. This was him waiting for the police officer to leave the area where, because if he like threw his gun to the bushes or something, and then he wanted to go back and get it, but he couldn't because he was too scared to go back in the area.
Well, they were searching for him. They had search parties in the area.
Right.
Oh, hey, I left my gun over here.
Yeah, you guys mind if I just
He should have joined the search party. Because then he could go straight to the gun, right? And just put it under his jacket.
You're so right. He should have put on a police disguise and be like, oh, hey, it's me, Officer John B. I'm here to replace you. It's your lunch break. And he's the officer's like, what? I'm still on shift for another hour. He's like, no, the chief said you're so good. They wanted to give you an extra hour lunch. Here, look, I've got a nice pizza for you.
Free donuts back in the car.
Free donut. He's like, oh, wow. I'm so glad the chief has recognized my skills. And then he goes and gets the gun. Exactly. Yep. What an idiot. What a retard for not doing it. God, what a fucking dumbass.
No planning.
These
kids today, no planning at all.
No, just like the Trump administration with the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Lance says, quote, are you okay? This is Lance from the Surfs, obviously, the gay twink boyfriend. Lance says, are you okay still? Tyler says, yes. Checking the spot again now. Tyler, I'm sorry, but I think this might be it. If the way is clear,
how the fuck is he texting? What an idiot.
I know. I think this might be it. If the way is clear, I can try and come your way to say goodbye. After that, I have a spot in mind that I'll call the police to. Now, that's interesting because this makes it sound like he did, even though he wanted to get away with it, he did want to go out by like cop suicide or something. But
yeah, suicide by cop.
Yeah. Lance says, are there cops outside and why are you calling the police anywhere? Tyler said, not yet, but I have no doubt they'll be on me within the hour and I'll be giving my location up and going out on my own terms. I have no intention of being drugged through the courts from the country. Can I come see you? After that, I can call my dad and see if he's willing to help me or not. Lance, I'm just at my parents' right now. Maybe I can make an excuse and head home for a bit. Tyler, you need to do that right now. Lance, any ideas? Tyler, not for an excuse. I don't know. Tyler, for getting out of this, none short of my family being willing to cover for me. I am fucked. Lance, I'm not going to be able to leave. What's something urgent I would need to leave for? Okay. Can I just say something? Lance over here, world's worst gay furry boyfriend, right? You just found out that your boyfriend assassinated someone and the police are looking for them.
And you're creating like, all sorts of evidence and text messages.
No, not even why. And your boyfriend who just killed someone is like, hey, can you come up with some excuse to like tell your parents so that you can come meet me? And he's such a fuck up. He's like, I don't know. Can you tell me what excuse I should give them? Bitch, he just killed someone. Was running from the police. That's your fucking job to come up with an excuse. Why the fuck are you asking him? Are you like, what the fuck? He's so much a pathetic fucking person. What a joke. This Tyler fucking Robinson character, he killed Charlie Kirk for his retard, gay, furry, bipolar boyfriend who can't even concoct a bullshit excuse to like give his parents. God, this is so pathetic. It's like a cosmic dark joke.
It is. They're fucking Dumb and Dumber.
Jesus. Tyler, you could say there's an emergency at home that I need you for. Wow. So he's actually like, hey, retard, just say there's some kind of emergency. Oh, look at this. Lance, I said I'm swapping laundry, heading home now. I don't even know what that means. Tyler, nice. I will see you soon. Coworker has just sent me the still of me on campus. What is your ETA? Okay, so we have new text messages that show with 100% doubt that obviously Tyler Robinson was the killer. Now, Adam, I asked you a question.
Is it
Do
about
you
Candace Owens?
do you think that Candace Owens or Tucker or any of these fucking retards are going to be like, oh, well, I guess that proves it. I guess that actually they did kill Charlie
Fuck
Kirk.
no, they're giant grifters. They're giant grifters.
Yeah.
All they're doing, they're making money off of low IQ people, and they know it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
so of course,
sad, fucking sad.
Candace Owens, as soon as these text messages comes out, she just declares that they're all made up by the Fed, that the Fed just concocted the whole thing, right?
Fakers!
She has no way of knowing this. She just sees the text, she just reads it, she just knows. She can just sense it deep within inside her soul. She's like, oh, obviously this is all just fake information.
All right, good stuff.
No.
I got to run to the bathroom, so
You run to the bathroom.
if I miss anything,
I'll let you know.
let me know.
You tried
I'll
to
let you know what
persuade
Tucker
Donald
said.
Trump not to go to war with Iran. You met him 3 times in the run-up to February the 28th, and you spoke to him on the phone multiple times. Donald Trump now says because of this action that he has taken, the US and the American people are safer. Is he wrong?
Well, of course, that's an absurd statement. He doesn't believe it, I don't think. No, of course not. I mean, we were told after the 12-day war in June that the United States had eliminated Iran's nuclear program, and then we were told in February that somehow that nuclear program had not only been resurrected, but it had been paired with ICBMs that could threaten continental United States. I mean, the whole thing is a fantasy. The United States went to war in Iran in order to effect regime change, to throw out the people who ran the country and collapse it at the behest and then the demand of Israel. And that's a demand the Israelis have made of the U.S. government for decades, and President Trump fell for it, did it. And I think he recognized immediately that it was a mistake and that it's very hard to extricate yourself from a war like this once it has begun. And I think the net effect, and the president himself has said this, is at best to leave the regime in place, give that regime control over commodities that flow through the Straits at the eastern end of the Persian Gulf, in effect to make Iran much more powerful than it was on February 27th, the day before the war began.
On that subject of being more powerful, I mean, you will know that the president has said, because of me, Iran will now never have a nuclear weapon. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and we will dig up and remove all the deeply buried nuclear dust. Pete Hegseth said Epic Fury has decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You don't believe that? They're lying?
Well, of course, it's not true. And it also reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of Iran's power. Iran is not primarily a military power, though it's turned out to be much more effective than anyone thought. Iran is an economic power. Iran has the power to halt a critical supply chain, maybe the single most critical supply chain in the global economy, which is shipping out of the Persian Gulf. And it retains that power because of its geography. And it's always had that power. It just hasn't exercised it until now.
Okay. So this is like when someone says something and someone says something publicly live and they realize what they said is stupid, and then they spend the next like 20 seconds trying to fix it. Because he's like, well, Iran isn't a military power, they're an economic power. And you think about that and you're like, what is that?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, like, wait, okay, what does that mean? And then he's like, it's because their power comes from controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And then you think about it and you go,
well, they didn't
okay,
before we bombed them, right?
Right, but then it's like, okay, but they're not controlling it economically, they're controlling it militarily. They're controlling it because when boats go in there, they shoot at them, and people go, I don't want to get shot at. Like, yes, it's because they're militarily controlling, or not, I don't even know if they're controlling is the right word. They're militarily just causing enough chaos in an area that civilian ships don't want to go into it. It's not an economic power would be if Iran said, well, because America's attacking us, we're just not going to sell our oil anymore, and the whole world's going to implode. But that's not what's going on.
Nope.
Until now. And so not understanding that, allows you to enter into an engagement like this with the belief that you can beat them, sink their navy, destroy their air force, degrade their missile capacity, and you will somehow win. But of course, the opposite is true. There is no way out at this point from that fundamental reality. If the United States were to eliminate the central government in Tehran, it wouldn't open the Strait. The Strait could be closed by piracy. In fact, you need a central government in Tehran to keep the Strait open. And we know that from the Houthis, who were able to close the Red Sea. And many.
How are the Houthis able to control the Red Sea?
Militarily.
And how are they militarily able to do that?
Through terrorism.
Right, but who was funding them and giving them weapons? And
Oh, yeah. The economic power of Iran.
oh, the Iranian government that we need so desperately. Oh, yeah, they were the only ones that were allowing the Houthis and giving the Houthis the ability to do this. This is the same government that we need, Tucker. Oh, brilliant
It is
analysis
a giant
here.
contradiction, isn't it?
Yes, brilliant analysis. Oh,
You
my
need
God.
a government to keep those Houthis
Yes.
in line and to fund them.
Of course.
So they get out of line all the time.
Yes. I guess it's just, there's just momentum. I think
Familiarity.
it's
Yeah,
just
it's
familiarity.
momentum.
It's just momentum.
Yeah.
I've been saying for years that Tucker Carlson lies about fucking everything. And I hope now for some of the people that wanted to stick by him, they now understand that I've been right from the beginning, that Tucker always lies.
Years of war with the Gulf states, briefly with the United States, have not ended the Houthis' ability to close access to the Red Sea. They have it as of right now. So this is an asymmetrical problem. It doesn't matter.
The Houthis,
Yeah, I thought we bombed them a while back. Got rid of that problem.
okay. Right. I guess they still control it right now. Interesting.
How many aircraft carriers you have, you still can't prevent other people, your enemies in this case, from closing shipping lanes. It can be done with mines. Like this whole thing, this whole problem is very easy to understand, and you would have to be either not very bright or under immense pressure from another country in order to start a war like this. And the latter is true. We did this because of pressure from Israel. Now,
So either you're stupid or because Israel told you so. The Jews in Israel told you so. Okay.
He's not saying anything that wasn't on the Pod Save America, so
No. They're the same. Hassan and Tucker Carlson are basically the same at this point. Everything America does is evil and wrong and bad. It's even like the reason it's very interesting. You know how like in Game of Thrones, when they were changing it from the book to the show, they would change something and then they'd have to like work around that change for the rest of the show. And sometimes it would like fuck things up down the line.
yeah.
It's kind of like the same thing. Like here, Tucker has to work backwards because he wants to make this argument that America cannot militarily do anything to Iran. That's the argument he wants to make. Now, I think he wants to make that because he's probably being paid off by nefarious actors and because he hates America and he hates the West and he's in this America bad hyper isolationism, money spiral. It's essentially what he's being paid to promote, to propagandize. And so that's why he has to phrase this weird lie as like, well, there's zero military solution to this problem. When it doesn't like theoretically doesn't even make sense. Like you might not want to go through with it, but you could just kill people until you get the solution, the outcome you want. You could kill enough people to get the outcome you want. You could just destroy things enough to make it so they can never threaten ships. Now, do we want to do that? Probably not, right? But that's not the way that Tucker is framing it, because he wants to frame it like, no, the only solution here is that you have to give in to Iran's demands.
Yeah.
Iran
No.
has wizards. It's not Iran's military capability that shoots ships down. It's that they have magical wizards that live underground that cast spells and they curse the ships that cross the lines into the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah,
how exactly did they exert that
Pape
pressure?
has more reasonable arguments.
Sure. That's not entirely clear, but we're going to have to find out. I think we have an obligation to find out,
And of
because
course,
we can't be a sovereign country under these circumstances, and we're not a sovereign country at this point.
and obviously Donald
We're not a sovereign country because Israel controls us.
Trump would push right back on that. And you have been until now, really, a huge supporter of his. You wanted him elected, obviously,
Yes.
for a second term. Have you completely fallen out with him over this war, then?
Well, I haven't fallen out with him. I mean, I've known him for decades. I've always liked him. And I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not...
For all slaves to Israel.
That's hilarious. That's a good joke, though. Listen, he always liked him, especially when he said that Donald Trump was like a demon and that he was glad he lost the election. But he always liked him.
Yeah.
free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free. And we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief, and made its terms or most of its terms public. And then that ceasefire ended within 2 hours because Israel intentionally violated the terms by attacking not just southern Lebanon, but the city of Beirut.
So are you saying he's a slave to Benjamin Netanyahu?
So I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you know, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate.
Okay, wait. 2 seconds ago, he just said that Donald Trump is a literal slave. And now he's like, oh, it's not totally under control. What the fuck are we? What does that even mean? Well, he's a slave, but he's not he's like he's kind of like he's a slave on Wednesdays, right? Wednesdays and Thursdays, he's kind of slavish, but the rest of the week, he's his own man.
They have some leverage over him. It's not infinite leverage.
Well, and also this whole thing, like, I do think that, Israel had Netanyahu specifically had a lot of influence on getting Trump to the war. I think it's like, 99% probably true. But the idea that, like, oh, he's just a slave or whatever that Tucker is saying here, we already know that's not the case because what he just said is actually counterfactual. If Trump said, hey, we have some negotiation, we have some deal we worked out, and then Israel, bombs not Iran, but they bomb Lebanon, right? And that causes some sort of conflict there. You would expect if Trump was a slave or doing whatever Israel says, that Trump would just turn around and say, oh, well, the deal's off, Iran sucks, blah, blah, blah. But he's not doing that. He keeps trying to say the deal's on, we're going to keep negotiating, blah, 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 blah. Which if Israel doesn't like that, how does that not prove that Donald Trump is not a slave to Netanyahu?
I think he got Bibi to heel, too, because I believe Bibi came out with a statement saying that they were going to honor the ceasefire and do a ceasefire as well. Everyone was overjoyed.
Well, there you go. How do you...
Yeah.
Well, then doesn't that mean that Bibi is Donald Trump's slave?
That's exactly what it means. That's exactly what happened. Trump said, bitch, fuck up my ceasefire.
And again, we know this because the single biggest mistake Trump or any American president in my lifetime has made was going to war with Iran in an effort to change its regime. It didn't work. It was obviously a mistake immediately. He understood.
Wait, this is a bigger mistake than going into Iran? Than going into Iraq or Afghanistan?
Mm-hmm.
Allowing 9/11 to happen? I don't know. I feel like there's lots of other things that Tucker could point to in his lifetime other than this. We don't even know how this is going to...
Vietnam is usually the big one, right?
Right. Well, I don't know how we'll talk.
Although, how did Vietnam turn out? You look at southern and northern Vietnam, and it's pretty much night and day.
Right.
The commies fuck everything up.
He understood. Trump understood it was a mistake immediately, and he tried to get out of it this week and announced we were getting out of it, and the Israelis prevented us from getting out of it. So that's the clearest possible example.
Right.
They didn't allow it, therefore they're in charge.
You will know that people...
Look at him. He's going to fold his arms. I'm a genius.
Well, including the Vice President, J.D. Vance, say things like, look, ceasefires are always messy to start with. Give it a few days, it'll settle down. Let me move on because I want to ask you about the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was criticised by the US President. He said, this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. Do you think Keir Starmer has made the right calls in this war?
I don't think Keir Starmer makes any calls about anything. I mean, Keir Starmer's not.
Well, he did make a call about this.
Obviously. Right. Okay. No, Keir Starmer is every bit as enslaved as Donald Trump is. It is illegal. It is a crime for which you can be arrested in Britain right now criticizing Israel. If you say you're for Palestine action, you can be arrested. A lot of people have been arrested. So in other words, it is not legal in Britain to criticize another country. And that tells you.
This is like all he talks about now, isn't it? I'm surprised this is like his go-to issue.
You mean Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you think he'd be happy that because in the UK they criticize you for attacking Islam too. You think he'd be ecstatic? Oh my
Oh,
God.
you're right. Yeah. Thought he loved Islam.
He's made all these posts about like he made a post. The whole his big problem with Donald Trump's post was like, oh, I can't believe Donald Trump was attacking Islam. No president should ever insult or attack Islam. Oh,
Mhm.
I was like, what? That guy saying this? What's happening?
You know about the Swalwell drama?
A little bit of it, yeah.
Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, I do. A little bit. What does that have to do with this though?
You want to jump off this and move to Eric
You're already
Swalwell?
bored of this?
A little bit. But
about Britain's
we can-
sovereignty.
We can. I mean, he just seems like a one-trick pony to me.
Well, let's see. Let's watch a little bit more.
Okay,
It doesn't have any. Its prime minister has no sovereignty.
Mr.
Those are
Colson,
facts. I have family
that is
there.
not true. And in terms of this war, I'm specifically asking.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is not true about that?
Sorry,
have people not been arrested in Britain for criticizing Israel? They certainly have been. There's videotape of it.
If I may, Palestine Action is a proscribed group. It is banned. Therefore, people have been
Why
arrested.
is it banned?
That is correct.
Why is it banned?
I'm asking you a question specifically about Keir
It's
Starmer and the
banned
decisions
because the
he
Israeli
made
government
about the
wanted
war.
it banned.
And you will know that on
Okay,
February the
but hold on.
28th, if I may, on February the 28th, which was the day the US launched its action, the British Prime Minister told the country that he was not joining with the US because he thought it was illegal and that there was no viable plan. So clearly he made a sovereign decision, which he said was in the interests of the country. And I'm asking you, do you think he made the right call there?
Any government that bans criticism of a foreign government is not sovereign. The British government has banned criticism.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking dodger.
I
He
know.
won't even answer the question. It's insane.
They all these guys know that this is where the money is now online for these certain groups of people. Just all you do is complain about Israel and Jews, and that's it.
Well, he
That's where-
queued up with this big mistake that Trump made.
Right.
Why can't he just say, "Oh yeah, not getting involved was the right move"?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "No, this is not. They're bowing to Israel. I can't say they did the right move. Whatever they did was in Israel's best interest." I mean, Israel would love Great Britain to join in, would they not?
They would.
Yeah.
of Israel, therefore it's not sovereign. It's acting on behalf of another country to the detriment of its own citizens. So let's just be really clear about that.
The British government
Britain
has
is not
not
a sovereign
banned
country.
criticism of the Israeli government.
It certainly has by banning Palestine Action, which has nothing to do with Britain at all, or its critical interests at all. I often criticize Britain, but I love Britain. As I said, I have family there. And I don't think that Britons understand just how badly they've been shafted by the United States. And I am ashamed of that, and I hope that we will do everything we can to rectify it. I know that Keir Starmer understands that. He doesn't seem to care. He doesn't have, again, the control to do anything about it, which is sad to see. The debasement of the country is sad for me to see. But I hope that our next president strikes a far more conciliatory and cooperative tone with Britain and tries to help Britain, because it has a lot of problems that will be very obvious by the next time there's a presidential election in my country.
You have said that you have been...
Okay, this is why I don't care what your position on anything is. Tucker Carlson is a fucking despicable piece of shit liar. And if you keep listening to him and think that what he's saying is true, you get to the point where you're just fucking retarded, or you're a immoral piece of shit yourself. Because he keeps saying this lie again and again and again. You're not allowed to criticize Israel in England, which, first of all, is an insane thing to say, because we know fucking England or the UK goes on tiptoes to not offend the Muslim population of the world and in their own country. So the idea that you're not allowed to criticize Israel is a fucking joke in the UK. That's number one. And so his only evidence for this is that, well, you're not allowed to criticize Israel, is because there was one anti-Israel group that was banned in England. So therefore, he is going to lie to your face, every single person listening, and saying, because one group was banned, that you're not allowed to criticize Israel. Now, you might look and say, okay, but why, Sitch? Why was that group banned?
Yeah, that's my big
in the
question.
UK?
Did you
Right.
look it up?
That's the real question. Well, it's very simple. You might all remember the story. You might have forgotten the group and that was involved with it, but you probably remember this
They
story.
bombed some building or something.
Remember last year when there was a bunch of people that broke onto a military base and they caused $7 million or 7 million pounds of damage
I knew
to
it.
to British aircraft. Remember when that
I
happened
knew
last
it.
year?
I knew it.
And
They're vandals.
and it turned out, yeah, and it turned out that it was some anti-Israel protesters, and they were doing it because they didn't like that the UK had
It was
whatever.
Palestine now.
Right, yeah, had whatever fucking involvement they did with Israel. Well, it was this group. It was a Palestinian Action Group. They broke onto a fucking military base and they caused $7 million or 7 million pounds of damage to British military aircrafts. Okay.
Mhm.
And because of that, they said, well, fuck this group. Okay. Fuck this fucking group. And then Tucker here knows this. There's no reality. There's no world where he doesn't know this. He knows this. You can go back. I'm sure he's even reporting the story. Okay. So he knows that's true. He knows that's why they got banned. And yet he will sit here on television and lie because he's getting paid to lie. And he'll just say, oh, well, no, it has nothing to do with the fact that they broke into a military base and damaged military aircraft. It's because they criticized Israel. You're not allowed to criticize Israel. Even though I'm doing that, everyone in the fucking world is doing that constantly 24/7. You can't do it.
He lives in a fucking dream world.
He's such a lying sack of shit. He's such a despicable, lying piece of shit.
You have a low
And his
tolerance for
fucking-
liars, don't you?
His low IQ. Donald Trump was 100% right. No, actually, he was wrong. Tucker is not low IQ. His fucking retard audience is low IQ. You
Oh,
have to
yeah.
be a blubbering, drooling, room temperature fucking retard to listen to Tucker Carlson lie to you again and again and again and again, and you just keep swallowing the fucking jizz of lies that he's spewing out.
Or you blame everything on the Jews and you're like, yeah, he's speaking the truth. Based.
Even if you do think the Jews are behind it all, you still know he's lying about this.
Yeah.
The fucking, like, every time I turn on X is another story. Oh, there was some Green Party member, some person in the UK Parliament that's talking about how much they fucking hate Jews or Israel. Some crazy fucking thing. And then Tucker here's like, no, actually, you can't criticize Israel at all.
Don't these grooming gangs criticize Israel all the time? I mean, they're grooming gangs.
The real problem in the UK isn't the grooming games. No, it's the fact that this one group got banned for criticizing Israel, even though it's just for causing 7 billion pounds of damage to a fucking military aircraft. It's not the grooming gangs. Ignore that. That is totally fine. What a
He's
piece
got
of
a
shit.
serious look on.
God, he's such a lying sack of shit.
He really wants to speak truth to Israel.
Yes.
Called anti-Semitic because of your opposition to the US joining Israel in fighting this war.
Yes.
In March, senior Republican Senator Ted Cruz said anti-Semitism is being spread by loud voices, the most consequential of whom is Tucker Carlson. Republican Congressman Randy Fine called you the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. What do you say to that?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, also, the Palestinian Action people, you know that video of the person hitting the police officer on the back with a sledgehammer?
Yeah.
That was a
them?
Palestinian Action person.
Oh.
But no, again, it's just because they criticize Israel. God, if you're on the right and you listen to Tucker Carlson, you're literally a fucking retard. He's so obvious that he's just doing paid propaganda for some fucking Middle Eastern country. It's so fucking obvious.
And you're
You're an
slurping
actually
it
fucking retard, slurping retard if you can't see this. You have you would never, no one on the right would ever fucking accept this from anyone, from some lefty person defending some far left organization which is causing damage to military aircrafts and assaulting police officers. And there's like, oh, that's fine. That's totally fine, actually. No, but if Tucker Carlson says it, I guess it's fine.
Well, you left it out of the story. We only know because you looked it up.
Right.
Of course, I'm not an anti-Semite, and that's why they're calling me one, because my position on Israel has nothing to do with the religion or ethnicity of Israelis. It has everything to do with decisions made by its government that hurt my country. And so
I fucking despise with all my heart and soul that every time anything comes up that has to do with Israel, gets bogged down in this stupid fucking conversation. Are you an anti-Semite or not? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I literally don't care. Please, it's so fucking not important. I care that Tucker Carlson is lying, protecting a group of radical leftists, assaulting police officers, and damaging military equipment. That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck if he's an anti-Semite. It's the same thing with fucking Hassan. I don't give a fuck if Hassan hates Jews or not. I hate the fact that he's indoctrinating a bunch of fucking children in this country to hate the West, to hate America, to hate white people, to be fucking socialist, to hate everything our country stands for, to poison their minds. That's what I'm so sick of this fucking, oh my God, every conversation has to become, are you an anti-Semite or not? I don't give a fuck. There's worse things in the world. There's other things to talk about than the stupid anti-Semite question.
They're trying to stop World War III. Come on.
In order to avoid having that debate, the fastest and most expedient way to end it is by calling the person trying to raise it a bigot. And I just don't think that works anymore. I would say that what matters in politics and in life is what you do. I think anti-Semitism and racism of all kinds, including anti-white racism, are all immoral and anti-Christian, and I oppose them. You shouldn't judge people on the basis of how they were born, period.
Sure. And you said a moment ago, what matters in politics is what you do. You had far-right commentator Nick Fuentes on your show, who, as you know, has said Hitler was really effing cool, Hitler was awesome, Hitler was right, the Holocaust didn't happen, and said on his podcast, in his view, Jewish people are the problem rather than Israel. I know you've said you've had him on because
I disagree with that.
Right. Do you have concerns that broadcasting Nazi-loving, Holocaust-denying guests to your audience and potentially mainstreaming and normalizing those views is an issue?
Look, I've said that I disagreed with.
Why can't this fucking listen? We covered that whole thing. Fuck Nick Fuentes. He's a fucking retard, gay cowboy lover too. Okay, that's fine. Why can't this fucking retard who's interviewing him bring up the fucking Google search on the Palestinian action question? Like, well, these people, Tucker, or why
don't
are you
they fact check him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, are you supporting the fucking people violently attacking a police officer? Are you supporting people breaking into military sites and doing damage that the taxpayers have to fucking pay for? Why the fuck are you defending this action and then fucking lying about it?
Military equipment.
Yes, that's the fucking question. I don't give a fuck about Nick Fuentes anymore. Like, Jesus fucking, who cares?
This is so left coded, this whole, are you normalizing these ideas, mainstreaming these ideas? Didn't we all agree that this guy was an untouchable and that you shouldn't have him on to talk to?
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I hate that shit. But that's their belief.
With Fuentes on those questions. I don't think that you should ever judge or attack people on the basis of their bloodline. I also interviewed Ted Cruz. I tried to interview Randy Fine. Both of them have
But let me go back to the Nick Fuentes stuff.
If I may finish my answer.
Sure.
Oh, Palestinian Action was also that stupid fucking organization that damaged. Like, it never ends. They're also the stupid fucking organization that damaged a bunch of military like drones and equipment that they thought was going to Israel, but turned out it was going to fucking Ukraine.
Yeah.
So they actually were hurting Ukraine's ability to protect themselves. Okay. So I think every single person in this stupid fucking organization should be thrown in fucking jail.
Banning them was a great idea.
Yes.
Whoever came up with it should get a medal.
And I think if Tucker Carlson and other people, like these fucking people lie about terrorists and they fucking again and again and again, they should be fucking thrown in jail. Because I'm sick of this fucking shit. I'm sick of these fucking people coming on television and just lying for fucking money. It's the most despicable, disgusting thing ever. Fuck these fucking people.
Yeah. They should castrate them and throw them in a ditch.
Let
them bleed.
There you go. Exactly. Take whatever the demon didn't take already. Okay?
Interviewed both of them, or tried to interview Fine. He wouldn't, but I've interviewed Ted Cruz, as you noted. And both of them have defended the genocide in Gaza, the murder of children. And I would say that sending money to a military that murders children is a little bit more significant a moral crime than saying ugly things.
Do you think Fuentes is anti-Semitic? Do you think he is?
It sounded like it to me. I said that to him, and I said I oppose anti-Semitism, which I sincerely do. Right. And by the way, Unlike the UK, we have a First Amendment. So if I was an anti-Semite, I guess I would just say so at this point. I don't know why I would lie about it, but I oppose it. And I've opposed it in public consistently for my entire public life.
Can I ask you what you thought when you read Donald Trump's post on Tuesday in which he said, a whole civilization will die tonight?
I was horrified by it. And I was, look, as I've said, I don't think that Trump, who I continue to like, I don't think that Trump is in control. I don't think Trump is making these decisions. I know he's not, because I was present in the run-up to this. He's not making these decisions, and I feel sorry for him, as I've said. But more than Trump, anything to do with him or his future.
Tucker was the leak, Adam. Tucker was in the room when Bibi Netanyahu pulled out the PowerPoint presentation and was clicking through the slides. It was Tucker. He was the leaker the whole time.
He would have pulled out his phone and started recording.
Yes.
There's no way.
Like a Tucker's like, well, I know. I was there. I saw what was Donald Trump let me in. I was there in the meetings.
Is the effect on my country. Our leaders should not talk like that. They shouldn't. Our conflict is not with another civilization or another religion. It's with governments, at least conceptually, that do things that we don't like that are bad for us, and we have conflict over that. We can never declare war on a civilization. We shouldn't. That's immoral. What does that even mean? Does that include the children in that civilization? Of course it does.
You don't buy the argument, look, this is what Donald Trump does. I mean, you've known him for years. This is what Donald Trump does. He uses extreme language to put pressure on to get some sort of concession.
I mean, there are two levels on which to assess this. One, the practical. Second, the moral. As a practical matter, did it work? Is the Strait open this morning? No, it's not. So it didn't work, okay? Its only effect likely is to engender a generational conflict with another civilization, another religion, another part of the world. How is that good for my grandchildren? Probably not. So practically it doesn't work.
Okay.
Morally, the words you use matter, and the more power you have, the more they matter. And so to declare war on a civilization in my name is just not acceptable. It doesn't mean I hate Trump. It means that's disgusting and wrong and hurts my country, and my obligation is to stand up and say so.
You've claimed a couple of times in our conversation that Donald Trump is not in control. Many Democrats, and also some on the right, former Trump allies like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are now calling for the president's removal, with some citing the 25th Amendment, which allows the vice president and the cabinet to declare that a president is no longer able to do the job. Do you want to see him removed?
I want to see the system reformed. Once again, 2 days ago, the president...
Oh my God! Answer the fucking question.
Him, the president before him, the president before him, the president before him. All American presidents since 1963 have done substantially what Israel wanted us to do. And now it's really hurting us. And I've been aware of this for decades, and I haven't said one word about it because it's not worth the fight. But now I see our country, its economy, its understanding of itself, in the process of being destroyed because our leaders, and not just our president, our entire Congress, many of our governors, did the bidding of a foreign power. Right. And so the problem is not simply Trump. The problem is the mechanism of control that allows a country of 9 million to control a country of 350 million. What is that mechanism? I'm not sure I know the answer.
But
we need to find out what that is.
Well, as you know, as Commander-in-Chief, he could have said no to Benjamin Netanyahu. Barack Obama, other presidents have. Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
You're absolutely right. And I made that point. And you're absolutely...
He made the opposite point just a second ago. He said all presidents bend to them. It's so funny because the context of the meeting was, oh yeah, they do this all the time. We got to tell them to fuck off every time a new president comes in. And then Trump is like, well, I think it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they did, and I wish our president had, but he didn't.
So it's not the system.
And he went into a war.
Look, she caught the contradiction. She's like, oh, now you're changing your mind. What the fuck?
Right.
Well, it is the system because the last president financed the Gaza genocide. The president before him, same thing.
You've said a couple of times in this interview that you really like Donald Trump. In March, you said you'll always love President Trump, no matter what he says about you. On Thursday, he called you low IQ, a nut job,
She's got the
fool.
tweet.
Also, he suggested you should see a good psychiatrist. Are you going to continue to love him?
As I've said,
Look at this fake laugh. Totally fake laugh. Tucker knows he needs a good psychiatrist.
feel sorry for him as I do for all slaves, but I will always like him. I will say Trump is one of the funniest people I've ever met. I feel sorry for him. I think he has some great qualities. I've certainly spent a lot of time with him, and I will always like him. If he called me now, I'd take the call. I don't want anything from him.
Well, he says he says you're always calling him, and he doesn't pick up anymore.
Yeah, there's the laugh.
I think
we got
that's
the
not
laugh.
True. You can check my phone records, but I'm sure NSA already is. I'm not defensive about it.
What do the splits in the MAGA movement that we see now, former Trump allies like yourself, on the front foot criticizing the president and the action he's taken, what do they mean for the future of MAGA?
I think MAGA as a movement was never clearly defined, probably for a reason. There was no real platform in the Republican convention in 2024. That was, of course, by design. And so I think the movement is whatever Donald Trump says it is. I think that's the definition. I don't know another. He turns 80 in June. So this is not a movement that's going to, persist through the generations, I wouldn't think, since it's based on one man. But the idea that the U.S. government should act in the interest of its own population, or that any government should act in the interest of its own population, is a kind of core tenet of democracy. In fact, that's the definition of democracy. The people rule. And I think that will long outlive all of us, I hope, because it's the only form of government that makes inherent sense.
I wanted to ask you about the Melania Trump press conference, very unusual, where she denied connections to Jeffrey Epstein and said that any claims linking her and him need to end today. What do you think is going on there?
Strictly speaking, I don't know what's going on there. I know the White House communications staff had no idea she was going to.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with Tucker.
Do. Yeah.
We can move on to the next thing.
Tucker's terrible, isn't he?
This fucking lying sack of shit.
On camera, one woman's jaw-dropping escape from the back of a Michigan police cruiser. Watch her wriggle through that window, hands cuffed behind her back.
Damn. Oh my God, this is live.
She briefly pauses, then out comes one leg.
They don't even see.
With both legs out, she takes off running.
Look. Look. Y'all seen it live.
The fuck?
This is live.
The escapee gone, the camera pans over, showing officers gathered around that white truck, seemingly none the wiser.
They didn't see this, bro.
An officer approaches, appearing to notice the camera, then looks in that open window. He circles the SUV, the suspect nowhere to be found.
Oh my God.
How
embarrassing. Okay.
This might be good.
Mm-hmm.
She's got some good technique there, right?
Right.
This might be useful information for people. I just thought this would be a good PSA.
CNN has new exclusive.
Okay, Swalwell. You have a take on Eric Swalwell?
All I saw was he was accused of doing bad things, and then he made some video where he's like, I didn't do the bad things.
Okay,
And I was
well,
like, I don't
this
know
is
what the fuck's going on
this
here.
is the racy accuser. So
Okay.
get ready. This is super
ready.
salacious. I think he's running. He's running for governor, right? Governor of California. This could be our next governor.
Well, he's a rep right now. He's a California rep.
Yeah. Oh God, this guy is the worst.
It says an hour ago he suspended his bid to run for governor.
Oh,
over
really?
Sexual misconduct allegations.
So it's over. We're going to get to hear some salacious stuff
Okay,
here.
I'm ready.
Exclusive reporting about Congressman Eric Swalwell. The Democrat is running for California governor, as you know. He's been facing rumors on social media about sexual misconduct allegation that he has denied. CNN's Pamela Brown and her team have spoken with 4 accusers, including a former staffer who went on camera to share her story. A warning, you're about to hear some disturbing and graphic details. Here's Pamela Brown's report.
Should we tap out?
I don't know.
What's your trigger level?
Come
on, we want to hear the salacious shit.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Warning.
Okay.
The Chiron says former staffer says reps Eric Swalwell raped her.
Wow. Okay.
Look, they're going full bore. They didn't even say grape. What's going on here?
Report.
I kept figuring out ways to blame myself. I shouldn't have reached out to him at all. I should have left. I should have done this. Well, Eric shouldn't have raped me.
This Capitol Hill staffer is coming forward for the first time on camera to talk about her experience with Congressman Eric Swalwell. He is now a leading Democratic candidate for governor of California.
Let's get together. Make the biggest wave this state has ever seen.
Swalwell was in his
It's always these Democrat feminists, right? Oh my God.
late 30s and married when she joined his office as an intern and became a junior staffer. She's speaking in shadow as she fears professional consequences.
It was in 2019. I was, again, driving him to an event. This was my job.
And you were 21 years old.
And I was 21 years old. We see some sort of parking lot, and he says to pull over. He pulls out his penis and instructs me to give him oral sex. And I started to. Again, I felt incredibly uncomfortable, and I stopped.
Why would you do that? Why would you just not say, fuck you?
Because she felt uncomfortable, Adam. Okay.
So as soon as you feel uncomfortable, you start sucking.
I mean, that's not
that's
what
how
you
you
do
deal?
when you're uncomfortable. You don't immediately have like a dick sucking
I
reflex.
fucking chop that shit off. I say, get that fucking thing out of my face. What is this? What is this? He pulled his dick out and I felt obligated. What?
Is that how it works? You just pull your dick out and you're like, well, was a dick
Evidently,
out, I guess.
look, evidently I'm doing it all wrong here.
Jesus Christ.
This is like insane. But look, he was my boss. He gave me a direct order. What the
Right.
fuck is this shit? Ladies, what is this?
When was this supposed to have happened?
She said 2019.
So this is after Me Too? Come on. What's going on here? What is
I
even
believe
happening?
I believe she said 2019. She was driving him here. We'll back it up a little.
Jeez.
Make sure we got the right date.
And I
office as an intern and became a junior staffer. She's speaking in shadow as she fears professional consequences.
It was in 2019. I was, again, driving him to an event. This was my job.
And you were 21 years old.
And I was 21 years
2019. Holy shit.
Okay. How? Yeah. What the fuck?
After Me Too.
After Me Too. Come on. What's happening here?
Look, he pulled out his dick. What the fuck?
old. We see some sort of parking lot, and he says to pull
He's like, pull over in that parking lot. I want to ask you a question.
over. He pulls out his penis and instructs me to give him oral sex.
Instructs her. What?
And I started to. Again, I felt incredibly uncomfortable, and I stopped, and I said to him, this feels really uncomfortable, and anyone could see us right now. And he said to me, you're right. It's probably not good for a congressman to be caught with his pants down.
Swalwell calls her allegations false. His campaign responded earlier to vague accusations on social media related to his behavior with staffers.
Did you ever behave inappropriately with female staffers?
No, it's false. And also, some of the allegations I've seen.
I don't believe him. Do you? This doesn't. He looks dead inside. He looks like a mannequin.
Which is that we've had NDAs in the office. There's never been an allegation, and there's never been a settlement. And I will also just take stock that look, we're 27 days before an election starts.
Did he ask you to send him lewd photos?
Yes.
And did he ever send lewd photos?
Yes. He would send short Snapchat videos of him rubbing his penis through his pants while on the airplane.
The staffer says she liked Swalwell's attention at first and nervously went along with it, which included sending back nude photos of herself. But in September 2019, she says she and some friends met up with Swalwell. After a night of heavy drinking, she says she woke up naked with Swalwell in a hotel room with no memory of what happened.
He Bill Cosby'd her.
Oh
Holy
my God.
shit.
Well, that's crazy. I mean, if that's true, that's insane.
5 of us were having some drinks. At some point, it was time to go home. I got in an Uber. I was taken to the Aloft Dublin Pleasanton where he was staying. And I don't remember what happened that night. But I know that there was sexual contact, because when I woke up in the morning, I could feel that there was. And he said as much, too.
What did he say?
That last night was great. It didn't feel great to me because I didn't remember it.
And so you blacked out and you end up in his hotel room and wake up with him.
Yes.
She says another incident occurred in 2024 after this event in New York, where Swalwell gave a speech.
Some of us.
2024. That's like not that long ago.
Okay, listen. I've never drugged someone and then raped them. Okay.
Right. Well, good for you.
I know. It's a very high bar these days. But if you drug someone and then rape them, would you be like the next day, like, oh, that was great? I don't know. It just seems a weird reaction
Yeah.
to the situation. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Strange.
This might be a regretful sex situation, and she's
Maybe,
spinning it
yeah.
into rape. I'm not
There's a
I'm
little
not exactly sure.
unusual. Or like one of those situations where like the person, they get blasted themselves, right?
Oh, of
And
course,
then
yeah. No,
they're
this
like, oh,
woman
I
is a fucking
don't remember
drunk.
what happened.
This
Yeah,
woman is like a drop down.
I don't know.
drunk.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because obviously, yes, if he spiked her drink, then this guy should go in prison forever, right?
Yeah,
But it's a little bit of a weird reaction.
yeah, no.
Are working hard on Capitol Hill.
At the time, she no longer worked for Swalwell's office.
I decided to ask him to meet me for a drink. And
Again? What the fuck?
She's like, oh yeah, he raped
Wait,
me
wait,
in
wait.
2019, but in 2024, I was like, let's go have some drinks.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait. So this is after she's claiming that she was drugged by him and raped, and then he's like, "Hey, we should have some more drinks." And she's like, First of all, she still works for the guy, okay? And then secondly, she's like, "Oh yeah, definitely."
No, she.
What?
I don't think she works for him anymore.
No, but at the time, at the time,
Yes.
this is going on.
Yeah. Look, and she heavily implied that he drugged her, but I don't think she came right out and said, "Oh yeah, he drugged me."
Well, okay, that was the implication. I don't remember. I
Yes.
just went there and I don't remember what happened, and I woke up. Like, well, how else would that happen if you were not
I don't
drugged?
remember.
Okay.
After I
Yeah.
drank my 17th martini, I was
After Eric Swalwell pulled out the Cuban laser beam that makes you
Yeah.
pass out when they shoot you in the head with it.
I did this because I was so far removed from what had happened in 2019. I felt safe because I was established. I had a partner.
oh my God.
This
I had
is
a
like
boyfriend.
This is like
5
crazy.
years later.
felt more secure that I could have a strictly professional relationship with this person. After that bar closed, we went to another. I went to the bathroom and I don't remember anything after that.
You don't remember anything?
I remember the next day, I can see flashes of that evening of him on top of me pushing him off, him grabbing me. It was a lot more aggressive. It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no. In my flash that I can recall, I was pushing him off of me saying no.
And what did he do?
He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next.
So she doesn't remember anything about the night except that she said no. She remembers that one detail, the most important detail. She remembers that, but she doesn't remember anything else.
This is so bad. This is so salacious too. CNN is just like destroying this guy.
This really sounds like to me that she was cheating on her boyfriend, with her
Yeah.
boss. And then the boyfriend finds out, and then she's like, "Oh, no, I wasn't cheating on you. I was drugged
And raped.
and raped. You can't be
Yes.
mad at me. How dare you be? If you're mad at me, you're victim blaming. I'm the
Yeah,
victim here.
exactly.
This is ridiculous. This sounds ridiculous.
She probably can't. She probably turned
sorry.
out pregnant, and they still don't
Yes.
know who the father is.
Next morning.
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room. I, for a moment, didn't even know I was in his hotel room. That's how intoxicated I was. And I called my mom, the only person I could think that.
She doesn't ask, like, how many drinks did you order? How many drinks did you
Yeah, like, what
have?
the fuck?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
You were out bar hopping. Look, I get they can't do that because that's victim blaming, right? After the whole Me Too thing, you can't really interrogate this person. You just have to listen and believe.
Can I ask you a question? Did you think it was a good idea to get completely massively shit faced
Yeah.
with the guy who raped you?
Plastered. Your
Yeah,
first
did you think that was a
interaction
good
with
idea?
him, he pulled over in a random parking lot and shoved his penis in your mouth. Do you
Right.
think hanging out with this guy,
And
bar
then
hopping is a great idea?
and then he supposedly drugged you and raped you. And then he asked you out for drinks and you're like, yes.
I
What the
thought
fuck is this story?
this was years later.
Yeah.
I felt very established. I
Oh,
thought I
oh,
could
yeah.
meet with my rapist. And look,
Yeah,
he
yes.
promised me he'd given up raping people. He promised me he wasn't raping anyone anymore.
When I was ordering my 8th shot of whiskey, I thought
know.
this is a response. Once we were drinking so fucking late at night that the first bar closed and we
I
had
know.
to go find
We
a
had to go-
second bar, I was like, wow, obviously this is a smart decision to make.
It's
Like,
so
what the
bad.
fuck is this? This is
It's so
insane.
bad. It's so bad.
This is crazy.
Swalwell's
Oh
a
my
Democrat
God.
too. This is California politics, though.
He's
They
gonna
don't want
get
this
yeah.
guy.
No wonder listen and believe. Listen
They're
and believe.
queuing up.
Yeah.
They're queuing up. Someone's going to come in and get this gubernatorial thing.
Could help me.
Her mother confirmed her account in an interview with CNN. CNN also reviewed screenshots of texts she sent to a friend, saying she was, quote, sexually assaulted by Eric. She also shared this note from a physician's assistant, calling her a, quote, survivor, after she went to get tested for STDs 1 week later.
Why do you feel like it's so important to speak out now? When I found out there were others.
Well, here's the question. Okay, and I always had this like was weird about the whole situation. If you have two people and they both get insanely drunk. Like obviously if someone enters into a situation where they're like, okay, my goal here is to get this person so drunk that they will like not be able to
That they'll do anything. Yeah.
yeah, they'll either do anything or they'll not be able to have sex. Like, because it'll be a past out. Like, obviously, that person's a criminal, 100%, right?
Right.
But if we have two people, say that that's not the case. You have two people that just in a situation, they're both of their own free will getting fucking blasted, and they're at the same level of drunkenness, right? They're going to blow comparable levels on the little,
Yeah.
breathalyzer thing, right? And then they
Many
have sex.
situations have happened
Right.
exactly like
Right,
that.
and then they have sex, and then afterwards, one person's like, "Well, I didn't want to have sex." Like, how is it really the other person? If they're both so inebriated that they can't be held liable for a response, they're just but they can't consent. Then shouldn't that also apply to the person who was
The
like the
rapist?
man in the situation? Like, shouldn't that also apply to the man situation?
Sitch, you
'Cause you're-
don't know how the modern feminist movement
It
works.
doesn't make any
okay?
sense. They're like, listen, you both got so fucking wasted that this person doesn't remember or can't consent. Like, if the man's like, well, I don't even remember having sex either. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, what the fuck? It just seems crazy.
Personal responsibility is not on anyone's radar in this conversation.
Well, no, the personal responsibility is always on the man at all times, I guess.
Yeah.
You can get so fucking wasted with a person that you accuse of sexually assaulting you that you go to 2 different bars. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Dying to know what they were drinking. Were you drinking hard alcohol? Were you drinking beer?
Now, Swalwell has a wife, right? So he's a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. Even if he doesn't
He's got a wife and like 14 kids.
right? Even if Swalwell is just a fucking retard who is not, intentionally raping women and just getting drunk and then fooling around, like he's still an immoral piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. He's cheating on his wife and ruining, his relationship. He's got kids and all this other stuff.
Well, and he seems like a massive liar. Wasn't he the guy
he's
that
a politician, so
caught with the Chinese spy? Isn't he the Chinese spy guy?
Is he?
I think he is.
Look, maybe. That makes sense, right?
Fuck yeah. Easy target, right?
Yeah, look at
The
that.
Chinese are like, this guy rapes like 6 women a week. Holy shit. We can get right in there.
Yeah, there you go. Swalwell was targeted by a Chinese intelligence operative named Christine Fang. Or
Yeah.
Fang Fang, who engaged in fundraising and placed
Fang
an
Fang.
intern in his office. Yeah, okay, it was him.
So she went in as an intern.
Yeah,
They totally know. They're like,
they
look, this
know.
guy fucks all the interns.
Right.
We get any information we want out of him.
There you go.
This retard. All right.
Who might have been impacted by Eric in different ways. I realized I couldn't be scared anymore because that is how he keeps us quiet. The fear, the shame.
In addition to this former staffer, 3 other women who spoke with CNN also alleged sexual misconduct by Swalwell. One said he kissed her and touched her without her consent. 2 of the women said he sent them unsolicited explicit messages or nude images of himself, something the others say Swalwell did with them as well.
But none of them sucked his dick in a parking lot. They all managed to avoid that humiliation, right?
How fucking retarded do you have to be? You're a politician. First of all, I mean, how retarded are you to send unsolicited dick pics? That's so low IQ. Number one. Okay. But then you're a fucking politician in office doing this?
I know.
Fucking dumb.
Well, they get off on the risk. It's just super high risk.
That must be it, because it's so fucking stupid. There's no other explanation.
I guess Swalwell knows how many girls will suck your dick if you pull out your dick in front of them, right? He knows how many are going to say no and how many are going to say yes.
Because like you would think that, because you're like, well, he did it, so obviously it's a work.
He's done the statistical analysis.
Right, but I'm not sure. There's so many guys that do weird shit with women, and you're like, that never works, and they keep doing it. And you're like, what is happening?
Okay, so he's like, maybe he's got a good average. I don't know.
I mean, I listen. It would make sense. He's a politician. He's famous. He's a decent looking guy. Like I could believe it. Like I would definitely believe.
I mean, you got to at least ask first, right?
Right.
Would you mind if I?
Well, no. Listen. He's learned from our president. You just grab him by the pussy, right? And if you're famous enough, they just let you do it.
God, he hates Trump, though. Obviously,
that's why he hates Trump. Because more women let Trump grab him by the pussy unsolicited than him. He's keeping track here. Okay.
It's complete jealousy.
Exactly. Professional and sexual jealousy.
This message where he commented on her photo and wrote, quote, "That swimsuit," with an expletive. "You like it?" She responded, "Yes, very much like."
Wait. You got to read the whole thing. Okay. So the text is "that swimsuit fuck," which she sent him. She sent him the picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was this a public picture? Hold on.
Consent.
Yeah,
2 of the women said he sent them unsolicited explicit messages or nude images of himself, something the others say Swalwell did with them as well. One shared this message where he commented on her photo and wrote, quote,
okay, so so CNN doesn't do the due diligence like, well, how did he get the photo?
Yeah.
It's different if it's like she posted a public photo
Facebook.
versus no. She sent him some sexy photo, right? And then he responds and says that swimsuit fuck, and then she says, "You like it? I had to go hang out at my friend's pool and it was so hot. How are you?" Okay, obviously this person is flirting with him, like 100,000%. Sending him sexy photos is like, oh, you like that? Yeah.
Totally.
Like, what the fuck is this? This is so stupid.
Quote, "That swimsuit," with an expletive. "You like it?" She responded, "Yes, very much like," he wrote. In a statement to CNN, Swalwell said, quote, "These allegations are false and come on the eve of an election against the frontrunner for governor. For nearly 20 years, I have served the public as a prosecutor and a congressman and have always protected women."
There is another me out there. There is another.
Listen, when I pulled my dick out, I was protecting women at that moment. When I said to the person working for me, hey, let me whip my dick out here in the parking lot, I was protecting the women at that very moment. When I was taking this woman from bar to bar, cheating on my wife as she was getting plastered at that moment, I was protecting women. Because if it wasn't for me, then maybe someone else would have taken advantage of her. It's better me than some stranger, right?
Yeah. She's about to tell us how there's another woman out there. She's actually sober.
They're a young girl who dreams of working in this field and believes in him and could fall into this trap.
And that's why you're speaking out.
Yeah.
You want to protect others like you when you were young.
No one protected me. Sorry.
Oh my God.
No one protected me, and I don't want someone else to suffer because I know what I know.
You know, her mom was probably in her ear.
And
all
Pamela
the time.
Brown
Oh,
joins
no,
me
that's
now.
a terrible
Pamela.
idea. What are you doing?
Right, yeah. Don't, hey, how about you don't get drinks with a guy that you think raped you? That's so much drinks that you're fucking like can't even stand up straight. Maybe that's a bad idea. No, stop trying to live my life, mom.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly
Yeah.
what was going down.
Unbelievably intense in terms of that conversation. What else do we know about how the campaign's been responding? I mean, obviously he's running for governor. He's a member of Congress. This is unbelievably striking.
The reporter's like very sad. She knows it's all fucking bullshit.
Yeah, he is under mounting pressure to withdraw from Democratic leaders. His campaign is unraveling since these allegations came to light today. And Congressman Swalwell, for his part, posted this video defending himself, particularly against the sexual assault allegations. So I want to watch what he posted to social media.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations, and I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past.
Oh my
but
God.
those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize.
So he's saying that he 100% did cheat on his wife, but listen, it was consensual, so you know it's fine.
Yeah.
In the past, bitch, this was like 2 years. This was like a year ago. This was like 2 years ago. Oh, so long ago. I made mistakes. What the fuck?
Forever. It's between me and my wife, who knows I'm a low-life scum that can't stop cheating on her.
I know, Jesus.
It's bad because he has a bunch of kids too. Imagine that.
I know.
Mommy, why does daddy keep fucking the nanny? Well, I don't know, son. Daddy
Deeply
can't
for
help
putting her
himself.
in this position. I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public as a city councilman, as a member of Congress, and as a prosecutor who went to court on behalf of victims, particularly on behalf of sexual assault victims. That's who I am and have always been.
Oh my God.
This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends. And I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support. And I look forward to updating you very soon.
He's such a phony.
And a lawyer for Swalwell sent two of the women CNN spoke with cease and desist letters on Thursday. That was a day after CNN first reached out to his campaign to request comment, according to copies of the letters that they provided CNN. The women, now the letters called the women's accounts false, ordered them to retract their statements, and warned of potential legal action if they continue to speak out. The women stand by their accounts to us. Laura.
Pamela Brown, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The political fallout, it has been swift. House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi is encouraging him to drop out of the race for California governor, saying any...
Okay.
We just got past the steamy stuff.
Jeez. I didn't know anything about the accusations, but that sounds so fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, that sounds so bullshit to me. That sounds so much like she was cheating and she regrets it now. And she's just being a fucking irresponsible retard, getting fucking wasted with her boss. And then she's like, oh my God, he totally raped me.
Sitch, are you doing the what was she wearing thing?
I'm doing the what was she drinking thing. Okay. Like the idea that you could just like, oh yeah, let me go this guy who I think sexually assaulted me. Let me just get so like massively shit-faced. What the like I'm so I don't know. Maybe some of this is just me. I've had lots of alcohol. I've drank lots of alcohol. I've never been in this place where I'm just like, I'm gonna just get blackout drunk and it's totally fine. I have no personal responsibility whatsoever. Like I've just never experienced it.
In my experience, if two people are getting blackout drunk together, I mean, they generally know what's coming.
Yes.
They're like, okay, this is gonna be fun.
Why else would you be doing this? Why else would you meet? Like, I've been in. I don't think I've ever conceived of a situation where a man and a woman, right, or two gay men or two gay women would be in a situation where, like, hey, let's just get like completely shit faced,
and have a completely platonic relationship.
And then after we do that, we're just gonna like cuddle in bed and go home. Like, or we're just gonna go our separate way. Like, no one thinks that. That's insane. That's an insane thought process. Ladies, if you're listening, and some guy is like, hey, let's not like, oh, let's like, a friend of yours says, hey, let's like get a drink and like catch up, right? Like, that's fine. But if some guy's like, hey, like, let's just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink, and you don't think that it's gonna try to be like something sexually in the night, you don't know what the fuck. You get out of there. You're a fucking retard. That's obviously what's happening.
Nobody can say that. That's the most sensible thing in the world to say, but none of these people can say that because that's like evil and wrong. How dare you? How dare you?
I mean, yeah, but then you get in a situation too where it's like, 2 drinks, 3 drinks in, she could be like totally down to fuck, right? And it's like, well, I don't know. She's like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah.
Who knows what happened?
Yeah.
It's so dumb. The whole thing is, this is retarded. I know anything about it. This case is retarded. But whatever. Live by the woke, die by the woke, right?
All right, one more thing.
Okay. Oh, God.
That
no!
is bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, we got a lot going on. Ezra Klein's article came out as well. This is me being a chud-ass loser. Doesn't change the reality that, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, and I felt like a disturbance in the force. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, felt a disturbance of the force, looked at my phone, boom, right there. The king of liberals, Ezra Mother Klein, the king of liberals, wrote an article defending me, saying I'm not
He doesn't. The title of the article, which has been changed,
an anti-Semite, and then the king.
The title of the article, the original title before it was changed, Hassan Piker is not the enemy. Oh my God.
Well, first of all, I know that like usually the title's written by someone else, not by the author of the piece, but still, Ezra Klein, you stupid, smarmy, twinky little retard. Okay, like this is Hassan and Hassan's friends were just ruthlessly attacking Ezra Klein for months and months.
Over his book, his abundance book, right?
Over the abundance book, right?
Yeah.
And this dumb fuck over here is like, let me
give me more.
Defending Hassan. I'm into this. Maybe he is into it. We do know that Ezra Klein won the fuck ContraPoints, so maybe he's also into
No, that's not Ezra Klein. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chris
You're
Hayes.
right. What am I saying? That was Chris Hayes. I just in my mind.
Chris Hayes is a chaser.
Smarmy white left wing.
They're all the same.
They're
all the same.
Right. So maybe that's it. Maybe Chris Hayes is the chaser. Maybe Ezra Klein is into sadomasochism. Right? Maybe that's what he likes.
Now I sent you this article. So
I didn't read it. I didn't even see it.
I read it. It's really, it's not that great an article.
Well,
I just
obviously,
think the Hassan reaction is hilarious.
Okay, they changed the title now. The title now says, "This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan."
Right. Yeah.
That's an interesting change.
Well, and defining Hassan Piker as like a liberal
is retarded. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit.
That the New York Times changed the title from Hassan is not the enemy back on the list, big dog. Wait, what did they change the title to? Because that was a good title. Hassan Piker's not the enemy. President level motion for this base king currently streaming it's a concession by Klein. Beware of libs in sheep's clothing. I don't care. That's a good thing. You have to. This is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan. Okay, that's a fine title as well. But that's good. You guys don't understand how politics works. I don't think you should understand how politics works. This is how politics works. This is a good thing. Okay, this is absolutely a good thing. This is a healthy thing. There's healthy friction existing in the Democratic Party. They probably would have done a better job if they just like never addressed this issue and just like kept people like ourselves on the sidelines. But they chose to fight this battle over a pivotal race, Abdul al-Sayed's race, and won. I think that's
what's so pivotal about his race. I don't even know who this fucker is, and I don't care about Mamdani. Like New York can fucking
he's some other
do what the
Mamdani
fuck
like commie that they want. He wants to
do whatever the fuck they want. If these people want to destroy their cities, go for it. I got my own city destruction to worry about.
Exactly.
It's fantastic because it's fantastic for two reasons. Okay, number one, it gave much needed media attention to this Michigan Senate race that Abdul wasn't getting because he's a phenomenal candidate. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this
Michigan Senate. Go fuck. Oh wait, we have Michigan fans. We love you guys.
Is a healthy conversation to have. It's healthy friction that is taking place in the Democratic Party. I'm going to be talking about all of this and more. But first, personal news wise, I'm in a pretty goddamn good mood. I got the coveted folks tweet from Dave Weigel. Okay, he's joking, obviously. But like, I hate. But this will do numbers with lib moms. By the way, I know there are white wine moms in the countryside that are gonna see this and lose their minds and be like, why can't every Democrat talk like this? This is exactly what we need right now. Because this is how I feel. And this is the real me. When I'm up, that's the real me, you know?
I believe they mentioned in the article that he says America deserved 9/11 and stuff like that. I am curious how that's gonna play with the wine moms, the Democratic wine moms. They probably are in favor of America getting the 9/11 treatment now.
I don't know about that. I think the wine moms are
Look, a lot of people hate America as much as Hassan does now. It's like the brainwashing. They're so disgusted by the fact that Trump is president. They're like, you don't think that crazy wine mom that does the podcast and has been on everything now would say that America did deserve 9/11?
Maybe if they're a Candace Owens fan, yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Maybe. So that guy that he's supporting is losing in all the polls.
This Senate race is so important. We got to get a commie in there in Michigan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't have any good timestamps on this, so we can just read some super chats. I just figure you needed to know that Ezra Klein cucked out. I'm sure Chris Hayes would have cucked out just as well. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll read this little bit of this article here. So let's see. Here's some of the article.
Do
what does
up.
Ezra's fucking retard making defense for Hassan say here? This brings me to the more. I'm just gonna jump around. I'm not gonna read the whole thing.
Yeah, go for it.
This brings me to the more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hassan Piker. They say leftist, not communist, but whatever. At least they didn't say liberal. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer. I don't like that they say leftist because even though that is true, that is a true statement. He is a leftist. Does the average New York Times reader know what the fuck a leftist is?
No, they think they don't know the difference between equity and equality. Come on.
Right.
They think leftist just means someone on the left, which it's defined in the dictionary as someone with left-leaning politics. It's not defined as socialist, so yeah, they hide. They totally hide. They should just call them socialist.
This is a category error because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But pick over Piker's years of streaming and you can find offensive things he said, among them that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, and that liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Okay, listen, those are good. I mean, they don't talk about the dog shocking or the supporting October 7th, but I mean,
they should.
Right, yeah.
Lying about shocking his dog.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why don't they bring that up? Listen, now we'll get the wine mobs. You think the wine mobs, they're like, listen, we're fine with him saying America deserved 9/11, but shocking his dog? Now he's gone too far.
That would sink his ship pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. Quote, streamer has said offensive things, end quote, isn't really a news story. Okay, well, that's really downplaying the situation. But then Abdul al-Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democrat Senate primary in Michigan, just say fucking socialist, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand, and shun Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, that was in a quote, to send a letter to El Said demanding details on how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, said Piker reflected, quote, the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. If this article just becomes about Hassan being an anti-Semite, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, Adam. Okay. I'm going to fucking lose my goddamn mind if we can't talk about it. Hassan or these fucking retards without not becoming a, well, are they an anti-Semite? Jesus Christ.
It's your favorite thing. It's your favorite thing. This is the political controversy now. It's like, are we, it's like, are we talking about Israel? Is the person an anti-Semite? That's like the if-then of politics now.
There's so much, like Hassan not liking Israel is literally, I don't know, bottom 50 of like reasons why he's terrible.
Right.
Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representative Ro Khanna and Alexander Ocasio-Cortez already had. Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin said they wouldn't. I mean, I think that's a stupid question to ask because I think you can go on the people's show. The question is just like, well, are you going to go on the show and just like buddy up to them? Or are you going to like, criticize them? Like, that's the real question. Not, are you going to talk to them?
The Democratic and the left are just obsessed with platforming. That's their whole fucking ideology.
Yeah.
To platform or not to platform.
I think there's rather a lot wrapped up in this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with writer Aaron Rungenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionism to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethnostates. I mean, okay, he's pushing it back, but I feel like it's very passive, the wording here. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. How dare you say that? What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideologies hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Yeah.
They left the I think
true.
out of there. Out of that quote.
That's very, oh, okay. Yeah, but that's
that quote is in our
song,
the Hitler one. Go ahead.
Oh, the I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I think.
The terrible thing about Hitler was that he tried to kill all the Jews, I think.
It wasn't that he invaded all the other countries. It's just that he killed Jews. Exactly.
I love how the article just completely sane washes that incredibly crazed quote.
Right. Well, no, they weren't quoting him at that point. It's Ezra saying that. Ezra says, what made the Nazis notable, wasn't their support for an ethnostate. It was that it was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. So he's kind of,
Oh, okay.
So he's not quoting Hassan.
I thought he was quoting him.
No,
I thought he was still dropping quotes, bad quotes that he had done.
But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He also has said, quote, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power cause. As resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat, end quote. He called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, hate crime. He's promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who's Jewish, blah, blah, blah. This is why, the whole like, oh, he's just hates Jews is such a stupid line of attack. Because then it's like, well, he's made a bunch of comments where he's not hating Jews, so therefore you can just dismiss all the other criticism, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ezra says, I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He is an anti-Zionist. And here I think the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and reality of Israel. I almost wish Israel never existed just to prevent this stupid fucking issue, okay? Ezra Klein, I want to just I wish I could talk to him and just shake him and say, you stupid, dumb fuck. If you think that the real issue here is fucking Israel, you are a fucking retard. I don't give a fuck about Israel. Most people in the country don't give a fuck about Israel. That's not what's important. What's important is that you have a huge chunk of the youth in this country becoming fucking communist and fascist. Who gives a fuck about Israel? Okay, we have to care about the politics in fucking our country. You thinking that this and the thing is, it's Ezra completely falling into the trap of Hassan's framing, because that's what Hassan says. That's what Tucker Carlson says. That's what all these fucking people who want to turn America into some sort of third world shithole with a third world way of thinking, who hate, liberal democracies and hate Western democracies and hate America.
Hate capitalism.
You hate capitalism. This is their framing. This is the fucking trick they use. They say, they just don't like me because I don't like Israel. They just use this magic fucking spell of Israel to kind of completely get rid of any sort of criticism whatsoever. And Ezra Klein, like the dumbass that he is falling right into this trap and saying, well, it's really just about fucking Israel.
Yeah.
A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathize with Palestinians than with Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathize more with Palestinians and 17% more with Israelis. The difference, as I've argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view Israelis as more sympathetic, but among Americans aged 18 to 34, 53% sided with Palestinians and 23% with Israelis. This is new, but 2023 young people Democrats were more likely to side. Before 2023, the young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. Yeah, because all the kids are being fucking indoctrinated by TikTok nowadays. That's great. And people like Hassan. This is not the result of an international slap or profession of memes. Okay, that's literally what it is, but continue, Ezra. That the Israel that young people know is not the Israel that old people remember. They responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control more than half the territory and hurting Gazans more than 2 million people into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. Israel has made hopes for a two-state solution, fanciful by slicing the West Bank into Israel. Okay, is this whole rest of the article just about fucking Israel? Let's see. Next paragraph. Israel. Next paragraph. Israel. Next paragraph. Israel.
Because they're trying to save the Dems, and they think none of the kids are going to vote for the Dems. No one's going to vote for the Dems because of Israel, because they're soft on Israel. Until the Dems stand up to Israel, Republicans are going to continue to win, because obviously, the Republicans are ready to stand up to Israel.
Right. So fucking stupid. The impulse to cut off this. Okay, next paragraph. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree with reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestine debate. It's the heart of the cancellation as a political tactic. Oh, I'm glad you're waking up to that one, Ezra. Really, cancellation. I thought that wasn't real.
Yeah, he did say that, didn't he, that fucker?
He did.
He said cancel culture wasn't even real.
He did, and now suddenly apparently it is real. It relies on a belief in the power of the gatekeeper that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathered strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. But it's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted, it also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate and narrowing who it could talk to. It limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. Well, that is true. Even though I thought cancellation, I'm glad we've finally acknowledged cancellation was real and stupid. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now we're not even talking about Hassan anymore in the next paragraph. And now just saying it was a mistake for the Democrats to cancel people, which I agree with, but again, doesn't really have anything to do with Hassan. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those who we agree with. I agree with that. But again, what does it have to do with Hassan? This is all just going to be about, how dare you talk to Hassan? Oh my God, this article is so trash, Adam. This is the trashiest trash article ever. No wonder Hassan was happy about this. This is a fucking dog shit.
I know.
Article.
Hassan pulled Ezra Klein into a parking lot and pulled out his dick and said, instructed him to give him oral sex.
And he did.
And
he 100%
Ezra
did.
Klein dropped to his knees and was like, oh, yes. I'll do anything for the Democratic Party.
Right. Cory Booker admitted on Pod Save America. Pod Save America is such a fucking despicable disgrace because they just had Hassan on. And they've had him on the past. We covered it. And
I hate
piece of
that
shit
show.
Pod Save America guy, all he does is fucking blow Hassan and bend over and let him run roughshod on his fucking asshole, make him seem like, oh, he's just a progressive. He's just a little bit more left than the average, progressive.
Those guys are all commies too. They're all fucking secret commies. If they're
Cory
even
Booker,
secret commies.
Right. Cory Booker admitted on Pod Save America that when he had said he would never go on Hassan Piker's show, he'd never heard of him. His communications director had read him a list of 4 or 5 worst things Piker had said, and Booker used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciate the honesty. That is in practice a version of how many of us make our judgments. Okay. Pathetic.
Yeah, we don't have infinite time to do
Right.
hours of research on someone before we make a decision.
Right. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivational decontextualization. Okay, blah, blah, blah. That's the last paragraph. So what a shitty fucking art. What an embarrassment. You know, I was a little hopeful for Ezra. He'd done some recent interviews that we covered that were good. I was like, oh my God, is he like waking up? He's going in a good direction. And now it's just, he's thrown all in the fucking trash can. What a retard. What a fucking retard I am. He's the fucking scorpion. I'm the frog. I'm like, oh, maybe Ezra Klein's going to learn. No. Of course he's not going to fucking
Just hop on my back, Ezra.
Yes.
It'll all be good.
God, like after he got fucking annihilated by all these fucking people, Hassan and all of Hassan's friends were ruthlessly attacking Ezra because Ezra would dare to say, hey, maybe we should, you know, cut government regulations so we can build homes. You think he would have learned, but he's got his head so far up his fucking ass, he doesn't understand or doesn't want to publicly say, no, the problem is there is a bunch of socialists that are running around on the internet that fucking hate America and capitalism, or they pretend to hate capitalism, because we all know Hassan secretly fucking doesn't secretly, Hassan publicly loves capitalism. Hassan publicly wants to bend over and spread his cheeks and let the big dick of capitalism fuck him bloody. Okay.
Who?
And
what?
yet
Oh
his audience is totally fine with that as long as he verbally promotes communism. Did you see that there was a photo of Hassan that he was in first class? He bought some expensive first class ticket.
I saw that.
Yeah. So Hassan and his friend bought some expensive first class ticket, and someone recognized them and took a picture and posted it up, you know, making fun of them, saying here, and at the same time that he's doing this, and here, let me just send you the picture. If you haven't seen this picture, this is like fucking, okay, this is just fucking crazy. Hassan is spent thousands of dollars for a first class plane ticket. He's literally wearing a hat that says Democrat Socialist of America. Okay. You have a guy who's a socialist wearing a socialist fucking hat in first class. And his friend, oh, his friend's even worse. His friend is wearing a shirt that says Anti-Billionaire Socialist Club. Okay. They're both in first class. They're both sleeping, you know. And Hassan's response to this is, oh, well, it's creepy that you took photos of me sleeping. And sarcastically, he says, we're truly living the high life. Okay. This is what he says. He says, we are truly living the high life. This stupid rich motherfucker. The reason that, like, I don't know, do people not know this? If you go and buy a plane ticket, right? Like, say you're going to buy a plane ticket and it's like $300. Okay. If you click on that little tab for first class, it becomes like $2,000,
$1,500. Yeah,
right. It's like 1,000, 2,000. It goes up so fucking much. It's crazy how much more expensive first class is from like a normal seat. It's insane. It's so much more expensive. And the fact that Hassan is rich enough and also so luxury brained enough that he would spend the extra $1,000 or $2,000 just so he can go to sleep and have a comfortable seat and then play it off like it doesn't matter. Yes, Hassan, you are living the high life. That's the whole fucking point. Nobody likes being on a fucking airplane because it fucking sucks and it's uncomfortable. And you are living the high life, spending thousands of dollars just so your butt will be a little bit more comfortable for a few fucking hours. You stupid fucking retard. Yes, you are truly living the high life, you dumb motherfucker. That's what that means.
Massive
but thank you,
hypocrites.
Ezra. Thank you, fucking Ezra. God.
Click on that tweet I sent you above the pictures you sent me, because I brought that up.
The Indian factory workers?
Yeah, this is because I said this on a show a while back that they were going to pay people, workers like plumbers and dentists and whatnot, to get training data for the robots. And that's how the robots were going to take over. And now here's a whole factory of Indian workers with recording devices on their heads, so that they can record their hand movements on those sewing machines.
Right.
so that they can teach the AI that they're going to put into a robot and replace all of those Indian workers. And the robot will be able to do the same work
Right.
that they're doing.
It's true.
Yeah. So everyone
That's
thinks,
true.
look, oh, the robots aren't coming. Nah, the robots are not coming.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit. The robots are fucking coming. The robots are coming.
The robots are coming very hard.
When
Okay.
when these
How are you gonna
sweatshops
take it?
come back to America, you think they're going to come back with those Indian workers?
No.
No, they're not.
No.
They're going to be buying Optimus from Tesla as their Indian workers.
Right.
So, a little bit of hope for you guys.
Okay, let me see. I have bookmarks. There's something I bookmarked.
Oh no.
That's
What do you mean?
interesting.
You bookmark something?
I bookmark a bunch of tweets I see.
There's
I think-
also the guy who went crazy on the ring cam. I don't know if you
see
saw that.
I did see that, yeah. What the fuck was up with the whole Hungary thing? Why the fuck did JD Vance go to Hungary to try to do campaigning for Viktor Orban? What the fuck was up with that? It's like the most bizarre.
Someone in
fucking
chat
weird
said
shit
Orban
ever.
lost.
He did.
One of our fans from Hungary.
He did.
Yeah.
JD Vance goes and he campaigns for Orban, and then Orban fucking gets annihilated. What the fuck was that? Why is he doing this?
I don't know anything about Orban.
There was like all this weird
JD
information.
Vance campaigning
There was like this
for him.
weird. There was a leak that came out that Orban was, and they had like the audio of it passing information from like EU meetings and shit to fucking Putin.
What? Really?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yes. Yes. And this came out, I think this came out before fucking JD Vance's stupid fucking dumbass goes over there to suck his dick, and Trump is like making True Social posts about how
So
fucking
Orban
awesome.
is in Putin's pocket, basically.
Yes. He literally, like, let me get you this fucking this transcript of this phone call is like insane. Okay. Orban literally referred to himself as like a little mouse to Putin's like lion or something.
Wow.
Let's see. Okay. Hungary's Viktor Orban offered to go to great lengths to help Vladimir Putin, telling the Russian leader, quote, "I am at your service," in an October call. It has emerged, prompting further scrutiny of Budapest ties to the Kremlin just as JD Vance arrived in the city. Where's the God? It was so crazy. On Tuesday, Bloomberg News said it had obtained a Hungarian government transcript of a call that took place between Orban and Putin on October 17th, in which Orban reportedly compared the relationship to that of a mouse standing ready to help the Russian lion. Can you imagine how fucking fucked you are? You're like, I'm a little mouse, and I want to help you be the big lion, Putin. Yet, quote, yesterday, this is what Orban said, quote, "Yesterday our friendship rose to such a high level that I can help in any way." Orban reportedly told Putin in the call, quote, "In any manner where I can be of assistance, I am at your service." Jesus. An attempt to emphasize his point, Orban was said to have made reference to one of Aesop's fables in which a mouse who was earlier shown mercy by a lion goes on to free the same lion when it is netted by hunters. Oh, this is so pathetic. Why the fuck is Vance going out there? I had never ever in my entire life. No, I shouldn't in my entire life. After the whole Russia, I'd said after the whole Russiagate investigation, I don't think, Trump or Putin has any sort of thing on Trump and all this. I never thought that, I don't think that stuff was true after that. I was like, no, this is all just bullshit. This is the first time in years that's actually made me think, like, okay, does Putin actually have something on Trump? Why the fuck is JD Vance and Trump fucking tagging so hard for Orban? It's disgusting. It's so fucking weird. I know they don't like Europe at the moment, but this, like, just so like blanketly try to support this piece of shit Orban is so bizarre. It's so
you really don't
pathetically
like Orban.
No, he's such a fucking Putin simp. Why are they fucking supporting this disgusting Putin simp?
I don't like Putin simps.
God. And then earlier, March, this was in March. Hungary under fire. Oh God, it's giving me the do you accept all like us spying on you for everything? No, I don't accept any of this. Okay. Hungary under fire for allegedly sharing confidential EU information with Russia. According to EU sources, the Hungarian foreign minister is at the center of an affair where he allegedly made regular phone calls to his Russian counterpart to update him on information exchanged during meetings with other EU foreign ministers. Oh, that's great. I'm so glad we're supporting this fucking regime. Anyways.
Julio.
There's also that weird shit with Chrissy Numb's husband. See that with Chrissy Numb's husband?
I did,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
He's all over the internet trying to look at some big old titties. Trying to wear some big old titties.
He's trying to wear big titties. There's some clip of him saying that he loves his dominatrix more than his own wife.
So sad. But she's like a nobody now, right? She's out of the administration, or is she got downgraded to some other office job?
Some other office, yeah. Well, it's interesting. There's an article that was talking about how Trump, well, they were reporting that Trump supposedly was promising his staff that he would give them pardons before he left office. And that does put, I was thinking if that's true, that definitely puts a lot of his cabinet people in this like really fucked position, because they're kind of like have to basically just have this thing hanging over their head that they never know if they're going to, like, like the Democrats, if they win, are going to go after these people, right? And so they feel like they have to just forever stay in Trump's good graces, even if they leave, even if he fires them, just in case they need a pardon down the road.
Yeah, that's probably true. Democrats are going to go after him hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that our country has devolved into a banana republic.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like all about loyalists and lawfare.
A little bit, yeah. With Trump reportedly making,
well, it used to be about a meritocracy, right? All this talk of meritocracy. You can't be going after DEI because it's not meritocratic, and then you yourself use nepotism as your weapon of choice,
right?
In all political realms,
or
loyalism, or crony capitalism, whatever you want to call it, cronyism. Right. Horrible. All right, let's read some super chats.
Jason Watlington for $10. Thank you so much. Says, "We did it, Patrick. We saved the city." Exactly.
Thank goodness.
Nick Costanza for $2 says, "Day one, TDS havers fully vindicated on Trump bad."
Oh yeah, you should read the poll.
I don't think you're quite there yet, but what is this poll? Let's see. Will the Iran war give Adam TDS? 48% say yes, he's already showing signs. 36% say no, he loves Trump too much, and 15% say free Palestine. There you go.
I'm surprised we got 15% of our audience to say free Palestine. That's crazy.
You got 15%. It's not surprising that you got 15% of our audience to say the troll response.
What is the troll response?
The free Palestine.
Oh yeah. I guess you're right. Yes, he's already showing signs. I thought that was a troll response. That's like 50%.
The whole poll is a troll poll. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Adam got TDS. Adam loves Trump. What are you talking about? It's
so funny how these two extremes coexist together, right?
I know. It's funny.
That I'm like a Trump sycophant and I have rampant TDS. So
there you go. You got to keep people on their toes. Okay, keep them guessing. Right.
I am leaning more towards. I mean, I'm losing all faith in Trump. I see these arguments that he's crazy like a fox and that he knows what he's doing, and
you don't buy it.
Maybe it's working out that way. Maybe this blockade's a brilliant idea. Maybe they just need to get the minesweepers out there and clean it up, and everything will be good to go.
Of course.
Maybe they're on the verge of killing their way to a new regime. The CIA's got to be going crazy right now in Iran, right? They got to be working hard.
I don't know. Where's the regime change? Where's the CIA? Get them on the case.
Yeah. They need to
But-
open gun shops all over. We need to arm the population. That's the key right there.
Right. Well, there was that weird thing where Trump said that they tried to do that, and then the Kurds stole the guns. Like,
Did they really?
Trump said. Trump was like,
Wow.
I don't know if it's true, but Trump was like, oh yeah, we tried to arm the Iranians, but we were trying to give guns to the Kurds to give to the Iranians, but then the Kurds, they just took them. I was like, what?
Yeah, why would they
What the
pass them
fuck?
on? Why would they give away the free guns?
This is insane. First of all, it's like hilarious if that's even true, but even if it is true, why would you ever say that? Are you retarded? Don't answer that question. Why would you ever fucking publicly say that?
Especially the guy who's like, oh, we got to keep everything a secret so we have the upper hand.
Right. Yes. Remember when the Republicans, rightfully so, gave the ATF under Obama so much shit for the Fast and Fury failure? They tried this, they gave like the cartel a bunch of guns that they wanted to track. But then it turned out that they couldn't track the guns, so they just basically gave the cartel a bunch of guns.
Yes, I do remember that.
Yes, it's
I
like,
do remember
oh,
that hilarity.
and the right was like, Curtis was so critical of that, as they should have been, and then it's like, oh, apparently, I guess we did the same fucking thing, kind of. Only it was the Kurds. I mean, I guess the Kurds aren't as bad as the cartel, but still, it's like ridiculous. I'm trying to find this quote here. But every fucking article I click, it's like, you have an ad block. You can't actually read the article.
Oh, really?
Okay. I'm very upset, Trump says. U.S. tried to arm Iranian protesters, but guns were diverted. U.S. President Donald Trump said Monday that the United States has previously attempted to arm Iranian anti-regime protesters, but the weapons were diverted and never passed the right people, threatening that those who kept the guns for themselves would, quote, pay a big price. The comments appear to be aimed at Kurdish separatists as he blamed them for doing so a day earlier, though he did not specify this in his Monday comments. While speaking to reporters at the White House Easter event, Trump said the arraignments were intended to reach anti-government protesters to help them fight back against Iranian authorities. In January, during the mass wave of anti-regime protests that swept across Iran, Trump had vowed that help was on the way and urged protesters to take to the streets and seize institutions. But after the regime began its crackdown, reportedly killing tens of thousands, Trump backed down, only beginning military operations against Iran weeks later. Quote, we sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them, Trump went on. They said, what a beautiful gun. I think I'll keep it.
No way. That's a quote? That's fucking hilarious.
That's the Trump quote. Trump continues saying, so I'm very upset with a certain group of people and they're going to pay a big price for it. In the press event Monday, Trump did not give details about who he's accusing. However, the day before, Trump was quoted saying, we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them, and I think the Kurds took the guns. Well, he thinks, maybe he doesn't know. He thinks the Kurds took the guns. Okay. Quote, I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulty. They bring death to themselves. Okay. So look, they tried it at them. They tried to open gun shops. They tried to get them guns, and then the fucking Kurds, they just stole them all for themselves.
Well, it's good to know that they're coming up with some good ideas.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. It's a good idea. Execution didn't really work very well, did it?
They can always work on execution.
Well, they need to execute more people, right?
No, execution of the plan, not the people.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. Sam is sending me a text message. She wants me to tell her what tie to buy. She's shopping. Okay. She's shopping. When I'm streaming, she goes shopping so she can spare me from this, right? I don't know what time.
Spare you from the shopping?
Yes.
Japan
is like the most capitalist country in all of human history. It's so crazy.
That's great.
You'll be walking down a street and you'll like suddenly turn a corner and you'll find a 20-floor shopping mall just randomly exist and it's filled with 10,000 people. And you're like, Holy shit. And it's all just clothes and knickknacks. Like, this is crazy. And then you'll walk across the street and you'll go into a building, and there's another 20-floor shopping mall filled with even more clothing and knickknacks and another 20,000 people. And you're like, how does this all exist? It's so fucking crazy. And then you're like, well, this is too much shopping. I'm going to go into this. I want to go downstairs to the subway so I can take the subway somewhere else. And you go to the subway and you find out that it's a 20-story going down
shopping mall
underneath the earth shopping mall connected to the fucking subway system. It never ends. It's just shopping everywhere.
You must be in the tourist part of Tokyo.
Yeah, the whole city is the tourist part of Tokyo.
Nah,
it's funny. No, you're right.
You got to go where the
you're
locals are.
Right, yes. All the main areas. It's just crazy. If you just go to the touristy spots in Japan, you think this is an entire country where all that anyone does is shop, and they just work at jobs selling people shit so they can turn around and buy shit, because you think that's like the entire economy. It's just it is totally crazy.
Have you been to the sex robot store?
I have not.
You got to check that out. They have all the state-of-the-art sex robots in Japan, don't they?
Mm-hmm. All of them. Like, I'm sorry, I have to look at these ties just so I can tell Sam which one to get so she can leave this. I want her to leave the store. I don't want her to be stuck in the store for 4 hours because I haven't responded because I'm streaming about what tie. So you read a super chat, Adam.
I'll try.
You read a super chat, yeah.
Karos Heptagrammaton for 5 Canadian says, I had the worst migraine of my life this weekend. Bent my glasses and fell down the stairs and dislocated my arm. Can I get some general good luck? Yes, you can. I want everyone to wish this amazing grammaton cleric good luck, so he can fix his dislocated shoulder.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. That really sucks. Everyone, let's all put our hands together. We're going to pray to the gods of free will. We're going to say, let us use this free will to change the luck of our friend, the grammaton cleric here. Change the destiny, to give him some to tap into the infinite energy of the universe, to give him this good luck.
Heptogrammaton.
That's right.
Carria 56809 says, Orban just lost. Greetings from Hungary. Well, greetings to you.
There you go. God,
gave us 400 huffs.
Right.
Which that's pretty good. I mean, if you're doing whippets, 400 is quite a bit. I'll get you fucked up.
I think that's too many whippet. I think that's gonna
400
kill you.
Huffs. You've never done 400 huffs? Loser.
I've never done 400 huffs of whippets. No.
Living in Stug's walls temporarily, says be right back. Filling gas.
You just gotta check the gas prices. Yes.
That's not good. Cerebral Fiction, I think you already read.
Yeah. Cameraman for $5 says, Trump thinks he's Mo Green. He buys you, not you. Don't buy him out. I think you mean he buys you out, so you don't buy him out. But it does make my decision to switch to commuting on an e-bike from an F-150 a smart one.
Yeah, those e-bikes are fun, but they tend to be a fire hazard. So don't keep them. Watch out. Well, I don't know. I'm scared to death of them because there are all these videos on the internet of them blowing up in people's living room and garage and shit.
Really?
And I had a friend of mine caught his whole house on fire with
from an e-bike?
Yeah.
Jesus.
His kids had 2 e-bikes and one of them caught the garage on fire.
That's insane. There must have been I think there was some crazy fire because in Japan, because like every hotel I go to, they're always like, they give you this little pamphlet that's like, make sure you don't charge your spare battery when you're not in the room. They're like super worried about spare batteries catching on fire.
Yeah. Cheap Chinese manufacturing. I'm always hearing about how great they are.
God, what brand? I don't remember what brand it was. It was, well, first of all, this drives me crazy. Amazon is almost completely useless at this point. Amazon went from one of the best, like this is mind-numbing to me. Fucking Bezos makes Amazon one of the best services in human history, okay? a place where you can look for shit and you can buy it and you can get it in like 2 days to a week is insane. Now, for young people, you might not realize how amazing that is. Back when I was a young
Yeah,
lad,
we had to drive
okay,
all over fucking town looking for
you
shit.
had to drive everywhere to look for shit. And then if you wanted to order something to mail it to you, it'd take you fucking 6 weeks. It
Oh,
took a
yeah.
month to get something in the fucking, well, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. Okay. And now Jeff Bezos has transformed the country to make this amazing fucking service where you can get basically anything in 2 days. It's so fantastic.
Sometimes they're like, we'll be to your house in 15 minutes. And I'm like,
Right.
how the fuck can they do that?
Yes.
I must live right next to an Amazon fulfillment center.
Right. Right. Or they secretly already have the drones working. They just don't want to tell you, right?
Yeah,
But
maybe.
so it gives me great pain that I now have to say that Amazon is quickly making itself fucking garbage trash. I don't understand how they went
By
from
terrible products?
Yes. Because like now Amazon literally only works if you already know what you want and it's from some sort of reputable, trustful brand, and then you're going to buy it from Amazon. Then Amazon works fine. If you're looking for something, Amazon is fucking dog shit because whenever you type something in, it's just cheap Chinese dropship knockoff brands for every fucking search result. It's insane. All that you click on anything on fucking Amazon, just type in any fucking thing, and you'll see all the brands are like jumbled capital letters that you've never fucking heard of in your entire life. And I'm like, where's the fucking? I remember the same thing. I was trying to find, like, for this trip, I was trying to buy the wireless mic, and it was like I couldn't even find like the fuck. I had to specifically like look for like Rode or some like other big brand name mic to get him to pop up. It would just be cheap shit again and again and again. And I ended up going to Best Buy because I didn't even fucking trust what was on Amazon. I actually went out in the world. This is how bad it is. I PSA Sitch went into the
I do
fucking
that
world
too,
to
yeah.
buy something, okay, because I couldn't get Amazon to give it to me. And it ended up being good because not only did I buy the mic, but then I bought, I forget what brand it was, but it was a big name brand. Another thing I couldn't find off Amazon, which was a big brand name little portable battery. It's fucking amazing. It's an amazing portable battery. It has all the little wire connections in it already. You don't even have to have the wires. It just has a little wire pull out and like retract and you don't need anymore. Works like a fucking charm. Doesn't catch on fire. Total dream, right? Because it's an actual brand name.
You
It's
have
not
a
some
battery
fucking,
that doesn't catch on fire?
yes,
Oh
it's
my
not from
God.
the fucking Chinese knockoff brand called like 3 capital C's followed by an I and an L. It's Susul brand batteries, okay?
Yeah.
What the, like, how ironic
Electronics
is it?
is scary. Like, I was looking at lights, and so many of them didn't even have a ground. I was like, what the fuck? How's that?
Right.
How do you put a light fixture in your house without a ground and not think, okay, well, this is going to cause a fire?
It was the same thing. I was trying to find, well, speaking of ground, because in Japan, they don't have the 3-prong slots. They only have the 2-prong slots.
Really?
Yes. They don't
Oh,
even
wow.
have, isn't the third like the grounding slot or
Yeah,
something?
it
They don't even
is.
have that in Japan, right?
Holy shit.
Maybe that's why their batteries are fucking exploited. They even have a fucking, the grounding slot. But so I was looking for, you need an adapter for your laptop because all, laptops almost always have the 3 prongs. And it was the same thing. I literally had to buy one at the airport because at least at the fucking airport they had a Brookstone, which I remember. You remember fucking Brookstone brand shit? You go in the
Yeah,
airport, you read all the fucking useless gadgets in the fucking magazine.
That's ancient history.
Yes, I had to buy a fucking Brookstone brand charge converter because every single one on Amazon was some fucking Chinese dropship nonsense garbage. God, Jeff Bezos, you fucking retard. You spent your entire life, you made all this money building this amazing company, and you're gonna have it fucking ruined by Chinese bullshit. What the fuck?
Sad.
All because I guess they have to compete with Timo because the dumbest fucking women on the planet just spend like $10 buying something that they think should cost $100 from Temu, and when they get it, it gives them cancer or melts in their fingers. Okay, this is all because of fucking Temu.
Yeah, Timu is trash.
God. Cameraman for another $2 says JD Vance is more like Meatloaf. His name was JD Vance. His name
Oh, yeah.
was JD Vance. Dr. Doodle for $2 says, feeling any guilt for setting off that volcano, Sitch? Listen, It's not my fault. Okay. Samantha double dog dared me to fart into that volcano. I didn't want to.
Oh my God, that's how you did it?
I didn't want to do it. And I wasn't going to do it. I thought it was very disrespectful to Japan and to volcanoes. But Samantha, she
Is that playing with
no
fire?
balls. She said no balls if you don't fart. So
is that playing with fire when you hover
is.
your butt over a live volcano?
It is, yes. But I know there was some volcanic eruption. It's kind of funny because Sam was like super paranoid about like Mount Fuji exploding and everyone dying, or the one in Yellowstone exploding and everyone dying. And of course, while we're here, a volcano.
What about Godzilla? Godzilla.
He's not worried about.
She doesn't care about Godzilla.
She's fine with not worried about Godzilla at all.
Godzilla seems like the real thing to worry about.
But there was some volcano that erupted in Japan, though. I think it doesn't. I don't think it has really. I mean, it has impacted people like right in the immediate vicinity. I don't think it has any air travel or global impact or anything like that. So
good. Glad you're safe.
Right.
I was worried about you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Living says, well, oh, wait, Dr. gave us a super chat. Did you ever fix the Streamlabs? Whatever happened with that?
I didn't. I went and looked at it, and they were like, you got to have a business PayPal account now. And they were like, and if you use a personal PayPal account, then the person gets all your personal information. And I was like, this is like, I don't have a business account, and I'm not sure I want like all my personal information.
Like
with my personal PayPal.
Giving you this, the person giving us the Streamlabs would get your personal information.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
That's what it said. So I was like, let me work on this.
Right.
See what it takes to get a business account, or if it's if they're gonna like charge us monthly for the business account.
Okay. Okay. Great.
I don't know. Do you have to have a business license or anything for a business account?
I have no
Maybe
clue
just
how it works.
change your personal account and call it a business account.
I don't know.
I'm sure you got to have some sort of public address for the business account.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be some bullshit to it.
Right. Well, I'm just reading information about how we're going to get all killed by volcanoes, and it's freaking me out. So let me click that tab off.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
On your in Japan?
There's always there's always articles about
you only have one more week to survive the volcano, right?
Gonna kill you, everywhere.
It's Godzilla. Don't you know? You're in fucking Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Godzilla.
Okay. Living says, what's related for Char says, economic inflation fetishist eating good right now. True.
Oh yeah.
The very niche fetish community finally getting what they wanted.
Oil was down to $60 a barrel. It's 105 right now.
Wow.
Yeah. Quick, what would it have to be to double?
What would what have to be to double?
How much would oil have to be?
Well, it would have to be 120, right?
Yeah, there you go. 60. Look at that.
I don't get it.
We're pretty close to doubling oil.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
What happens to the price of gas?
I'm going to be so spoiled. One of the best things about Japan is how fucking cheap everything is if you're American. Because
you're coming home
the yen is
to
so
major inflation.
It's going to be so bad. Oh God. I was so amazing being able to eat like a giant meal for like $20, $30.
Mm-hmm.
It was so good.
That meal in America, $500.
I know, it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. So sometimes it does fuck with you because you think, oh, this isn't gonna be that expensive because it's in yen, and then it still is expensive. You're like, oh, they fucking tricked me. Those sneaky Japanese.
Oh look, Sol is in here. When are you lazy fucks gonna update the Streamlabs?
Yeah, there you go.
Sol for $2. Yeah, thank you.
You have to figure that out, Adam.
I'm working on it. I know. Look, I'm going to figure it out.
Right.
I'll figure it out. Delete the fucking account.
There you go. Why
they got to change things? It's probably that
know.
Mythos thing, right? They found a bunch of bugs in their software now. They're like, holy shit. There's like 7 0-day exploits in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Things are
Living
going
Sex
to
also
get so
relay
fucked.
for $2 says the Virgin Lux Maxer versus the Chad Suez Maxer. That's true. Versus the Ultra Chadley Mime Maxer. That's really what we need.
Our hilts hurts.
What's
Look
up,
at
our
this.
Hurt for $5? Thank you so much. Says
Fan of the
BB Net-
show, guest of the show, friend of the
That's
show.
right. That's right.
BB Netanyahu fan.
Not BB Netanyahu, not a friend of the show. BB Netanyahu, Sammy G is close to developing nuclear weapons. We must keep the thirst trap Sitch single. It's why most of us watch these streams. Oh, well, there you go. That's true. Sammy G is obviously an Iranian plot sent to weaken the Jewish power base that is PSA Sitch.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up that you're letting everyone know about your relationship with Sammy G, because you're supposed to, you know how these streaming careers go? You're supposed to give everyone the impression you're single, so
it's true.
You get a bunch of single ladies throwing money at us.
So that they forever
Why are you
follow
screwing
you.
up so bad?
Listen, I'm just too honest, okay? I'm just too honest a person.
The too
I would
honest
feel bad.
defense.
I feel bad if too many
Nobody's
hot
buying it.
women and gay men were sending me money thinking that they had some chance with me when they don't.
No one's buying this.
Oh, okay. They're not. All right. Arrhythmus for $5 says, Adam, your Venezuela info is out of date. The oil laws have been revised and contract terms have been worked on by the government. Also fix Streamlabs.
Okay, well, thanks for the update. Maybe Venezuela is going to turn out to be a great situation for us.
Right. Well, that'd be interesting. I would be curious to see if how many, I know there was one, I forget which it was. There was some oil company that is a major oil company that still is in Venezuela, but I still would be kind of surprised if the other big oil companies got involved, considering they had all their infrastructure stolen and lost, billions of dollars some years ago.
In Venezuela, yeah.
In Venezuela, right. That's why Trump was pushing, if you remember, when he was talking about this, trying to get the oil
reparations
companies to go back.
for the oil companies.
That Venezuela was going to pay reparations to the oil companies because he knows that they're not going to come back so they have some sort of guarantee that something like that would occur. But we'll find out. Solid for under $10. Thanks so much. Says, look up the Weinberger-Powell doctrines. Among many points, they say the U.S. shouldn't go to war unless the public supports it. Polls show this war is less popular than Vietnam. That is true. I mean,
I believe that.
On its face, very true, yeah.
Easily believable.
Right. That's why people were saying, like, even as bad as people don't like Bush now, at the time, the Bush administration really did try to sell the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq pretty hard. And they were pretty successful selling it to the public.
They did sell it.
Yeah. Which is, it's kind of stupid. And this, again, I guess this kind of points to Trump winging it as opposed to like the analysis. Because on one hand, like, I do know that they needed to just like strike, they wanted to just strike, the Supreme Leader when they had the chance to, the Ayatollah when they had the chance to, and all that stuff, which I think they still could have just done. But I do think Trump could have sold the war if he spent, some weeks or a month really selling. I think he could have sold it at least to the Republicans, to his base. He didn't really do that. He just kind of like, whatever, we're doing it. Especially if they let Israel blow up the Supreme Leader and then Iran attacks us. Like, that just makes it so easy for him to sell the war at that point.
Yeah, but if you come out there selling it, everyone's going to get the impression that it's going to be a long engagement. And he wanted everyone to think, oh, it's just going to be so short that it's like, why even tell anyone?
That's
just like a little, we're just going for a little trip to the store to pick up a few things. We don't need to have a long conversation about this. I'm just running out for smokes. I'll be right back.
Yep, it's true. Sell for $5 says, just going to say it, but JD, as much as I loathe him, may yet be POTUS by the end of the year and not by impeachment and hopefully through natural causes. So you think Trump's just going to like die?
Trump is going to keel over?
I don't
He kind of
see
seems
that.
like the Energizer Bunny, man.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to stop that guy.
That's right. That's right. Shaman make Lamy for $5 says, Sitch, thank you for having one of the most common sense takes on Iran. Iran is lost, but how much are they going to make it hurt for everyone else? Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And thank you. Cerebral Fiction for $5 says, Israel sabotaged negotiations. It is undeniable that we could have had an Iran deal even tighter than the one Obama made. We don't because of Israel. I don't know the specifics of what you're referring to. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I mean, we've said a bunch of times Netanyahu, he's in a situation where he basically has to be prime minister forever. Or he's going to go to jail. So I wouldn't be surprised if he would, just for selfish reasons, undermine any sort of negotiations we have with Iran. I think part of the problem at this point is like what we've had twice now. Trump with Iran, and then mid-negotiations, the American military is attacked. So is Iran really wrong at this point for thinking like that they can't trust us to not just attack them again?
Oh, I'm glad you're admitting that.
I've always said that.
Okay. A lot of people won't acknowledge that.
You have to acknowledge that. That doesn't mean Iran is not evil, just because it's like, yeah, they still are evil, but yeah, it doesn't make sense that they have
We have
trouble
two parties
trusting
that
the
don't
US.
trust one another. I mean, what the
Right.
fuck?
Right.
It's all a farce.
Mm-hmm. Amajin for $5 says, as someone pro-war, I would say both. I'd say you both are fine being on the fence, better than doing is at and talking out of both sides of your mouth. Academic agent, Aiden, and Spoon. Oh, is that?
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
what. Well, I do know that it's really funny because I know Wooster's always sending me like academic agent. Like having all
Wooster,
that shit
yeah,
on
is
X.
great on the academic agent
Right.
news. He's keeping
So
us
I know.
up.
So I know academic agent, and academic agent is Iranian too, but I know he's been having meltdowns and talking about casting magic spells, and he thinks he's a wizard or something. I don't know, some weird shit
That's
going on.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what the fuck's going on there? But so I'm not surprised. I haven't really been tracking so much what Aiden and Spoon are saying about. They hate America, so I guess I'm not surprised that they're going to be on the side of this. But I don't know I don't know what when you say they're talking about both sides of their mouth. What do you mean? Because I would assume they would just be very anti any sort of American involvement whatsoever in the situation and be on the like LOL America is getting their ass kicked. That's what I would assume, not actually seeing in their text whatsoever. Protoron, thanks so much for the 20 New Zealand dollars. Says a fun stream game to play. Pick a random place, i.e. New Zealand. Look at its current fuel price. Convert to dollars per gallon to a dollar per liter. Convert local currency to USD. Enjoy the rest of the trip. Sitch and Adam stay supreme. Well, thank you, actually. So let's check that out. New Zealand oil prices or gas prices. Let's see. Per gallon. Currently. What is the live New Zealand gas price?
It's going to be bad. My prediction.
Well, it says its current price is 3.51 New Zealand dollars per liter. Okay. How do I... God, this is so annoying. Okay. How many liters are in a gallon? I don't even know. How many liters in a gallon?
10.
1 gallon is 3.7 liters, right?
3.7 liters
Right.
per gallon.
So we would convert. So we would take, here we go. We're going to take 3.51, right? And we're going to multiply it. Am I doing the math correct, everybody? So that would put us at 10.53. Okay. So let's see. How much is $10.53 New Zealand dollars to US dollars to USD? That would be 613. Wait a minute. Isn't that what you're paying, Adam?
That's exactly what I'm paying.
Oh my God, look at that. The country of New Zealand is at the all-time high of California. Well, I feel for you. That's very unfortunate. There you go.
Depressing.
Right. What is $6, like 6.13 a gallon? Let's see. What is Florida's gas prices now? Let's see. Florida average gas price.
Did you ever get your RAM?
Oh my God. This is terrible, Adam.
I'm just curious.
So, no, I did not. It's because it's just gonna get more and more fucking expensive. It made me sad.
Isn't it like thousands of dollars
I
now?
know. It's too late, Adam. It's too late.
What do you have,
So this
like
is a-
DDR5?
This is the average across the strait, across the state. Now, when I left Florida to go to Japan, gas was like 3 point, I don't know, like 1 something or 3.2 something, I think. And now it's $4. It's gone up an entire dollar in the weeks that I've been gone.
You can get 64 gigabytes of DDR5
Mhm.
for $750 now.
Wow.
I think you should do it.
I should do it.
That
before it
used to be
gets-
like $100.
I know.
God, I remember when I was putting my computer together and I was like telling you should get all this stuff before the tariffs are.
I know. Sometimes me dragging my feet really helps, and sometimes it really doesn't.
Yeah, no.
This is one of those times it did not help. No.
Well, sometimes you can kind of count on how things are going to go, right?
Right.
You knew Trump administration was going to be massive inflation. You were talking about it all the time. I was like, maybe inflation, maybe not.
Well, it's not Trump. It's the all the AI stuff.
Yeah, but for tariffs, you were talking about all the massive inflation from tariffs.
Yeah, but that's not why the RAM price is so high. Because of tariffs.
Yeah, but
if some amount, but it's not.
Yes, but if you would have gotten stuff before tariffs because you thought inflation was going to.
You're saying that if I was more TDS,
you would have
it would have helped me because I'd have been like, Donald Trump is going to make the price of everything go high. I better buy RAM now.
You literally said that when we were having conversations about
not
tariffs.
about RAM.
You said everything would go up.
It was.
You think,
everything going up?
You think this
Okay.
RAM was made in the USA?
Wait, there's a difference between RAM going up because of tariffs like 10% or 20% and like 600%.
Yeah,
They didn't go up like
I know.
600% because of Donald Trump doing tariffs. It was because of all the AI shit.
Yeah,
the demand on AI.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I know what you're saying. I don't.
I'm saying if the tariff inflation scared you into getting RAM, you wouldn't have to worry.
I
about
know
this.
that's
You
why
would have got
I
the
said
RAM.
That's why I said the irony would have been if I was actually more TDS or TDS at all. So much so that I was like, oh my God, the price of everything's going to go crazy. I better buy everything right now. That if having that thought process would have actually had me make a correct decision, ironically.
It's not TDS though. You said that tariffs
I'm not
were
going
going
to
to
repeat myself.
cause inflation.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm just repeating it again.
But it's not TDS. I know what you're saying.
Okay, you don't understand
TDS.
Sketch for $5 says Trump should be like Nintendo and spread different fictional reports throughout the White House to figure out who's leaking what. I thought they did that.
Oh,
Did they literally
yeah.
do that? They
That's a good
literally did do
idea.
that. Yeah. I don't know if that works though, if it's like everyone's in a room and they're just talking. So, that doesn't work that way, but
Holy shit! Here's 32 gigabytes for only $350.
gotta jump on it.
You should do that.
Sell for $5 says last week's topic, I know, but a lot of Hassan supporters justify his rhetoric by saying Hassan, quote, Hassan says bad things, Trump does bad things. That's how you always know that someone is full of shit, is if they have to do the whataboutism, right? And it's like, okay, Trump can do bad things and Hassan can say bad things. Those can both be true. It doesn't absolve either of them from anything, right? Because someone out there is worse or does bad things and absolve you from being bad.
Has Trump ever electrocuted his dog?
Touche.
Yeah.
Got him.
It seems like Hassan does plenty of bad things.
There you go. Edward Senior for $10 says, I think Trump is unable to believe people/governments will not act to max their profits. Hence, he did not think Iran would close the strait because that's how they make money. Recall his offer to Putin. But that's the problem, is that, he should have learned from Putin that not everything is just money at the end of the day. And I guess he hasn't read that. So. Living sucks, and also, I mean, he should have a bunch of people around him telling him, "Well, listen, there could be a bunch of ideological fuck faces. They don't give a shit about all that."
But they
Or
are maximizing
having money
their
doesn't matter.
profits.
Yeah,
They're
but
like,
having money
holy
doesn't
shit, we
matter.
got a whole nother revenue stream here. If they start making, they're making $2 million a ship. They're not going to let that go. They're like, oh, fuck no, we're making money.
Yeah, that actually happens. Yeah, if that works.
They're doing it. They've done it for many, many ships now. They
Right, no, but I'm saying if that's
email
like the
them
long
and
term, like
they email them
processes.
and send us crypto or
Send
won.
us 2 million in crypto.
They do. This is literally
I know, it's so silly.
happening.
I know. That would see, but Trump can't let that stand. That would be the most embarrassing outcome. Is that like he tries to wash his hands from this, and now everyone has to pay Iran $2 million.
No,
Because
he's like, we're gonna do it together. We got a joint venture going.
I saw that, yeah. Because he always just criticizes Obama's Iran deal, and it's like, oh, he made a worse one. He made even worse Iran deal.
We've got a better deal. Now we completely control the straits, and we're charging everyone a toll.
Right. Living sucks well temporarily for Charles says Trump tweets sometimes resemble Dracula flow bars. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
Mike Mills for $5 says this is by far the most incompetent, corrupt administration of my lifetime. Looking forward to the midterms. It's pretty incompetent, and I would definitely say the most corrupt administration so far. Yeah, definitely the most corrupt administration in terms of like self-profiting from this. Is pretty wild.
Dems are going to win the House, maybe even the
Easily.
Senate now.
Easily. How crazy would that be? I mean, 2 years of Trump
Pretty
impeachment,
crazy.
baby. 2 years of Trump criminal investigation.
He could get impeached if they win both chambers. No, they got to do it by some 2/3 thing.
Yeah, they need 2/3.
The 25th Amendment thing is never going to happen. It's silly that people keep asking about it.
It is stupid. But yeah, very stupid. Living sucks Walter Relay for 35 months. Thanks so much. As mentioning Israel is the political equivalent of throwing a chair in that one episode of the Boondocks. True. Very, very true. Salt for $5 says the problem is you can go to jail for wearing a Palestine action shirt. Well, listen, I don't even know what the truth of that is, but that wouldn't surprise me because England sucks. We all know this. England has very, very shitty free speech laws. So
yeah, they got no First Amendment.
Right.
They got
but that
no
being
amendments.
Said, obviously, Tucker Carlson is fucking lying when he says that you're not allowed to criticize Israel in the UK when people have been criticizing Israel in the UK like a fucking pastime for decades. And that
you just
was
can't
not
wear
why,
a Palestine action shirt. Right. But you
because
can
they were
criticize
listed
Israel.
as some. Yeah, but that's the thing. You could say Israel sucks and they don't care, but if you wear a Palestine action, I guess, outfit, or you're supporting Palestine action, an organization that the government has declared a terrorist organization.
What if I wear a shirt that says nuke Israel?
As they should. I'm sure that's fine.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if they can. Now, if you said like nuke the Islamic people in the UK, I'm sure they would come and arrest you for that if you said that or tweeted that, a mean tweet or something. Or if you didn't acknowledge someone's pronouns.
What if I wore a shirt that said brown people are rapists?
I think you get arrested for that one. Yeah.
Okay.
In the UK, I'm pretty sure you get arrested for that.
How about all gay people have AIDS? Can I wear that shirt?
I think you get arrested for that one too. In the UK. Yeah. But if you said nuke Israel, I think you'd be fine actually. I can almost guarantee it. Tucker should do that. He should walk around with a nuke Israel shirt and see himself not get arrested. Actually, he wouldn't ever do that because he wouldn't get in trouble.
And it would ruin his whole thing.
And then it would destroy his entire argument, yeah.
But Nick Fuentes would love him again.
That's true.
They'd make up.
Living in Suggs Wallace and Burley for $5 says the IRGC asked their children to stand in front of potential targets because even they know we care more about them than they do. We are morally superior. 100%.
Fuck yeah, we are.
True. Yes.
Just think how much fun it would have been to take out all those children too.
Oh my God. Living in Suggs Wallace temporarily for $2 says talking to women is a mistake.
Right. You got to just pull your dick out and point. That's
the move.
You're like, over here.
We're kidding. Don't actually do that. Don't ever.
Yeah,
fucking do
no,
that.
that's terrible advice.
Don't pull your dick out.
Dating advice by Sitch and Adam.
Yeah, don't pull your dick out. Don't send unsolicited dick pics. How is this like? God, it should be so fucking obvious.
This is an IRL dick pic, though.
Right. That's even worse. I don't know. It's even worse. Listen, women can be attracted to men. Women will be attracted to having sex with men that they like or they find attractive. Okay.
Of course.
Don't send them the dick pic. Right. They don't care. They don't want it.
You got to show them your washboard abs.
That's what they want.
And
yes, they want the ab pic.
You got to say, you know where these lead?
Here's the two pics you can send women. You show them the ab pic, or you show them the picture of your bank statement.
Mm-hmm. Oh
the
yeah,
number's high
the
enough.
bank.
That's what they want.
Bank
They don't want the
statement
dick
really,
pic. Right.
really gets them going.
Have you seen Have you seen all that fucking gay yaoi shit? That like, it's so funny if you see like all the gay shit, yaoi shit.
It's all
that
abs.
women are
Yeah.
into, they don't want the fucking dick pic. They want the soft boys. They want the Edward Cullen boys that are being all broody and emotional and making hot breathy sounds at each other. Okay, I don't even want to see the dick. Living in Sex Wall temporarily for $2 says Hassan Piker is in fact the enemy.
True.
Living Sex Wall for $2 says thanks Sammy for the Carpe Diem pasta recommendation. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah,
that stuff is great. I love that stuff.
If you hadn't heard, there's a pasta called Carpe Diem. You can just get at your local grocery store, usually.
It's got like 150 grams of fiber in
it's got like
spaghetti strand.
It's got super high fiber. It's got super high protein. And I think it's got pretty low carbs too for what it is. So definitely if you want like pasta, you should definitely be eating that instead of like
it's
normal
delicious.
Pasta. Yeah, it tastes just like normal good pasta. Doesn't have any weird, because sometimes like high fiber or high protein things taste weird.
Tastes like
That
cardboard.
Yeah, that stuff just tastes like normal pasta. I don't know how they do it, but it works. Check it out, everybody. Living Sex Wealth for another $5 says, Sitch, what do you think Ezra Klein piece says about the broader state of the Democratic Party, if anything?
That it sucks. They should all burn in hell.
I guess I should have read that before, but no, I mean, he was, well, part I skimmed over. He was complaining they shouldn't have been canceling people, so, which is true.
Why do they want to trans all the children, Sitch?
Because women are more likely to vote Democrat. It's the same reason they're importing the Browns, Adam. See what I did there?
Yeah.
The Oceanist for $2, thanks so much, says Orban lost because they were hungry for change.
No.
Thank you. The chat file for Joe says, Sitch-san, have you tried Abu Sake? What is that?
Is that just not sake?
I don't really like sake.
Oh, sake's delicious. I love sake.
Abu Sake is an awamori-based liqueur made in the Ryukyu Islands. No, I haven't had that.
I love this. I love to just breathe the sake steam in. It's like alcohol in your lungs. It's so good.
Okay.
It's like such a crazy sensation.
Interesting. I've never tried that before.
You should. Oh, that's the best part of sake.
Adam is getting high huffing sake.
I am. I'm huffing sake.
Interesting.
Sake was made to be huffed.
I don't know. I don't really like it. Japanese beer is usually pretty awesome though. So they had some beer. They have a beer. It's called Suntory Premium Malt. Super good. That they have everywhere. They had this. Oh my God! I took a picture of it. I gotta look this up. We were at some like random curry place, and they had some beer. I didn't even know if it was Japanese. It was called like, oh God, what was it? It was like Happy Curry Beer or something. It was like the best beer I've ever had in my life. I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this made out of? What is this magical elixir? That's not whatever.
It's a really good. That's a good beer.
It was some
I like
kind of
Newcastle.
crazy...
Newcastle's my jam. Newcastle or Guinness. Those are really the only two beers I find acceptable.
I don't
if I'm
like
gonna drink beer.
either of those beers, so I guess we're not gonna agree on beers.
Do you like yellow beers?
I like lighter colored beers.
Oh,
Yes. You like the dark beers?
That. Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess Guinness is like as dark as you can't even see through that.
Yeah.
Light will not penetrate Guinness.
No. Dig everybody. Sitch doesn't like the darks. What? Sitch only likes the lights.
Racist.
Let's see. There was this super cool thing. We'll probably I'll post some pictures of it. It was amazing. If anyone's in Japan, there's this in Tokyo, there's a thing. It's called the Team Labs like digital art museum. It's so fucking cool. They have always like insane like light based exhibits that you walk through. They're just fucking like you feel like you're in an alien
Boring.
world
Oh,
or something. No, it's super cool. Where is it? Where's the? I have too many pictures. I can't find the beer. I'll find it later.
you
I'll let
just
all
take
know.
Sammy to the Broad if you're going to come back through LA.
The Broad. What's that?
It's a big museum here.
Oh. I think we're coming back to LA, but we're gonna be like dead, and then we have like our. It's so weird. Only flights, like the flights to Florida from LA, are like like unless you want to take a million stops, like the times are so bad. It's either like super late at night or super early in the morning.
Sitch is terrified I'm going to destroy him in kart racing, so he just has to come up with excuses why
That's
I can't
true.
do it.
That's all really. That's the real reason. It's true.
I'm getting ready to go pro. I'm almost ready to buy my own helmet.
Listen, you gotta come to Disney World or Universal.
Maybe.
Then I'll destroy
Do
you
they have-
on the
do they
home
have-
turf. See, what's what you don't know? I've been practicing.
Do they have kart racing?
Probably. It's Orlando. You assume they have everything.
I think they do have a kart racing place.
Yeah, they did because I remember I showed you there was some. It was a different brand, and you were
Yeah.
like, "This looks amazing." So, oh, here it is, Curry Lover Ale. What is this? This is like the best beer I ever had. I don't even know if it's Japanese. It is. It's a specially crafted beer brewed by Usami Brewery in Japan, designed specifically to pair with spicy curry dishes. Well, I was eating spicy curry and my tongue was on fire, and I was like, "Give me this beer." Did you know that alcohol or beer, I think it's beer specifically, is like really good for neutralizing spice? Did you know that? Better than
No.
water.
Really? Better
Yes.
than milk?
I don't know if it's better than milk, but I can't drink milk.
Right. So you're
It's a good
unable
excuse for me to drink alcohol. Like the flavor profile.
I do like some spicy curry. Oh my goodness. That's
It
great
features-
stuff.
Oh, so this is how it tasted. It features a mellow, fruity taste with a caramel-like, honey-like sweetness. I did think it was like, I was like, this beer tastes like honey. It was so crazy. And I don't usually like honey. It's like very subtle. Well, there you go. If you can find the Curry Lover Ale, I'd recommend you take a taste. I should see if I can buy this online or something. The Oceanist for $5 says, not too familiar with politics with Hungary, but from what I hear, the guy who beat Orban is similar to him, but just won't guzzle buckets for Putin. Well, that's all you can really ask for, right?
A huge improvement.
Yes. We're not asking for the moon here. The chat bot for $5 says, are you guys going to review Steel Ball Run? Call it Death of an American Franchise? Maybe we should.
Sure.
That's the new JoJo season.
Oh yeah. I want to watch that.
There
I
also
like
was another
JoJo.
season of Invincible that's been coming out while I've been in Japan that I haven't watched at all. So
I haven't watched any of it, yeah.
Zoe Carey for $2 says, Sitch, you saw any protests in Japan for Article 9? I don't think I saw any for Article 9. Which one was Article 9? Maybe it was for Article 9. Article 9 is Japanese Constitution is landmark no war clause enacted post-World War II, where Japan forever renounces war. Well, I saw ones, I guess, in favor of that. We did see a couple of protests on corners, which were anti-Japan being involved in any sort of war. We saw some like lefty Japanese people protesting against America and stuff. And I'll tell you something, even the protesters are better in Japan, Adam, because you know what? They're silent.
Silent protests? Oh my God.
They just stand there on the
heaven.
corner with their little signs.
Are they
and their little
blocking
messages.
traffic?
No. They're
Are
just
they throwing
standing-
things on paintings?
No, they're just standing on the corner of the street with their signs and they don't say anything. And I'm like, oh, they're protesters. And they just walk by.
That's great.
It's
Wonder what they're
amazing.
protesting. Well,
Yep.
at least they're quiet.
Right. Adam Gadbaugh for 44 months. Thanks so much for being 44 months. The Freeway Seeker says the airstrikes will continue until freedom improves. Yes.
That's the way to do it. Right there.
Exactly.
Shinto Art is a member for 30 months, and he says, open the effing Strait. God bless Iran. Praise Allah. I like what you did there. That's hilarious.
That's not good.
This is impersonating Trump's 3 a.m. tweeting.
Yes. Yeah.
Arithmus for $2 says, PayPal business doesn't cost anything. You're good. Oh, okay. That's great to know. I just got to do it. I'll work on that tomorrow, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Arithmus for $2. Please fix this. I hate giving money to Google. Oh, okay. That's good.
Okay. This sucks. I think you can buy this beer online, but I don't think I can.
Sitch is like fully.
It.
Did you go to Amazon? Are you trying to get it on Amazon? It's going to be like a cheap
their
knockoff.
Website. They only it looks like they only ship to places in Japan. I can't buy it in America. I'm sure it'd be like insanely expensive too. But I'm just forever fucked and stuck of not being able to drink this beer anywhere but in Japan. It's delicious curry beer.
That one guy 24 for $5 says, lol, I'm so done with politics from both sides. I'm on the verge of unsubbing from everyone except you two. You guys are great. I agree 1000% with that. Even a lot of the conservative content creators that I find very reasonable just can't stop like wish casting this whole fucking Iran thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, there's not enough information to be making the kind of claims that you're making. You just have to take it on faith that Trump is some sort of super genius.
Yep.
I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking insane. Absolutely no skepticism from any of the partisans.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Trump is either a blithering idiot who's got dementia or he's the fucking king of the world super genius who's got everyone fooled. Probably somewhere in the middle.
Right.
With good days and bad days. Some days he's right, some days he's wrong.
Some days he's sundowning, some days he's
No, I don't think he's got too much energy.
He does, yeah.
Too much lust for the spotlight.
Nux.
Oh, go ahead.
For 8 months, thank you so much. Says, with the left making gains, I'm worried the Democrats won't learn anything after winning, and the commies will not be pushed back on. What say you guys?
I don't agree.
Know. It's upsetting because it seemed like at first the Democrats, like the last couple of years, or the last year, I should say, there was so many rumblings about the Democrats realizing that the woke left shit really hampered Kamala. Everyone would bring up the trans ad stuff was like the most effective ad and all this other stuff. It seemed like they really were kind of realizing that. And then that's kind of what spawned a lot of this conversation about Hassan. But then you have dumb fucks like Ezra Klein here and all the other retards, trying to whitewash Hassan. And yeah, we might go right back to where the fuck we started. So
yeah, nothing is going to be learned from this. And not only that, they're going to be emboldened. They're going to be like, oh my God, we told you Trump was insane. Holy shit. Everything we said about him was true.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything we said was right, even about transing the kids. They're going to jump right back into DEI. Oh my God.
So much of it, I think, is really unfortunately going to hinge on 2028 in terms of like who wins, who the candidates are for the primary. Like, are you going to get some, moderate candidates on both sides, or at least a moderate on the Democrat side, or are you going to get some sort of like super DSA approved fucking retard?
It's gonna be a pain.
Because if you get some DSA approved retard, or even if you get a moderate, but they pander to the far left, then yeah, that's really bad. But if we can get our magical moderate who doesn't pander to the far left and wins, that'll be good.
This is why Kamala lost. She wouldn't stand up to the fucking retards on the far left.
I mean, she also
we saw it over and over and over again.
No, that's definitely part of it. That's definitely a big part of it. Yeah. It's also incompetent.
Oh yeah, plenty of that.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's part of the incompetence, though. All right, look at this. What a fun show. And you're there for only another week, right? So next week is going to be starting late.
I will be home. Next Sunday will be an American only stream. That's right. No, I'm just kidding. Foreigners can listen, but I will be in America again, and we will be back to our normal standard time of
Next Sunday you will?
of 4 Eastern.
Oh,
No more late streams.
I thought you were still in Japan next Sunday, but I guess I was
No.
incorrect. All
I
right.
said at the beginning of the stream.
Sweet.
I'm coming back home this week, everybody. Japan was nice, but it's good to be home, right? Good going to be home. So
Yeah, no. Tell us all about it.
anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You made it to the stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists. You are the true mime lords who would 100% have created a bunch of contingency plans and planning and very, very deep thought on how to keep the Strait of Hormuz open before engaging in a conflict. You would not have just gone willy-nilly based on your gut. You would have had the wisdom of the elders, of the sages of all time, granting you the magic secret knowledge for you to know exactly how to keep the straits open. And we'll see you all next Sunday at our normal time.
Don't start any legal wars, you guys. Bye-bye.
Don't huff alcohol or pull your dick out or anything like that.